Chapter 462, The Truth. Why is it you? When Chen Mobai saw Chen Chun, he couldn't help but frown slightly. At this moment, he thought of the first time he met this successor of the divine strategist's mansion. Perhaps the outcome of today was already destined at that time. Want your fortune told? Today is a day of destiny for you. Chen Chun did not answer Chen Mobai's question directly, but asked again. What's going on with Shi Wanyu? Since you're here, she must have something to do with you. Chen Mobai calmed down at this point. After all, as a boy, he hadn't suffered any loss in that kind of thing. However, he was still a little angry. He had such a great reputation in the eastern wilderness, but he never expected that he would be defeated in such a place by a single careless move. I wasn't waiting for you in the alley in the first place. Chen Chun spoke calmly, uttering a sentence that made Chen Mobai's expression suddenly realize something. Are you waiting for her? Unexpectedly, he had actually benefited from Shi Wanyu's opportunity. Thinking about it this way, Chen Mobai felt somewhat at ease and didn't feel like he had suffered a loss. It might not be her, it could be both of you. At this moment, Chen Chun suddenly said something that left Chen Mobai completely bewildered. My lineage of cultivation requires guiding those with affinity. She wants a child of yours. Perhaps the two of you came to me together in the first place so that this child could be born into the world. Chen Chun started to mislead Chen Mobai to prevent him from thinking more about Shi Wanyu. Child? Heh, so it was you who arranged this. I suppose you also provided the drug that Shi Wanyu gave me. But I have a secret technique that locks my primordial yang, so even if I did that kind of thing, I wouldn't have any offspring. After hearing this, Chen Mobai sneered and spoke, but he himself did not expect that the Jade Lock Golden Gate technique would be so useful one after another. The secret technique of Sistenge Desert Cola. Upon hearing this, Chen Chun's expressionless face showed surprise for the first time. She pulled a card out of her pocket, examined it closely and frowned. This is actually true. However, as she calculated the divine divination, she discovered a glimmer of life amidst the deathly silence. A divination she had never seen before surfaced in her mind, leaving her bewildered. But in this case, it seems to be more advantageous for her. If Shi Wanyu is unable to conceive, she will turn to trying to establish her foundation. This is a great opportunity that she absolutely cannot miss. In that case, our time together has come to an end. Farewell. Chen Chun put the card back in her pocket and turned to leave when a flash of light appeared in front of her. Chen Mobai, with a cold expression, blocked her way. Although your divine mechanism palace is aloof from worldly affairs, if I were to report what happened today, with the power of our dance weapon academy, I'm afraid you would also be in deep trouble. Upon hearing this, Chen Chun revealed a playful expression. This was the first time since her debut that anyone had dared to threaten her. You can't keep me. As Chen Chun spoke, she slowly retreated, and a large shadow poured out from under the table, turning into a pitch-black blanket that looked like it was about to wrap her up and take her away. Chant! A deep yet resounding sword cry reverberated, and a purple light shone from Chen Mobai's right sleeve. An invisible yet chillingly powerful sword aura surged forth, instantly sealing off the yin-yang and five elements energy in the private room. Chen Chun's body, which had disappeared halfway, suddenly became stuck in the dark shadows. Her right eye, which was exposed, was dark and deep, staring at the purple light that was emanating from her sleeve with a strange, eerie light. 4th tier superior grade, purple lightning sword. Even the 3 great hall masters of the immortal sects would not dare to convict our divine mechanism palace. After a moment of silence, Chen Chun spoke. Her dark eyes held a calm and indifference that made Chen Mobai frown. If the 3 hall masters can't convict you, then let the 2 patriarchs step in. Our dance weapon academy has a patriarch named White Light above us. Chen Mobai refused to believe that the divine mechanism palace, an ancient lineage, could possibly suppress the 2 saints of the immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Chun's expression changed slightly. But a strange look appeared in her eyes that surprised Chen Mobai, as if she had heard something she couldn't hold back. What are you going to do? In the end, Chen Chun frowned and lowered her head first, as if the name of the white light ancestor had really frightened her. "Where is she, Wan Yu?" Chen Mobai had already called her earlier, but she rejected the call. He had originally planned to use the official power of the immortal sect, but now that Chen Chun was a sensible person, he was more direct. "I can tell you, but what do you plan to do with her?" Chen Chun, however, asked a question that left Chen Mobai speechless. Yes, so what if he saw Shi Wan Yu? After doing something like this as a man, can he still hold her accountable? Chen Mobai still had some gentlemanly manners, but the thought of facing Shi Wan Yu suddenly gave him a headache. The two were originally just ordinary friends, exchanging greetings and chatting during holidays. Now, this sudden development has left Chen Mobai feeling quite bewildered. Well, I should at least ask about it. Chen Mobai was somewhat annoyed. He had been tricked and lost something precious. If he ignored it, wouldn't he seem like a very casual person? "Release the purple lightning sword, and I'll take you to her." Chen Chun spoke again, but this time, it was Chen Mobai who was at a loss. After a long pause, he sighed, put away the purple lightning sword, and sat down in a chair. "Forget it, let's just consider it an unpleasant memory. It was never going to be possible between us." In the end, Chen Mobai came to terms with it, and felt that pretending not to know was the best outcome for both of them. From now on, let them be friends who have lost contact. Chen Chun felt the sword energy that had restricted her escape technique dissipate, and her gaze returned to its initial calmness, but she hesitated for a moment before leaving. "Since we've met, it must be fate. Let me tell you about the aftermath of that divination from last time. It seems that most of your 3 tribulations for core formation have dissipated, and there's a greater than 30–40% chance that you can successfully form your core in one go." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai also came to his senses. Compared to Shi Wan Yu, this was the most important thing to him. As long as he can form a golden core, and with the blessing of the longevity scripture, he can have a lifespan of 600 years. Over such a long period of time, with the help of resources from both realms, he even dared to aspire to the formation of the nascent soul stage, or even the higher-level nascent soul stage. The beautiful and charming Shi Wan Yu, although she had left an indelible mark on his life, was merely a special scene on his journey compared to his long lifespan. With the tortoise treasure on his person, he definitely wanted to see the view from the peak of cultivation. All of this is predicated on his successful formation of the golden core. I feel that I have almost resolved the 3 tribulations of core formation. I don't know where there is still a shortcoming. Please give me some pointers again. After Chen Mobai sheathed the purple lightning sword, he picked up the pot of red tea that Shi Wan Yu hadn't finished drinking from the table and poured a cup for Chen Chun, but the latter waved his hand and refused. "Your spiritual power has not yet reached the peak of foundation establishment, which is one of your shortcomings. However, your pure yang spiritual power is quite refined. Once you have mastered the 6 yang body, it shouldn't be a big problem. Although you have made up for the tribulation of your lifespan, the external water added to the container has not yet fully and perfectly integrated with the life essence contained in you. Although it will not have any impact on your core formation, it is best to deal with it as soon as possible. The higher your cultivation level, the more obvious the flaw will be." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was startled and immediately stood up to ask again how to make amends. "Strengthening your body is all you need. It's best to cultivate a body forging method, as the process of forging the body is about refining away the impurities of life. Once you cultivate to the 3rd level, this problem will basically be solved." Chen Chun's words made Chen Mobai nod repeatedly, and he had already set his sights on the longevity body of the divine wood sect. This body-strengthening technique is not particularly powerful in terms of combat. Its main purpose is to strengthen the body and increase blood and energy. Most importantly, it does not require any special talent or comprehension. All you need is enough sap from the tree of immortality to master it. It is very suitable for ordinary people like Chen Mobai. The weakest point is still the tribulation of divine consciousness, but last time there was no hope at all, but now there is a glimmer of hope. Do you have a magical artifact to suppress divine consciousness? Chen Chun's cultivation was insufficient, and without delving into Chen Mobai's sea of consciousness, he could only rely on his own eyesight and divination to make inferences. The master is indeed a master. My graduation project was selected as the first in this year by the principal. He also helped me refine the embryo of a natal magic weapon, the main function of which is to enhance the spiritual sense and suppress the purple mansion. Chen Mobai didn't mention the specifics of the morning bell, but since he was asking for advice, he nodded and said that he had such a magical artifact. He also mentioned Master Chengshuan, showing that he was the chief of the Dance Artifact Academy and that he was highly regarded by Master Chengshuan. You should focus on improving your spiritual sense. Compared to your solid foundation of pure yang spiritual power, this aspect is much weaker. If you fail to form your core, you will definitely be stopped by this tribulation. After Chen Chun finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared into the shadows. Chen Mobai called out twice, wanting to ask more specifically how to improve his divine sense, but he received no further response. Just then, the knocking on the door started again. Chen Mobai knew it was a maid waitress as soon as he activated the restriction. It was late at night, and the time had already passed. However, this store also offers overnight packages, and Chen Mobai renewed his order through the door. He still has some things he cares about that he needs to investigate. Of course, he also remembered to send a message back to Bayan Jingchun and the others, saying that he had met a friend and would not be meeting up with them that night. After finishing all that, Chen Mobai went to the cup of coffee he had drunk from. He never expected that he would stumble on this issue again. He was tricked by Kong Feiken in the same way last time, and now he's been drugged by Shi Wanyu. For someone who had always had a smooth life in the harsh environment of the eastern wilderness, this was a great humiliation. Although he finished his coffee, there were still some dried ash stains left on the cup. Chen Mobai checked them, but he didn't understand pharmacology, so in the end he could only take the cup with him. Then his divine sense surged forth, and he used the heaven and earth searching technique obtained from the talent tree to thoroughly search the entire private room, inside and out. With his divine sense, every minute detail was clearly visible in his mind. He noticed damp, not yet dry marks on the sofa back and cushions, a few thin strands of black hair in the sofa seams, and even found torn white stocking fibers under the sofa. In the end, Chen Mobai sighed as he cleaned everything up, even packing the contents of the trash can into his storage bag. As he left the private room, Chen Mobai secretly vowed that he would only suffer this kind of loss once. I will never make the same mistake again. He was the last customer, and the maid cafe closed shortly after he left. After waiting for a while and confirming that no one was around, Chen Mobai returned to the store and then reviewed the surveillance footage of the maid cafe by himself. However, it was not seen when Shi Wanyu tampered with the coffee. Instead, I saw the very last scene. Her head down, her long, slender and snow-white legs exposed after she took off her stockings, hurriedly leaving. Chen Mobai also noticed that there were still some damp marks on the sideburns of her face, and that she frowned slightly as she walked, looking as if she was having some difficulty. After copying all the information about himself and Shi Wanyu, Chen Mobai deleted that part of the content from the store's memory and then left quietly. Because this matter was something that couldn't be made public, Chen Mobai didn't dare send the coffee cup to a legitimate institution for testing, lest it be found to be some kind of ancient Taoist secret medicine, which might implicate Shi Wanyu. But after thinking it over, he realized that among his friends, only Qingnu was someone he could trust. However, Chen Mobai was still somewhat rational and wouldn't let her know about this. I called Wang Xingyu, but he was only proficient in alchemy. If I wanted him to analyze what kind of spiritual water potion it was and what its specific ingredients were, I would need to use the Academy's equipment. Chen Mobai didn't dare to let him test him. He thought and finally came up with a very good candidate. When Kong Feiken gave him the devouring serpent, he also left a forum URL, saying that he could leave a message there to contact him if he needed anything. Back then, Kong Feiken was only at the qi refining stage, yet he was able to refine a potion that could assassinate Chen Mobai, who was at the foundation establishment stage. He was absolutely a genius in this area, just like Qing Nu was in alchemy. After Chen Mobai used Gibao as a proxy, he switched to his alternate account Kingdi, logged into the forum, and then posted a thread. "I'm looking for a flying bird." It seemed that someone was specifically handling this forum. A few moments later, he received a private message with a link. When Chen Mobai clicked on it, it turned out to be a chat interface. About half an hour later, a person with a bird-shaped head appeared. "Kong Feiken, who is this?" End of this chapter. Chapter 463, Selling the House. Chapter 463, Selling the House. A snake breeder who travels across mountains and rivers. Chen Mobai typed a message, and Kong Feiken understood instantly. Thousands of mountains and rivers is the elegant name for Jumeng Taoist temple. It was in that place that Kong Feiken entrusted the devouring serpent, which Yanjing had divided his spirit into, to him. "Kong Feiken, is there something you need?" "Chen Mobai, I have a friend who was recently scammed. He went to a bar to relax, but someone drugged him and knocked him unconscious. When he woke up, his precious possessions were gone. I'm wondering if there's any medicine that can render a foundation establishment cultivator unconscious without any resistance." "Friend?" Kong Feiken roughly understood what was going on when he saw this, but considering that he would rely on this guy a lot in the future, he decided not to expose him. "Kong Feiken, there are many such medicines, but within the immortal sects, generally only doctors can obtain the necessary ingredients. If you asked me, I could name hundreds." As the top freshman in the Imperial Medical Academy, Kong Feiken's talent in pharmacology was praised by everyone. Although resources were scarce in the immortal sect, the system was well developed, and there were countless medicines that could be effective for foundation establishment. "Chen Mobai, after my friend woke up, he took the cup he had drunk from with him. There were some dried coffee stains on the cup. Can we analyze these stains to identify the specific drug components?" "A bar has coffee," Kong Feiken thought to himself, but only typed the following message on the chat interface. "That's possible, but our Ascension Sect's headquarters aren't on Earth Origin Star, so getting your things to me might be a bit troublesome." "Chen Mobai, how exactly is it troublesome?" Kong Feiken, I can't come here myself, so I'll retrieve the item through an informant of the Ascension Sect on Earthly Star. This will involve several intermediaries. At this point in the conversation, Chen Mobai also looked hesitant. After all, he is a promising successor of the immortal sect with impeccable credentials. If he were to have such a substantial connection with the Ascension Sect and it were discovered, it would be a huge stain on his future reputation. "Chen Mobai, can't you turn into a bird and come back again?" Kong Feiken, that's fine, but I've got some things to take care of lately, so you'll have to wait a while. Chen Mobai, all right, I'm not in a rush. Kong Feiken, isn't he your friend? Chen Mobai, ahem, my friend entrusted this to me, so it's my responsibility. I'm a very loyal person. Kong Feiken, hee. Yes. Chen Mobai, who originally intended to stay in Chicheng Cave Heaven for a while longer, really couldn't stay any longer after this incident. The key issue is that you can't tell others about being taken advantage of. You can only suffer in silence. The next day, after meeting up with Bayan Jingchun, Zhang Lixinyu, and others, he only had a quick meal before booking a plane ticket back to Dangxia City. While he was dealing with the business of the Flying Talisman Factory and the Puppet Factory back in his hometown, another piece of good news arrived. Yan Bingxuan had passed the preliminary qualification review for studying at the Heaven Mending Dao Academy. Next comes the formal exam, which is also the most difficult, since most cultivators who reach the foundation establishment stage before graduation in the immortal sect will set their sights on the four major Dao Academy. Apart from those like Chen Mobai who were directly invited to join, the other foundation establishment cultivators faced a challenge akin to thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge. That's why Yan Bingxuan didn't come back this year. After passing the qualification review, she stayed at the Natural Academy to study hard and try to pass the exam on her first try. This was also a great pity for Chen Mobai. However, since all his classmates graduated this year, he has been attending dinner parties almost every day since returning to Danxia City, so he is not lonely. Many farewell banquets and wedding banquets are held together. For example, Lu Hengsheng will be going to serve in the military early next year after the banquet. Of their cohort, only 7 people, including the newest Yan Bingxuan, ultimately succeeded in establishing their foundation. However, compared to before, it's already quite good. It's worth noting that in some years, there weren't even any. Chen Mobai saw off many people, but he was somewhat surprised that Shi Jingjing also decided to serve in the military. Aren't you going to get married and have children? I feel that I am capable of reaching the foundation establishment stage, but I was too playful before and didn't put my heart into it. Shi Jingjing's talent is indeed remarkable, and her father is a foundation establishment cultivator with extensive experience, so she is somewhat unwilling to live her life like this. Then I wish you success in your foundation building. Chen Mobai said something nice. They were filming a campus interview segment about graduates returning to campus at the 5th High School of the Immortal Gate. Because their graduating class produced 4 foundation establishment cultivators, Chen Mobai, Yan Bingxuan, Cao Yaling, and Shi Yuanqing, an unprecedented achievement since the school's founding, the Danxia City Education Department wanted to film it for publicity. Chen Mobai has always had a good relationship with the Danxia city government, and he also has an affection for this high school. Since he still has time, he gladly accepted the invitation. Apart from Yan Bingxuan, who was preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, almost everyone else came. Chen Mobai met Song Zheng, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Compared to his arrogance in his youth, Song Zheng had become somewhat melancholy. However, he now had a pregnant wife by his side, Mo Simin. They both worked at the Heavenly Book Academy and, having spent many years together, came to know each other well. In the last 2 years, with Mo Simin taking the initiative to reach out to him, Song Zheng, who had failed to achieve foundation establishment, was healed by her. Although they haven't held a wedding banquet yet, they got their marriage certificate this year and are now husband and wife. Chen Mobai went over and spoke with the couple for a few words. Song Zheng would enlist in the army in the second half of next year, but because his wife was pregnant, he could postpone it until after the child was born. Looking back now, I think I was too confident in myself when I was young. Song Zheng said this to Chen Mobai. When he was in his senior year of high school, he was thinking of going to one of the 4 major academies. You're just unlucky. In terms of talent and ability, you're no worse than any of us. Chen Mobai offered words of comfort, but this was also the truth. Song Zheng's spiritual root and comprehension were both top-notch. He was an exception among his peers. Of the remaining 3 foundation establishment cultivators, Shi Yuanqing and Cao Yaling were both taught by Shi Qijin, so they were born into prestigious families and had a high starting point. In addition, they also worked hard. Yan Bingxuan was able to successfully establish her foundation, because Yan Qiangzhi's successful formation of her core and her elevated status led her to obtain the snow spirit water, along with the water mist ice crystals that Chen Mobai obtained from the snowstorm palace. Song Zheng was no less capable than the other 3, but he still failed despite having only the 3 treasures for foundation establishment. Thank you for your comforting words, Song Zheng said with a wry smile. At this time, the interview recording on campus also began. After filming the program, Chen Mobai announced that he would go into seclusion and no longer attend any dinner parties. He hid in his puppet factory, where the vermilion fruit tree he had planted years ago had blossomed and borne fruit, but it would not be ready for harvest until next year. But this fruit is only at the first level, so it's no longer of any use to him. However, he can let his parents, family, and friends try it. Qi cultivators can consume it as a fruit to invigorate their blood and improve their health. After packing up all the talismans produced by the puppet factory that year, Chen Mobai returned to the Heavenly River realm once again. It's been a while since I last came here. The Baiyuan market has been established, and the market on Wuliu Mountain hasn't been closed down, so the population here isn't that large yet. Because it had been planned in advance, After the establishment of Baiyuan Market, the Shenmu sect did not continue to develop and build Baiyuan City. After all, if there were not many cultivators, building a city would be a waste. It was better to ensure that the market could operate first. Of course, there is another major reason, which is that the Bayas market established by Nan Xuanjing attracted the most elite group of Qi refining level 9 cultivators from Yan Kingdom to settle there, because of the allure of foundation establishment pills. This group of people were the wealthiest among those at the Qi refining level. If some lower-level cultivators wanted to earn spirit stones, they had to rely on them or even work for them. As a result, almost half of the rogue cultivators in the Yan Kingdom flocked to the Bayas market within just 2 months. The Southern Profound sect instantly gained fame. Zhou Wangshan and the others were also a little anxious about this, and some even suggested that the sect should also provide foundation establishment pills to attract rogue cultivators to this place. However, Chen Mobai was the one who made the decision. After thinking about it, he shook his head. In recent years, the Shenmu sect has suffered many casualties in the series of major battles. This batch of foundation establishment pills should first be used to provide compensation, and then there are also true disciples who have made contributions on the battlefield who are eagerly waiting for them. How can we put them on the market just to grab business? In that case, Chen Mobai's reputation within the Shenmu sect's sphere of influence would definitely suffer. Junior brother Chen, if things continue like this, our Baiyuan market will never be able to develop. If the market can't take off, then there's no way Baiyuan Immortal City will be able to thrive in the future. Zhou Wangshan couldn't help but look a little worried. The cultivators from Wuliu Mountain Market were just foundation establishment families from Yan Kingdom who brought their family cultivators to Baiyuan Market because of face-saving concerns. However, because Chen Mobai had ordered that the shops could not sell, these cultivation families had many complaints. Some even secretly sent another group of people to the Southern Xuan sect to acquire properties and settle in the market. As for the independent cultivators, all those at the 9th level of Qi refining went about Sea Market, since the allure of foundation establishment pills was simply too great for them. Even though they know that most of them don't have the financial means to bid, they might get lucky and snag a bargain outside the market. With this in mind, even independent cultivators from several neighboring countries of Yan Kingdom began to flock to the area after receiving the news. The Southern Xuan sect, which owns the Bayas market, quickly became famous throughout most of the eastern wilderness. The foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect here were also very anxious. They used many methods, both openly and secretly, but they were all neutralized by the Southern Profound sect, and they even suffered some losses in silence. However, with the Wuxiang puppet in charge, Chen Mobai already knew about this matter. Besides being busy with graduation, he had been thinking of ways to improve his business. After consulting with some successful business people who had graduated from the Dance Weapon Academy, he had an idea. We don't have foundation establishment pills available right now, but we can sell something else that's more tempting than foundation establishment pills. Chen Mobai's words left everyone present bewildered, wondering what could be more tempting to rogue cultivators than the foundation establishment pill. The reason why cultivators in the eastern wilderness have such a strong need to improve their cultivation level is because they lack a sense of security. They were afraid that they would become corpses at any moment and that their life savings would be taken away by the enemy. If we can sell them a sense of security so that they don't feel like they're becoming someone else's spoils, then I think they would definitely be willing to risk their life savings or even take out a loan to buy it. Although these words came from a very unique perspective, almost all the foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect present understood them and found them to be very reasonable. Junior brother Chen, how do you sell this sense of security? Zhou Wangshan immediately pressed for an answer, eager to know. It's very simple. The cave dwellings that our Shenmu sect sells in Baiyuan City are a sense of security. In the name of the sect, we can guarantee that even if they offend a core formation cultivator, they will be safe and sound in these cave dwellings and will not be threatened in any way. Although Chen Mobai said a lot, the core idea can be summed up in 2 words: sell the house. The sense of security is the special value he adds to the cave dwelling in Baiyuan City, and it is also guaranteed in the name of the Shenmu sect. Unless the Shenmu sect is wiped out, any cultivator in the cave dwelling in Baiyuan City will receive absolute protection from the Shenmu sect, from those at the core formation stage to those at the foundation establishment and chi refining stages, as long as they are in their own dwelling. Junior brother Chen, if a cultivator buys a cave dwelling and then passes it on to their children, wouldn't our divine wood sect have to protect them forever? Wouldn't that be too unfair to us? Besides, the 2 patriarchs might not agree to that. Yue Zhudao noticed 2 points and briefly offered his opinions. This is also a proposal, and I will write it down and submit it to the sect later. In addition, I plan to set a time limit on the ownership of the cave dwelling. It will not be permanent. Once the time limit is up, the cave dwelling will automatically return to the name of our Shenmu sect. Chen Mobai had already devised a complete plan for developing Baiyuan Market, with the focus on establishing spiritual vein caves along Baiyuan Mountain. A cave dwelling with a first-order spiritual vein costs 1,000 spirit stones and has ownership for 60 years. A cave dwelling with a second-tier spiritual vein costs 10,000 spirit stones and has a property right for 2 Jiazi 60 years. The cave dwelling with the third-order spiritual vein is not for sale for the time being. It is for the Shenmu sect's own use. Even in the eastern wilderness, this price is considered high, and it's not even for permanent residency. However, with the added sense of security from the protection of the divine wood sect, Yue Zhudao and the others felt that it was a bit cheap. After all, as long as the cultivator buys the property within the term of ownership, the divine wood sect will ensure his safety within his own cave dwelling. Junior brother, there's another question. What if someone takes advantage of the protection of our divine wood sect to rob and kill cultivators outside and then escape back? Yue Zhudao spoke again, asking the most crucial question. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and explained his solution. He set a prerequisite for purchasing the cave dwelling. That means people who have undergone tribulation cultivation cannot purchase it. However, the Shenmu sect does not require homebuyers to prove that they have never been a tribulation cultivator by swearing an oath of Dao Heart. They only need to write this sentence on the contract for purchasing the cave dwelling and sign it. Junior brother Chen, isn't this unnecessary? Upon hearing this rule, Yue Zhudao and the others looked completely bewildered. For cultivators, anything other than a vow of Dao Heart can be broken and reneged upon. Signing and putting your fingerprint on something is nothing. Those with thick skin will sign first and then take action the next. Senior brother, everything is interconnected. You can't do without any one of the links. This is a prerequisite for purchasing. If this is not met, then the purchase contract is naturally invalid. If the reason for the future pursuit is that the person was a former cultivator of the tribulation, then after verification by the divine wood sect, they can use this as grounds to overturn the contract for purchasing the cave dwelling. Since the deal fell through, there was no need for the Shenmu sect to continue providing protection. After hearing this, everyone looked at Chen Mobai with admiration. End of this chapter. Chapter 464, Auctioning Foundation Establishment Pills. Chapter 464, Auctioning Foundation Establishment Pills. Master, this is this year's profit. In the Baiyuan market, Liu Wenbai, who had rushed over, handed a large bag of spirit stones to Chen Mobai. This year, due to the addition of 2 shops near the Snow Palace and the large-scale use of talismans caused by the war, a total of 500 mid-grade spirit stones were earned. Adding to the 2 seasons of fire spirit rice harvested from Zion and Chen Mobai earned 800 mid-grade spirit stones this year, almost matching his gains on the battlefield. Indeed, those who cultivate through tribulations can only become rich temporarily. Doing business is the way to long-term success. After praising his eldest disciple, Chen Mobai took stock of his own assets. There are 24 high-grade spirit stones, 1,400 mid-grade spirit stones, and 36,000 low-grade spirit stones. The high-grade spirit stones mainly came from old ancestor Fu's rewards, the spoils from killing the two people from Xuanxiao Dao Palace, and his own savings. The mid-grade spirit stones were the income from selling spirit rice and Xian shop over the years. After deducting the expenses incurred in cultivating the pure Yang Dharma body, this was the amount left. The low-grade spirit stones were what he had taken from the storage bags of several enemies at the top of Mount Han. He also had Luo Yixuan dispose of the unused pills and ores at the Wuliu Mountain Market. That's the total amount. Before he knew it, Chen Mobai had become incredibly wealthy. If converted to low-grade spirit stones, it would be close to 500,000. Moreover, after conquering the summit of Hanshan Mountain, his Xian shop can also be opened in Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom, and his income will be even higher next year. A rough calculation suggests that next year, combining farming and shopkeeping might yield a profit of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Having possessed the turtle treasure for many years, Chen Mobai has finally achieved some success and can now be considered a qualified trader between the two worlds. Now there's another problem. How should we spend these spirit stones? Although the eastern wilderness is rich in resources, many precious things cannot be bought with spirit stones. Among the 7 major sects of the eastern wilderness, the most they can buy are second-tier spiritual items. Taking the Divine Wood sect as an example, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion will only put the Azure Wood Demon or third-tier spiritual talismans and pills on the shelves after the Chu Zuoshu or the 2 patriarchs have given their permission. Within the Divine Wood sect, besides the Azure Wood Demon, only those 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs are currently of use to Chen Mobai. These spiritual herbs are extremely rare and precious, and they will not be sold for any amount of spirit stones. They will only be used when Meng Hong reaches the core formation stage or when the 2 patriarchs want to refine pills. However, after presenting the formula for the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill, the 2 patriarchs had already promised to use everything they could to help Chen Mobai form his core, so these 1,000-year-old herbs held no appeal for Chen Mobai. Go back and ask the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce, where their sales event is being held. Chen Mobai thought back to the time when he wanted to buy the complete fire in the stone, but was short of money. Now that he had the money, he wanted to make up for the regret he felt back then. Although he later exchanged the Azure Yang Fire Seed for the Stone Fire Seed from Lu Zuolong, he had kept the seed sealed in his storage bag and almost forgot about it because he was mainly focused on improving his cultivation, spiritual sense, and pure Yang Dharma body. Although he has the ability to use his fire-making skill to upgrade the fire seed in the stone into a complete second-tier peak spiritual fire, why waste time if he can just buy it with money? After becoming wealthy, Chen Mobai became a bit arrogant and stopped being frugal. He then thought of the Foundation Establishment Pill Auction that was going to be held in Bayas Market. His father had recovered from the injuries caused by his previous failure to establish his foundation over the years, so he could get one to show his filial piety. Thinking about it this way, could I just bid on all the Foundation Establishment pills of the Southern Profound sect? Even if I can't use them myself, it would still be a nuisance to my opponent. However, if this were to be done, it would be tantamount to cutting off the path of independent cultivators. Once exposed, the reputation of the entire Shenmu sect in the eyes of independent cultivators would be ruined. Chen Mobai thought about it for a moment, but then suppressed the thought. But taking 2 pills shouldn't be a problem. He had little confidence in Chen Xinglin's Foundation establishment. He would give him 2 Foundation establishment pills as a safety net, but if that still didn't work, he wouldn't let Chen Xinglin try again. Although one can recover from each failed foundation-building attempt, it actually depletes one's lifespan. Such a failed transformation cannot be compensated for with longevity-extending elixirs. Do it as soon as you think of it. Chen Mobai, riding his formless puppet, went to Bayas Market under the alias Chen Xinglin. In order to attract cultivators, the Southern Profound sect does not check their background at all. All they need to do is fill in their name and cultivation level, and pay a certain amount of spirit stones to obtain a residence permit. After paying for a year, you will be eligible to auction foundation building pills. Chen Mobai's formless puppet avatar arrived at just the right time, perfectly timed to participate in the foundation establishment pill auction at the end of next year. This avatar can be used to observe the movements of the southern Xuan sect. There are also spiritual vein cave dwellings opened up by the southern profound sect here, but there are not many of them, and they are mostly used by themselves. The cultivators in Bayas market all choose a place with spiritual energy outside the market, and then build a wooden house to live in. The southern profound sect didn't care about any of this, because without any planning, the place was a mess, even worse than the poorest shantytowns in the immortal sects. Moreover, this place is also a place where the strong prey on the weak, as is the custom in the eastern wilderness. Cultivators at the 9th level of chi refining occupy the places with the most abundant spiritual energy, while the rest fight over the houses of cultivators weaker than themselves, according to their cultivation level. Since Chen Mobai's puppet avatar did not require spiritual energy, he did not intend to participate in the matter. He only needs to stay here for a full year to qualify for the auction of foundation establishment pills. However, since he filled in his cultivation level as the 9th level of chi refining when he registered, he cannot act too strangely. So when a newly arrived chi refining level 9 cultivator brutally killed a chi refining level 7 rogue cultivator and seized the latter's house, Chen Mobai stood up indignantly, expressing his disapproval of such behavior. After a fierce battle, he used a disguised blade to kill the chi refining level 9 cultivator. Next, he naturally moved into the house, which had a fairly good spiritual energy. Because of his record of killing someone at the 9th level of chi refining, he was notorious in this shantytown. Chen Mobai's formless puppet is modeled after the Teibai golden saber technique that was auctioned at the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce, so he is called the Golden Saber Swordsman by the locals. However, this title is a derogatory term, meaning that he is ruthless but hypocritical, and likes to find a righteous excuse for himself before each action. However, this is also the rule of the Golden Saber Swordsman. If you rob or plunder others in front of him, then you can expect to be hunted down by him. Although many people disapproved of him, Chen Mobai became the guardian of many chi refining cultivators in this shantytown, and many people liked to move next to him. Because at least around him, no one dared to plunder recklessly. A year passed quickly. Chen Mobai, disguised as the Golden Knife Swordsman, successfully entered the auction at Bayas Market. He didn't even glance at the pills and magical artifacts that were extremely precious to chi refining cultivators until he reached the final, most important item, the foundation establishment pill. There are 5 in total, one will be auctioned at a time, with a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones. Without any further ado, the foundation establishment cultivator in charge of the southern profound sect took out 5 white jade bottles and placed them one by one on the table. 10,000 100,000 spirit stones. Soon, the first chi refining cultivator called out a price, which drew a burst of snickers. 11,000. In a private room on the 2nd floor, someone directly added an extra 1,000 spirit stones. 12,000. After round of bidding, the wealthy Chen Mobai directly bid 15,000, stunning everyone. Even chi refining cultivators with second-tier professions cannot accumulate that many spirit stones. 13,000 spirit stones for one foundation establishment pill is basically the limit they can accept. Chen Mobai's offer of 15,000 yuan immediately silenced everyone present. Which family does this person belong to? In a private room on the 2nd floor, a foundation establishment cultivator from the southern profound sect asked a question to the Jiao family cultivator beside him. After Jiao Dayan was killed by Yu Lion and his 2 companions, the remaining members of the Jiao family quickly joined the southern Chuan sect. Because they were familiar with the Yan kingdom and were the previous operators of the Bayas market, they immediately became the backbone of the sect. Reporting to Lord Chuenki, this person is a rogue cultivator from the shantytown outside the market, named Chen Xinglin, and is known as the Golden Saber. Although the Southern Profound sect did not manage the area outside the market, the Jiao family still recruited many rogue cultivators as henchmen. After making some inquiries, they already knew the origin of Chen Mobai's puppet incarnation. He is indeed a talented individual, but for a mere rogue cultivator to possess so many spirit stones, he must have had a great fortuitous encounter. After hearing this, Xuanqi looked at Chen Xinglan with a hesitant expression. If you are interested, sir, after the auction I can arrange for someone to follow him, and then. The Jiao family cultivator extended his right hand in a decapitation gesture. Xuanqi struggled with his expression, but then sighed and shook his head. We came to the eastern wilderness to establish a safe rear base. If we do something like this, our reputation will be completely ruined. Let's just forget about it. Hearing Xuanqi's words, the Jiao family cultivator felt a pang of regret. Even if a foundation establishment cultivator didn't make a move, he didn't have the ability to make a qi-refining 9th-level cultivator disappear silently. However, he still gave a look to the cultivators in his family, indicating that they should first make a mark on the bottle of the foundation establishment pill to ensure that it could be tracked. As a native cultivator of the eastern wilderness, he knew that the auction of the foundation establishment pill was just the beginning. The key was whether he could leave alive with the pill. Perhaps the Jiao family can reap the benefits. After all, they had no foundation establishment cultivators after Jiao Dayan's death. Although they were still somewhat intimidated by the Southern Profound sect, they were still eager for their family to produce another foundation establishment cultivator. The Jiao family also used their saving to acquire one foundation establishment pill this time. But just as they were preparing to auction the second foundation establishment pill, the Golden Knife Swordsman made another bid. Although the Jiao family did not back down this time, they had no choice but to give up when the price reached 16,000 spirit stones. It's simply impossible to win an argument. Does this rogue cultivator really have so many spirit stones? The qi-refining cultivators present were quite displeased with Chen Mobai's generous offer, and began to murmur and discuss it amongst themselves. Fellow Taoist, how about we exchange these two foundation establishment pills first? The foundation establishment cultivator from the Southern Profound sect, who was presiding over the auction on the stage, also heard the discussion below. After pondering for a while, he also felt that the rogue cultivators might not be able to come up with so many spirit stones, and he couldn't help but say something with a forced smile. All right, I only plan to auction two anyway, so I'll just hand them over and take them away. Chen Mobai deliberately shouted, then walked to the backstage with an air of wealth, and the foundation establishment cultivator from the Southern Profound sect also brought down two foundation establishment pills. A short while later, the foundation establishment cultivator from the Southern Profound sect returned to the platform with a strange expression. Then everyone saw Chen Mobai walk out triumphantly and leave the auction venue in front of everyone. This guy definitely has a great opportunity. A mere rogue cultivator actually managed to come up with over 30,000 spirit stones. Keep an eye on him. After confirming the news from the sect disciples, Xuanqi, who was in the private room, stared intently at Chen Mobai as he left. Unable to suppress his greed, he gave an order to the Jiao family cultivator. Yes, not only them, but nearly half of the people at the auction also left with Chen Mobai. Seeing this scene, the foundation establishment cultivator from the Southern Profound sect who was presiding over the auction couldn't help but show a look of sympathy. He could already imagine Chen Mobai being hacked to pieces and having all his spirit stones and foundation establishment pills stolen. But this is the eastern wilderness. Without sufficient strength and influence, even spirit stones are merely someone else's spoils of war. He picked up the third foundation establishment pill and began the auction. Without Chen Mobai's interference, the foundation establishment pill returned to its normal price and was sold for 13,800 spirit stones. But when it came to the fourth and fifth pills, things suddenly changed again. An unremarkable qi refining level 6 cultivator actually took out 30,000 spirit stones and bought both foundation establishment pills. Now, he instantly became even more eye-catching than Chen Mobai. Even before they left Bayas Market after the auction ended, the lights of magical artifacts and talismans were already shining. However, the Southern Profound sect still maintained some authority, and two Foundation establishment cultivators immediately stepped forward and killed the leader of the Tribulation cultivator on the spot. No fighting is allowed within the market area. After Xuanqi finished speaking, he gave a wink to the Jiao family cultivator behind him, who immediately understood and began to track down Chen Mobai and the Qi refining level 6 cultivator who had taken the two Foundation establishment pills. However, what they didn't expect was that the first thing was a shark. Those who chased Chen Mobai were all turned into headless corpses the next day, exposed to the sun in various shanty towns outside the market. The Qi refining level 6 cultivator, who ultimately won two Foundation establishment pills, wasn't so lucky. He had barely stepped out of the market when he was crushed into mincemeat by dozens of magical artifacts. In the struggle for his storage bag, the rogue cultivators and treacherous cultivators began to fight one after another, resulting in more casualties than Chen Mobai had killed. The last two Foundation establishment pills ended up in someone else's hands. Strange, didn't you join the Southern Profound sect? Was this the Southern Profound sect's decision, or your Jiao family's own action? Just as Chen Mobai was about to take the Foundation establishment pill back to Baiyuan City, he frowned and used his golden jade axe to split the horrified Jiao family elder in front of him in two. He then turned to look at the dozen or so Jiao family cultivators who had been surrounding him. Just as Chen Mobai was about to swing the golden jade axe in his hand and send the fleeing people flying into the sky, a familiar spiritual light suddenly descended. Brother Dao, could you leave these people to me? I want to use them to expose the hypocrisy of the Southern Profound sect and let the Eastern wilderness see the true colors of these outsiders. Chen Mobai was very familiar with this person. He was Zhou Wangshan. That cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining was arranged by you. When Chen Mobai saw him, he couldn't help but look enlightened. A fellow Taoist, do you know me? Zhou Wangshan did not recognize Chen Mobai's puppet avatar, but he sensed that the person in front of him was extremely terrifying. Chen Mobai did not expect that while he was merely thinking about it, Zhou Wangshan had already taken action and begun to sabotage the first auction of the Southern Profound sect. This guy looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect him to be a bad person. End of this chapter. Chapter 465, Returning to the Sect. Chapter 465, Returning to the Sect. If you want it, you can have it. Chen Mobai felt that he could still use this disguise in the future, so in order to keep it a secret, he did not reveal it to Zhou Wangshan. After leaving a sentence, he turned into a golden light and disappeared from the spot. There is actually such a person among the rogue cultivators of the Eastern wilderness. Zhou Wangshan looked at Chen Mobai's disappearing light with a look of apprehension. He had just intended to test the strength of this mysterious rogue cultivator. But when he extended his divine sense, it was immediately blocked, and he even felt a sense of great danger. Being cautious by nature, he immediately gave up. I'm afraid that among the cultivators of the divine wood sect in the Yan kingdom, only junior brother Chen could subdue this person. With this thought flashing through his mind, Zhou Wangshan looked around at the Jiao family cultivators who had been knocked unconscious by Chen Mobai, and a smile appeared on his lips. Soon after, the drama arranged by King Zhou began to unfold. The Qi refining level 6 cultivator who had bid on two Foundation establishment pills had miraculously come back to life and arrived at the North Abyss market. In front of all the rogue cultivators in the market, he cried to the divine wood sect that the Foundation establishment pills had been stolen by people sent by the Southern Profound sect. As for why he cried to the Shenmu sect, it was because this person was actually an outer disciple of the Shenmu sect. Then Zhou Wangshan appeared with a livid face, but he refused to believe that the Southern Profound sect would do such a thing. The cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining was named Gu Changfa. He immediately stated that he had already escaped the pursuit, but the foundation establishment pill he had purchased was placed with a tracking spirit, and he was subsequently caught up by the Jiao family cultivators belonging to the Southern Profound sect. In order to escape with his life, he had to throw away the foundation establishment pill in order to survive and escape back. Zhou Wangshan still didn't believe it, saying that the Nangshuan sect was a prestigious sect of the Eastern Yi and a branch of the Xuanxiao Dao sect, and it was impossible for them to do such a shameful thing. Gu Changfa stated that when he threw down the foundation establishment pill, he also added a secret medicine to it, which could be tracked by spirit bees. Since it concerned the hopes of his sect's disciples for foundation establishment, Zhou Wangshan immediately invited several fellow disciples out of the market to track down the 2 foundation establishment pills. After a day and a night, they indeed tracked down to Qiying Mountain, where the Jiao family was located. Adhering to the principle of friendly exchanges between the Shenmu sect and the Nangshuan sect, Zhou Wangshan did not send anyone to attack immediately, but instead sent a message talisman to Bayos Market. Then he calmly waited for the Southern Profound sect to send someone over and fall into the trap they had set. If the Southern Profound sect sends someone to explain and try to exonerate themselves, then the group of Jiao family cultivators that Zhou Wangshan obtained from Chen Mobai will become the ultimate weapon, completely solidifying the charges that the Southern Profound sect has set up, and making them a symbol of untrustworthiness among the rogue cultivators of the Eastern wilderness. However, as it turned out, Zhou Wangshan underestimated the Southern Xuan sect. Or rather, they underestimated the Golden Core cultivator. Half an hour later, a dazzling golden light like the sun swept across the sky, and a figure appeared and disappeared within it. He reached out and gently waved his palm towards Crimson Shadow Mountain, where the Jiao family was located. Not good. Upon seeing this, Zhou Wangshan's expression changed drastically. He immediately took out a 3rd-tier spirit leaf talisman, activated it, and led his fellow disciples in a rapid retreat. Just then, a giant golden hand descended from the sky, like a massive hand that blotted out the heavens, pressing Crimson Shadow Mountain inch by inch from its summit down to the earth. Amidst the continuous rumbling and collapse, the hundreds of cultivators and clansmen of the Jiao family who lived here were all crushed into flat ground along with Crimson Shadow Mountain by this giant hand. Snort! With a cold snort, he waved his hand and annihilated the cultivators of Crimson Shadow Mountain, then walked step by step toward Zhou Wangshan and the others. The immense pressure sent chills down everyone's spine. Within the Southern Profound sect, only one person possesses such strength. Core Formation Cultivator Nan Xuanjing. Unexpectedly, it was he who took action personally, and he was extremely ruthless in doing so. He first wiped out the Jiao family, who might have already fallen into Zhou Wangshan's trap and become a handle for his opponents. With such a drastic measure, even if the Zhou King's general were to bring out the Jiao family cultivators he had captured, it would no longer be able to play a decisive role. You brat from the Divine Wood sect, you're still too green to try and outsmart me. As Nan Xuanjing spoke coldly, golden light shone again. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, a foundation establishment cultivator behind Zhou Wangshan stepped forward, unleashing powerful spiritual energy to block Nan Xuanjing's oppressive aura. This person was Fu Zhangju's puppet body. It was unknown when he had started following Zhou Wangshan, or whether he had originally been invited by Zhou Wangshan to provide support. Fu Zhangju, you still like to hide your true intentions. With a cold snort, Nan Xuanjing withdrew his spiritual power, turned around, and left the sky above the now raised Crimson Shadow Mountain, disappearing from everyone's sight. Thank you for saving us, Elder Fu. Otherwise, we would probably have already fallen victim to Nan Xuanjing's evil deeds. Zhou Wangshan immediately thanked Fu Zhangju's puppet body, but the latter waved his hand and then led them back to Beiyuan City. Greetings, Elder Fu. After obtaining the 2 foundation establishment pills from the formless puppet, Chen Mobai had already vaguely guessed that Fu Zhangju might make a move, so he wasn't very surprised to see that it was Fu Zhangju who brought Zhou Wangshan and the others back. Nan Xuanjing isn't entirely useless. He might be locked in a stalemate with his Nan Xuan sect for a long time to come. Fu Zongju sighed, then had Zhou Wang, the divine general beside him, recount the events of the day. This plan was not Fu Zongju's idea, but rather a spontaneous act by King Zhou. However, before Zhou Wangshan took action, he also considered the worst-case scenario and sent a message to Fu Zongju's puppet body. As it turned out, Nan Xuanjing was even more ruthless than Zhou Wangshan had imagined. He originally thought that Nan Xuanjing would at most turn his back on him and kill him, but he didn't expect that he would plan to kill the Jiao family and Zhou Wangshan to eliminate future troubles. If Fu Zongju hadn't been there, Chen Mobai would probably be collecting Zhou Wangshan's corpse today. From now on, stop with these petty tricks. Focus on developing Beiyuan market. The final outcome will depend on senior brother Zhou. After Zhou Wangshan finished speaking, Fu Zongju spoke up, and the former gave a wry smile and nodded. And you, junior nephew Chen, too. Now that the mountain of Shaking Peak has been destroyed, the remnants can no longer cause any waves. What I mean is that you can go back to the sect and cultivate in peace. After all, you are still the guardian of Giant Guo, and it has been a bit long since you left your post for 2 years. Fu Zongju's words surprised Zhou Wangshan, Yue Zhudao, and others present. After all, this ancestor had always openly expressed his appreciation for Chen Mobai. Now, his words meant that Chen Mobai should give up the Beiyuan market he had worked so hard to build. Yes, thank you, ancestor. Just as they were still wondering what Chen Mobai had done to offend old ancestor Fu, the former accepted the offer with a surprised tone. It turned out that Fu Zongju had secretly told Chen Mobai that Yan Shayan had, after more than a year of collecting, ordered all the main and auxiliary ingredients needed for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. We'll just have to wait for the Starry Sky Merchant Guild to come to the Eastern Wilderness again and bring the remaining 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs so we can start refining pills. Although pills of the 3rd rank and above can be preserved for many years after successful refining, their medicinal effects are definitely best when they are first refined. Therefore, Fu Zongju hoped that Chen Mobai would stop worrying about these trivial matters and return to the sect to focus on cultivation, striving to achieve foundation establishment perfection as soon as possible. After all, in the Eastern Wilderness, there is no bottleneck between the late foundation establishment stage and the foundation establishment perfection stage. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy and elixirs, it can be achieved very quickly. Fu Zongju even suggested that Zheng Wuyu could stop refining foundation establishment pills and first help Chen Mobai refine a batch of pills suitable for late-stage foundation establishment cultivators to enhance their spiritual power. Chen Mobai was naturally moved, but then resolutely refused. This indicates that the foundation establishment pill is crucial to the future of the sect, and it cannot be delayed because of him. His personal matters must never overshadow the sect's. After hearing this, Fu Zongju became even more satisfied with Chen Mobai. This child is a kind and honest person. Unlike senior brother Zhou, who looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes but is full of bad intentions. After learning that Yan Shayan was about to refine the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, Chen Mobai lost interest in developing commerce and establishing a celestial city in Yan Kingdom. Even if you leave, you should still entrust these things to someone you trust. The sect needs to set up a garrison in both Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom. Yan Kingdom is the most crucial and important. It's a pity that senior brother Zhou is already the garrison in Lei Kingdom, otherwise it would be quite suitable. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhou Wangshan hesitated, as if he wanted to say that he could actually resign from his position as the governor of Lei Kingdom and take up a post in Yan Kingdom. But he immediately thought of the situation he had encountered not long ago when he was powerless against Nan Xuanjing. Although Fu Zongju would have a puppet body stationed here for a long time, he still hesitated for a moment. Among the fellow disciples present, senior brother Yue is the most suitable in terms of ability and qualifications. I wonder what Elder Fu's opinion is. Chen Mobai nominated Yue Zhudao, who is a disciple of Chu Zuoshu and a direct descendant of the Shenmo sect. Although his cultivation level was locked due to consuming the fruit of the longevity tree, he was still at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the Rock Kingdom would soon usher in a long period of peace, which would be perfect for him to make his mark. Ken? Fu Zhangju only nodded and said one word in response to Chen Mobai's suggestion, but given Zhou Shenking's seclusion, it was already an imperial edict that surpassed even the sect leader's decree. Ancestor, after conquering Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom, Lei Kingdom is now considered the heartland of the sect. It will no longer be as frequently turbulent as before. Why not choose another junior brother to take over the position of guarding it? I will go to Xiao Kingdom to promote the sect's righteousness. At this moment, King Zhou gritted his teeth, stepped forward and volunteered. His performance in this war was somewhat mediocre, but he still coveted the position of sect leader. So, after losing his post as the garrison commander of Yan Kingdom, he decided to settle for suppressing the rebellion in Xiao Kingdom, hoping to achieve some success. Agreed. Fu Zhangju pondered for a moment and nodded, then asked Chen Mobai, "Who do you think would be suitable to take over the position of garrison commander of Lei Kingdom?" Zhou Wangshan wanted to recommend his own people, but he was also self-aware enough to know that since Fu Zhangju hadn't asked him, it was best not to interrupt. Junior brother Yuan spent a lot of time in Lei Kingdom in the past and is familiar with the cultivation families and customs there. After we invaded Yan Kingdom, he took the lead in seizing the spirit stone mines and made great contributions. Why don't we let him do it? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yuan Che, who was standing in the corner, looked surprised. He never expected that he would be nominated. It should be noted that among the Foundation establishment cultivators present, only Yu Lion had less seniority than him. But something even more shocking happened to Yuan Che. After hearing Chen Mobai's suggestion, Fu Zhangju nodded without any hesitation. This unexpected windfall left Yuan Che speechless. Finally, it was Chen Mobai's secret cough that startled him awake. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of many fellow disciples around him, Yuan Che stepped forward with a joyful expression and bowed to Fu Zhangju. "Nephew Chen, you should hand over your duties and return to the sect as soon as possible." After confirming the personnel changes on the spot, Fu Zhangju gave an instruction to Chen Mobai and then disappeared. From now on, Yan Kingdom will be the center of the struggle. Lei Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom will be on the two sides of Yan Kingdom, forming a pincer movement. As the three senior brothers, we need to work together to suppress the power of Nangshuan's sect within Yan Kingdom. After learning about the progress of the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill, Chen Mobai lost interest in staying there. However, he still gave Yue Zhudao and the other two a heartfelt warning. "Although I don't have my junior brother's talent, I can still follow your plan and develop step by step without any problems." Yue Zhudao said with a smile. Chen Mobai nodded. He knew his senior brother well. He was the most patient and steady. Before leaving, Chen Mobai hosted a banquet, inviting most of his acquaintances. Besides Foundation establishment cultivators like Yue Zhudao, there were also good friends from the Qi refining stage, such as Qi Rui, Qi Hu, and Zai Jinghuo. "Uncle Master Chen, I encountered Qi Pengyi and Luo Lin in the sect's army earlier." While Chen Mobai was drinking with Qi Rui, he heard the latter mention the names of two old acquaintances. These two fellow disciples happened to be assigned to Qi Rui's team. "Oh, I didn't expect they also survived the monster attack on the island. This is really good news. Why didn't you say so sooner?" After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Qi Rui was unsure how to respond. Although Chen Mobai still regarded him as a good friend, he, who grew up in the eastern wilderness, naturally drew a line between himself and Chen Mobai. He would only visit Chen Mobai if Chen Mobai invited him. Normally, Qi Rui would never dare to take the initiative to contact Foundation establishment cultivators, let alone Chen Mobai, whose reputation was growing day by day and was at its zenith. He was not as well connected as Qi Hu and Zai Jinghuo. Even when he met Qi Pengyi and his sister, he did not want to rashly approach Chen Mobai, for fear of disturbing him, the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Chen Mobai didn't understand, but Luo Yixuan, the apprentice who was pouring wine, roughly understood Qi Rui's thoughts and quietly conveyed them through telepathy. Are the two disciples still in the market? They were in Wuliasen market before, but they didn't come to Baiyuan city afterward, so they should have left already. That's a real shame. After hearing Qi Rui's answer, Chen Mobai sighed. He and the two senior and junior brothers and sisters had a life-and-death bond, and if possible, he really wanted to see them again. After handing over all the matters here, Chen Mobai returned to Jumu Ridge with only Luo Yixuan. Liu Wenbai stayed there to prepare for the opening of the Nanshan branch of Yan Guixiao Elementary School. After returning to his sect, Chen Mobai did not act in a high-profile manner. He simply went to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to exchange for the azure wood fiend that Zai Yunqian had given him, and then began a long period of seclusion. But in reality, he returned to the immortal sect. At the Bushan Dao Academy, Chen Mobai, unusually dressed in formal attire, went to the auditorium to watch this year's welcoming ceremony. Yan Bingxuan failed the postgraduate entrance examination last year, but she worked hard again this year and finally passed by the last minute, becoming a postgraduate student at Bushan Dao Academy. Chen Mobai came to greet her. However, they discovered another unexpected acquaintance. End of this chapter. Chapter 466, The Master of the Divine Mechanism Mansion. Chapter 466, The Master of the Divine Mechanism Mansion. Over the past year, Chen Mobai has kept a low profile at the Bushan Dao Academy, focusing on studying the Fangkun book and courses on governance and military affairs. Because the Bushan Dao Academy had produced many leaders of immortal sects, and Chen Mobai had expressed this intention even before entering the academy, his study of this subject did not attract much attention. Fu Borong even felt gratified, believing that Chen Mobai was on the right path. Because he now possesses two formless puppets, he is able to manage both realms simultaneously. After all, Chen Mobai is the youngest third-tier puppeteer in the immortal sect. Even if he is discovered using puppets to attend classes, the teachers at the Bushan Dao Academy will not say anything. Geniuses all have their own personalities and privileges, especially since they were invited to enroll by their academy. That day, Chen Mobai sat quietly in a corner of the auditorium, planning to take Yan Bingxuan out for a meal after the orientation was over. However, a thin boy with gray hair walked over and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Chen, it's been a long time." "You are?" Chen Mobai looked at the person in front of him, frowned slightly, and after thinking for a long time, finally found the corresponding person in his memory, Ding Chunjai. "Indeed, Brother Chen, I am very honored that you remember my name." The gray-haired man was none other than Ding Chunjai, who had compiled the foundation ranking in the Jumeng Dao Academy. He insisted on his own opinion and placed the then-newcomer Chen Mobai at the top of the foundation ranking. It was later proven that his stargazing skills were indeed extraordinary. As he had predicted, Chen Mobai swept all opponents and suppressed all the foundation establishment prodigies of the immortal sects. "If I remember correctly, you're a graduate of the Star-Gazing Academy, right? What are you doing at the Heaven-Mending Academy?" To fully utilize the art of star observation, it is best to supplement it with a small book. That's why I came here to further my studies after I felt that I had reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Ding Chunjai didn't hide anything and spoke frankly about it. The square-inch book is the most versatile auxiliary cultivation technique in the immortal sects. Any foundation establishment cultivator, given the opportunity, will choose to cultivate it. However, as a nascent soul cultivation technique, the square-inch book is the one that best depends on talent among the immortal sects. Only those with top-notch intelligence, comprehension, and wisdom can possibly master it. The everlasting spring technique is even more mysterious than the threshold of the three heavenly spiritual roots. After all, there are clear directions and methods for improving spiritual roots in the immortal sects, but the Fangkun book only looks at wisdom and comprehension. In the past 30 or 40 years, only Lu Fengcheng and Ling Daoshi have mastered the technique at the Bushan Dao Academy. Chen Mobai enrolled last year and has been learning the skills ever since, but he is still just a beginner and hasn't mastered them yet. How's your calligraphy practice going? Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment before asking the question. My talent is not as good as yours. I've only just begun to learn. I don't know how long it will take to master it. After hearing this, Ding Chunjai sighed and said, currently, Chen Mobai is widely recognized as having the highest level of talent and comprehension among immortals. After Ding Chunjai learned that he was also practicing the Fangkun book, he had already tacitly accepted that Chen Mobai had mastered it. Even if you haven't mastered it yet, you will definitely succeed in the future. Chen Mobai was speechless. He could only say that a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and who could blame him for having the potential to become a god. In reality, although he had consumed many rare and precious herbs, and his spiritual root was already considered genius level, his comprehension and wisdom, which were very illusory, were only barely at the top grade. However, mastering the Fangkun book has nothing to do with spiritual roots. Comprehension and wisdom are all illusory things that only those with top-tier abilities can achieve it. Are you here to welcome the new students today as well? Chen Mobai didn't want to continue the topic, so he decisively changed the subject. That's right. A student from the Stargazing Academy has successfully passed the postgraduate entrance examination and entered the Heaven-Mending Tao Academy. I have a fairly good relationship with her, and we are considered senior and junior, so I came to greet her. Ding Chunjai hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. Chen Mobai didn't mind, nodded and continued talking about the topic, avoiding mentioning the book again. At this moment, one by one, the new students who had passed the postgraduate entrance examination came up on stage. While Chen Mobai was searching for Yan Bingxuan, he suddenly saw someone he never expected. Chen Chun of the Divine Machine Bureau. Why did she also come to the Heaven Mending Academy? They actually got in through the postgraduate entrance exam. Which academy or university did they come from? As Chen Mobai was thinking this, he suddenly noticed that Ding Chunjai's breathing quickened for a moment. He narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head to look at him, and saw that the latter had a very guilty smile on his face. The fourth one from the left in the third row, could he be someone from your Stargazing Academy? Haha, Brother Chen, do you also know Chen Chun? It's quite a coincidence that she shares your surname. Perhaps you were even family 500 years ago. Ding Chunjai's words were an admission. Even if this matter could be kept secret for a while, with Chen Mobai's power, he would find out later that Chen Chun was a student from their Stargazing Academy. Interesting. I didn't expect Brother Ding to be a member of the ancient Taoist lineage. After hearing this, Chen Mobai narrowed his eyes and said something that made Ding Chunjai's expression change slightly. Brother Chen, you can't say that. I'm a true blue stargazing student. When Ding Chunjai answered, his voice trembled slightly, his smile was forced, and he seemed somewhat unsure of himself. This woman told my fortune and claimed to be a descendant of the divine strategist palace. Although this lineage is not classified as an evil sect, it is still an ancient sect. Since Brother Ding is related to her as a senior or junior, don't you think it's a bit perfunctory to say such things? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Ding Chunjai could only shake his head and smile bitterly. However, even if people find out about this, it won't matter, since the Divine Strategist Bureau has connections that reach the highest levels. The previous generation of the head of the Divine Strategist Mansion was a diviner who saw the path to becoming a deity for the star-piercing ancestor, but he was also greatly weakened by this and soon passed away. However, before his death, the Lord of the Divine Mechanism Palace left the inheritance of their lineage to Ancestor Kaingsing and his successor Zhai Zhai. Unfortunately, Zhai Zhai's talent was average. Although he had the support of Ancestor Kaingsing, he only managed to cultivate to the golden core stage before passing away at the end of his life. Before Zhai Zhai passed away, due to insufficient cultivation, he was unable to see the future of the Divine Mechanism Palace's inheritance, so he entrusted this matter to Ancestor Kaingsing. Ancestor Kaingsing was able to achieve the Divine Tao, which was also due to the great karma of the Divine Mechanism Palace, So he specially came out of seclusion to select a successor for Zhai Jiayi in the immortal sect, so that their lineage could be passed down. When Ding Chunjai said this, Chen Mobai vaguely understood and looked at Chen Chun on the stage. The latter seemed to have noticed his gaze and raised her head, which had been blank. After their eyes met, they hesitated for a moment before nodding reservedly as a greeting. So this Chen Chun is the disciple that the star-piercing ancestor accepted on behalf of Zhai Jiayi. After hearing this secret, Chen Mobai finally understood why Chen Chun had been so arrogant, saying that even the three great halls of the immortal sect could not convict their divine mechanism palace. No, my teacher is Zhai Jiayi's disciple in name only. Ding Chunjai shook his head and said something that greatly surprised Chen Mobai. Your teacher? Yes, my teacher also studied at the Bushan Dao Academy. He was the only one in that era to master the Fangkun book. He was exceptionally talented and had amazing comprehension. Moreover, he was also practicing the Yisuan Dao. He was immediately noticed by the star-pulling ancestor and chosen as his successor. May I ask who your teacher is? That's our Star-Gazing Academy's principal, Master Plum Blossom. Although Chen Mobai already had the answer in his heart, he still couldn't help but gasp when he heard what Ding Chunjai said. Unexpectedly, one of the 14 nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect, the highly respected Plum Blossom Master, whose astrological observation skills could influence the decisions of the three major halls, was actually the head of the Divine Mechanism Palace. No wonder when Qi Yucheng talked about this lineage, he specifically warned Chen Mobai to treat them with courtesy. I never expected that the ancient lineage would already be at the upper echelons of the immortal sects. As Chen Mobai sighed, he couldn't help but wonder how many of the 14 nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect today actually bore the mark of the ancient Taoist lineage. Brother Chen, you misunderstand. Although my teacher received the inheritance of the divine strategist palace, he only used it to improve his stargazing skills. He still insists that he is a disciple of the immortal sect and a student of stargazing, and he never dares to call himself the master of the divine strategist palace. To everyone's surprise, after hearing Chen Mobai's sentiments, Ding Chunjai waved his hands repeatedly and solemnly stated that he should never say such things in public again. Oh, why is that? Given Master Plum Blossom's status in the immortal sect, even if others find out, it probably won't be a big problem. Besides, the Divine Mechanism Mansion has a positive reputation in the immortal sect and has done a favor for Ancestor Star Puller. Why not acknowledge it? Chen Mobai was a little confused. If he had such a background, with a nascent soul ancestor backing him up, he would definitely want to spread the word throughout the world so that no one would dare to bully him. Brother Chen, the master of the Divine Mechanism Mansion, is still alive, and Chen Chun is his disciple. In terms of seniority, she is of the same generation as my teacher, Master Plum Blossom. According to ancient etiquette, I should call her Shishu, a term of respect for a senior female disciple, when I see her in private. Hearing Ding Chunjai's words, Chen Mobai was slightly surprised, but he immediately thought that it was normal for the dignified Shenji Mansion, as the leader of the ancient Taoist lineage, to have many successors. However, Chen Mobai had not expected that Chen Chun's seniority was so high. He was actually of the same generation as Master Plum Blossom of the Star-Gazing Academy. So the senior-junior relationship you mentioned means you're the junior and she's the senior. Chen Mobai chuckled and spoke. After hearing this, Ding Chunjai could only smile awkwardly and then said something that made Chen Mobai's eyes widen. It's an honor for me to be able to call her Master Ant. I don't know if Ancestor Kaingsing would be willing to acknowledge me as his grandnephew. What did you say? Her teacher is the star-piercing ancestor. When Chen Mobai heard these words, he was truly shocked like never before. He stared wide-eyed at Chen Chun on the stage, who was now looking down with blank, lifeless eyes. But at that moment, Fu Borong from Bushan Dao Academy walked onto the stage to give a speech as a representative of the Academy's teachers to welcome the new students. When Chen Mobai saw Fu Borong pass by Chen Chun, he slightly raised his hands, which were behind his back, and bowed to her. This is an ancient ritual of the Bushan Dao Academy, used by younger generations to greet their elders. Chen Mobai gasped, wondering if he had been a bit rude to her when he used the purple lightning sword. The lineage of Shenji Mansion has always been passed down to a single generation. Only the generation of ancestor Kaingsing encountered an accident. However, the original chosen successor was Zhai Zhai, but ancestor Kaingsing needed the secret techniques of Shenji Mansion to make up for his foundation when he was about to become a god. In order to establish good relations and to ensure that the lineage of Shenji Mansion would not be cut off, it was passed on to him. After the ancestor Kaingsing successfully transformed into a deity, he remembered this kindness and addressed Zhai Zhai as his fellow disciple. After the latter passed away, the ancestor became the only living successor of the divine mechanism mansion, so he took over the position of the mansion master to show that this lineage had not been cut off. My teacher, Master Plum Blossom, is nominally a disciple of Zhai Zhai, but he was able to form a nascent soul thanks to the guidance and instruction of ancestor Kaingsing. Do you think my teacher would dare to call himself the Lord of the Divine Mechanism Palace if ancestor Kaingsing were still alive? That's definitely not something I dare to do. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. No wonder Master Plum Blossom was so respected by the three great hall masters of the immortal sect. It turned out that he was actually the disciple of ancestor Star Puller. This identity is even more dazzling than that of the Lord of the Divine Strategist Palace. Or perhaps it is precisely because they can be associated with the star-piercing ancestor that the Divine Mechanism Mansion has such a positive reputation among the immortal sects. In fact, in terms of contribution, the Rui sect, which diligently handles the waste generated by 300 million cultivators every year, is thousands or even hundreds of times greater than the superficial Shenji Mansion. Are you sure this Chen Chun is a disciple of the star-piercing ancestor? Chen Mobai was still a little incredulous and asked again. That's natural. 10 years ago, my teacher personally brought her to the Star-Gazing Academy and asked me to call her Uncle Master and take care of everything for her within the academy. She also has a letter from the ancestor, which is said to contain the power of a nascent soul cultivator, but I've only heard about it from my teacher. After hearing Ding Chunjai's words, Chen Mobai was glad that he hadn't made a move last time. The reason Chen Chun was so easy to talk to at the time was probably because he was the chief of the Dance Weapon Academy. Thank goodness, their Wuki Dao Academy also has a nascent soul ancestor above them. Although Chen Mobai had never met the White Light ancestor in his life, he was very grateful to be able to use the ancestor's name to his advantage. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt proud to be a student of the Dance Weapon Academy. Ding Chunjai, Brother Chen, would you like to have a meal together? You know Uncle Chen Chun anyway. Chen Mobai, no, I have plans with my friends. Ding Chunjai, why don't you invite your friends along? Chen Mobai, my friend has a rather aloof personality. He's like a refrigerator when he's with people he doesn't know well. Let's forget about it. I'll invite you guys another day. The welcoming ceremony had just ended when Chen Mobai and Ding Chunjai stood up at the same time. The latter extended a warm invitation, but the former shook his head and waved his hand repeatedly, and in a short while, he had already run to Yan Bingxuan's side. Upon seeing the beautiful and tall Yan, Ding Chunjai couldn't help but recall the rumors he had heard about Chen Mobai at the Jumeng Taoist Academy, and he cursed inwardly. Scumbag. End of this chapter. Chapter 467, 3 years. Chapter 467, 3 years. After entering the Heaven Mending Academy, Yan Bingxuan chose the most famous Yuan Qi cultivation method. The so-called Yuanqi system is used to study the various combinations and arrangements of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so as to artificially synthesize various kinds of evil energy, spiritual power, divine light, true energy, etc. The origin is the artificial synthesis of earthly fiend Qi created by Master Yungsu. Later, many geniuses of the Bushan Dao Academy carried on this tradition and derived artificial high-level spiritual energy based on the essence of the 5 elements and through different conditions and reactions. Because the origin of this discipline is Master Yuengsu, it is named Yuenki studies. For example, Chen Mobai's pure yang spiritual power can be artificially synthesized using fire attribute spiritual energy without the need for a cultivator. Yan Bingxuan chose this option not only because the department lacked researchers, but also because she wanted to use her research on Yuan Qi to upgrade her Xuanbing spiritual power into Ice Soul Divine Light. As long as she can master the Ice Soul Divine Light, she can use the freezing technique taught by Yan Qiangji, which will be of great help in opening up the Golden Core realm in the future. Chen Mobai naturally gave his full support to her choice. After all, he now has a great chance of reaching the core formation stage, and he also hopes that his friends can continue to improve and accompany him on his journey. When Chen Mobai had free time, he would accompany her to class, mainly because he was also very curious about the study of vital energy and wanted to understand the principles behind it. However, he focused his main energy on cultivating the Fangkun book, as well as taking courses on governance and military affairs, to enrich his knowledge in preparation for ruling the entire eastern wilderness in the future. The practice of this small book has progressed very slowly. But Chen Mobai had a very calm mindset. As long as he could form his core, he would have plenty of time in the future. With Yan Bingxuan by his side, the originally tedious reading and studying had an indescribable wonderful flavor. Not long after the start of the semester, Meng Huinger secretly came over once, and with Chen Mobai's help, she successfully broke through to the third level of foundation establishment. In this peaceful and contented state of mind, Chen Mobai's cultivation also steadily improved. With the help of Meng Huinger's breakthrough and the spiritual sense he gained from hearing the profound sounds of the mind, his divine sense, under the daily vibrations of the morning bell, was like iron ore being forged, gradually turning into refined iron. Needless to say, Chunyang Huan's cultivation level was already exceptional. During the first year of her postgraduate entrance examination at the Bushan Dao Academy, Yan Bingxuan naturally broke through to the 8th level of foundation establishment. At this rate, he will be able to meet the minimum requirements for core formation by the time he finishes the postgraduate entrance examination. However, not everything went as planned. Even after Chen Xinglan took the foundation establishment pill that Chen Mobai had disguised, he still failed to break through. As it turned out, his father was indeed a very ordinary monk. Even though Chen Mobai used the Wuxiang puppet to deduce the problem several times, he still couldn't cross that threshold. After this, Chen Xinglan completely let go. After failing to establish his foundation, he lay on his hospital bed, holding Chen Mobai's hand and said, "I have succeeded in my 2 attempts to establish my foundation. You don't need to worry about my foundation establishment anymore. I will spend the rest of my life with your mother. If you can successfully form your core, just offer incense at our graves every 10 years. For ordinary cultivators who have passed the age of 60, failing to establish a foundation will result in the loss of even more lifespan. Although Chen Mobai purchased longevity pills through Yu Rulin, Chen Xinglan still looked much older after being discharged from the hospital. Chen Mobai felt that he might die before his mother, Tang Pengqi. As for her mother, Tang Pengqi, she had not been able to cultivate her divine sense for many years. Even if Chen Mobai helped her and used the formless puppet to deduce based on her personal data, even with the foundation establishment pill, the chances were slim. Moreover, Tang Pengqi herself hadn't thought about foundation establishment. Chen Mobai mentioned it to her, but she directly shook her head and refused. Chen Xinglan's 2 failed attempts at foundation establishment have left her with a phobia of it, especially since she lacks both aptitude and perseverance. Now, she only wants to spend the rest of her life peacefully with her family and doesn't want to suffer the pain of failing to transform. Chen Mobai could only nod helplessly at this. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are things that no one can avoid. Even a nascent soul ancestor, after the end of his lifespan, can only sit quietly and pass away, his primordial spirit extinguished. Even if Chen Mobai possessed the turtle treasure, he could only dream of living to 1,000 years old. However, his father's failure to establish his foundation still made him depressed for a few days. Life is full of disappointments, but fortunately, Yan Bingxuan is there to accompany him in Dangxia City, and he can share his feelings with her. After he finished speaking, he recovered. After returning to the Bushan Dao Academy with Yan Bingxuan for the new semester, Chen Mobai left a formless puppet in the academy to study, while his real body went to Zionan Mountain to cultivate using the abundant spiritual energy there. Time flies by in the midst of our busy lives, and more than half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Chen Mobai came out of seclusion and checked the communication talisman outside the cloud and mist formation. But I received bad news. That is, Zheng Woyu refined 2 batches of foundation establishment pills, but both failed, causing the true disciples who were waiting for the foundation establishment pills to be extremely disappointed, including his little apprentice Luo Yixuan. Some extreme individuals have even started cursing in private, saying that Zheng Woyu, the head of the alchemy department, is overestimating himself. He clearly doesn't have the ability to refine foundation establishment pills, yet he insists on occupying the sect's precious jade marrow golden fungus, wasting the opportunities of many people to establish their foundations. After all, if the ingredients for these 2 batches of foundation establishment pills were given to Huishan Valley to refine, there would be at least 7 or 8 pills available. Under these circumstances, when Zheng Woyu was preparing to refine the 3rd batch of foundation establishment pills, pressure, both overt and covert, began to surge forth. 4 of the 12 departments jointly petitioned Chu Zuoshu to rescind his order and stop Zheng Woyu from continuing to harm the sect with the precious jade marrow golden fungus. Chu Zuoshu was also very hesitant about this. He and Zheng Woyu were not on good terms to begin with, and it was only after Chen Mobai persuaded him that he agreed to let Zheng Woyu refine the foundation establishment pill. Now that Zheng Woyu has failed to refine twice, he can easily stop it. But Zheng Woyu has already practiced with 2 batches of these herbs. If he gives up now, wouldn't all the precious herbs from the previous 2 batches be wasted? Although there is no professional term like sunk cost in the eastern wilderness, Chu Zuoshu undoubtedly has this mentality. Moreover, it wasn't just him. There were also many people within the Shenmu sect who supported Zheng Woyu for this reason. Junior brother Chen, you've come at the perfect time. When Chen Mobai came to visit Chu Zuoshu, the latter was troubled by this matter. Sect leader, as you know, Minister Zheng has helped me a lot. If you ask me, I would definitely support him. After listening, Chen Mobai immediately made his stance clear. Within the Shenmu sect, he and Zheng Woyu were considered to be from the same faction. In that case, let's give him one last chance. 1 or 2 is fine, but not a 3rd. Go to the alchemy department and tell him that if this batch fails again, he can step down as the head of the alchemy department. Chu Zuoshu still harbored some resentment towards Zheng Woyu for disrespecting him back then, so he took this opportunity to settle the score. Chen Mobai and Zheng Woyu had a good relationship, and to avoid the latter being held accountable, he could only run errands once. Junior brother Chen, don't worry. Actually, I had already succeeded in refining it on the 2nd batch. It's just that I didn't handle the final step of condensing and tempering the pills well, and all 3 foundation establishment pills I made turned out to be useless. If I have another chance, I can definitely refine normal foundation establishment pills. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zheng Woyu didn't care at all about the possibility of being removed from his position as head of the alchemy department. After all, he was the #1 alchemist of the Shenmu sect, and even without a position, the sect still relied on him for the task of refining high-level pills. Oh, may I take a look at this useless pill? As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yan Jinai immediately handed over a jade box. As Zheng Woyu's disciple, she helped out when refining the foundation establishment pill, and she was involved in both of the failed attempts. Although it is a waste pill, its medicinal properties are still fine. It's just that the toxicity of the pill exceeds 20% to 30%. Even if you successfully establish your foundation after taking it, it will probably take more than 10 years to expel the poison. Even if it's a useless pill, There will be rogue cultivators willing to pay thousands of spirit stones to buy it in the market outside. Even within our sect, recently quite a few elderly former disciples have come through connections, wanting to exchange these useless pills. Zheng Wuyu watched as Chen Mobai took out a foundation establishment pill with gray marks for appraisal. He then spoke up to defend himself, saying that his pill refining skills were already perfect, and he was only missing the final detail of refining the pill's poison. I see. If it's just a problem with erysipelas, I have a good solution. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, thinking that if he formed his core, the Divine Wood sect would also be considered his sect. Moreover, the sect had spent a huge amount of money to refine the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill for him, so he decided to tell them about the spirit essence to increase the strength of the Divine Wood sect. Another consideration was that he wanted to train Zheng Wuyu. After all, the highest grade of chi-replenishing spiritual water in the immortal sect is only second-tier high grade. After forming the core, one can no longer use it to quickly increase spiritual power and break through realms. If he wants to maintain rapid progress in cultivation, he will definitely have to start taking pills from the eastern wilderness. Although he possessed the burning lamp technique, which allowed him to refine poisonous pills, the amount he could refine was limited. He informed Zheng Wuyu of the spirit extraction method in advance, also for his own sake. This matter is only for the two of you to know. You must not pass it on to a third party. Chen Mobai had exchanged a pill formula for Yan Jinai's longevity tree fruit and felt indebted to her, so he allowed her, who originally wanted to leave to avoid suspicion, to stay as well. There's actually such a trick. This must be one of the secrets behind the ancient longevity sect's dominance in the heavenly river realm. Junior brother Chen, rest assured, I will swear an oath of Tao heart. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wuyu became excited. He was a pill-obsessed person, and with no hope of forming his own core, he only wanted to break through to the fourth-level alchemist. With this method of spiritual essence, he felt that his previously uncertain path forward had been illuminated by a ray of light. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Chen. I am deeply grateful and can hardly repay your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Yan Jinai, standing to the side, also blushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After making her vow of Tao heart, she was eager to try out the spirit essence method. Junior brother Chen, as long as I am still the head of the alchemy department, I will agree to all your proposals at the sect meetings. Also, if you want to refine any kind of pills in the future, just tell me. Whenever I have time, I will put your needs first. Upon hearing Zheng Wuyu's words, Chen Mobai nodded in satisfaction and was about to have a couple more drinks with him when the former couldn't contain himself and rushed towards the alchemy room. Senior brother Chen, we still need to try this spirit extraction method with other pills first. I'll go help master. Please sit down. Not only Zheng Wuyu, but Yan Jinai did the same. After saying those words, she ran out following her master's back. Looking at the now empty hall, Chen Mobai couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his hand, finished the tea in his cup, and then leisurely got up and returned to Zion Enshin. Time flies. After obtaining the spirit essence method, Zheng Wuyu finally began refining the third batch of foundation establishment pills after several attempts. Because the standards in the eastern wilderness are different from those of the immortal sect, as long as the toxicity of the pill is less than half, it is considered a successful pill refining. After mastering the method of spiritual essence, Zheng Wuyu finally succeeded in practicing it. 4 pills were produced in one batch, 2 of which were of excellent quality, while the other 2 had slight flaws, with more than half of them containing toxicity. But for the eastern wilderness, this is already a good result. After all, this was Zheng Wuyu's first time successfully refining it. You should know that when those 4 third-level alchemists from Huishan Valley first tried to refine it, even with Yan Shayan's guidance, they only managed to refine 2 or 3 pills. After mastering the Wuyu technique, Zheng immediately felt triumphant. During a sect meeting, he slammed 4 foundation establishment pills onto the table, glaring at the heads of the 4 departments: Spirit Plant Department, Spirit Beast Department, body tempering department, and talisman making department, who had previously petitioned to stop him from refining pills. Senior Brother Zheng's alchemy skills have reached a high level, which is truly a blessing for our sect. Shi Fengping, the head of the spirit plant department, was very flexible and immediately began to flatter Zheng Wuyu with a smile, which only earned him a cold snort from the latter. From now on, you will not be able to buy a single pill from me. Upon hearing Zheng Wuyu's clearly pointed remark, Shi Fengping and the others looked embarrassed. In the end, Chu Zuoshu coughed and smoothed things over. Now that the foundation establishment pill has been successfully refined, we will have to rely on Junior Brother Zheng to use the sect's Jade Marrow Golden Mushroom from now on. Upon hearing Chu Zuoshu's words, Zheng Wuyu was overjoyed. If he wanted to break through to the 4th-level alchemist, he would first need to refine a large number of 3rd-level pills. Foundation Establishment Pill is the most frequently refined 3rd-tier pill among the major sects of the Eastern Wilderness. With the spirit extraction method, as long as he persists in refining it, he might actually be able to try refining a 4th-tier pill in his lifetime. Then, let's distribute these 2 high-quality Foundation Establishment pills to the sect's true disciples first. The 2 flawed ones, explain their condition, and auction them off to the immortal cultivation families who accompanied our divine Wood sect on this expedition to the summit of Mount Han. As the sect leader, Chu Zuoshu also determined the distribution of this batch of Foundation Establishment pills at the sect meeting. Everything was done according to the rules, so it naturally passed unanimously. The top 2 disciples of this generation in the sect are Li Yixian and Luo Yixuan. Luo Yixuan, who was accompanying Zhuo Ming to bring rain to the spirit fields in Xianshan, was so excited when she received the message from Shenmu City that she trembled all over. She even made a mistake in the spell hand seals, causing several acres of spirit fields to be flooded. I'm sorry, senior sister. Luo Yixuan immediately withdrew her spiritual power and stopped the rain-making technique, then repeatedly apologized to Zhuo Ming beside her. It's all right, I'll go down and sort things out. You go and tell Master about this good news. Although Zhuo Ming was envious of Luo Yixuan obtaining the Foundation Establishment pill, she remained calm. After all, this junior sister's spiritual root talent was the most outstanding among the 3 of them, and she had been firmly among the top 3 disciples over the years. Obtaining the Foundation Establishment pill was already within her expectations. Thank you for your hard work, senior sister. I'll go and tell Master right away. At this moment, Luo Yixuan abandoned her usual pretense of reserve and elegance. Her face lit up, and she excitedly headed towards the top of Xianshan Mountain. Chen Mobai's true form had been absorbing the rich spiritual energy and spirit stones here to cultivate. Just as he finished a round of cultivation, he heard the commotion outside and activated the cloud and mist array. Excellent, I am very pleased. Luo Yixuan was overjoyed to hear Chen Mobai's words, feeling that her efforts over the years had been recognized and that she had not disgraced her master. Are the sect contributions enough? I have saved more than 3,000 points over the years, but I am still short. Chen Mobai asked the crucial question, and Luo Yixuan lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. I'll transfer 10,000 contribution points to you. Use them to exchange for Foundation Establishment pills. Then use your own contribution points to exchange for some formation talismans and other items that will help with Foundation Establishment at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Thank you, Master. This is too much. I only need to borrow 7,000 contribution points. I have already collected most of the other materials that can help with Foundation Establishment over the years. Luo Yixuan accompanied Chen Mobai in his battle at the top of the mountain, and they also obtained a lot of spoils of war. After exchanging them for spirit stones, they used them to buy spiritual items to prepare for foundation building. No need to refuse. I have already prepared the contribution points for the Foundation Establishment pills for the 3 of you. If you successfully establish your foundation, you can return them to me. If you fail, consider them a gift from your master. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, then took out his sect token and sent a message to the other 2 disciples. A short while later, Liu Wenbai and Zhu Ming also arrived. When Chen Mobai recounted this matter, both disciples were visibly excited and bowed deeply to him. No need for formalities. I hope that when I emerge from seclusion next time, all three of you will have successfully established your foundations. After saying this, Chen Mobai waved his hand and flew towards Shenmu City with his 3 disciples. Over the years, he sold fire spirit rice to Snowstorm Palace, and the contribution in his account did not increase much, but it was still more than 50,000. After giving each of his apprentices 10,000, Chen Mobai finally felt relieved about something that had been weighing on his mind. He returned to Xianenshan and continued to consume chi-replenishing spiritual water, practicing in seclusion. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in no time. That day, Zhu Ming, who was frowning and looking at the ripe green jade spirit rice at the foot of the mountain, suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet begin to tremble with fear. She immediately turned to look at the mountaintop, where her master was in seclusion. A bright mirror had appeared in the sky at some unknown time, reflecting the brilliance of the sun, like a blazing sun, radiating a powerful spiritual energy that made the earth veins of Xiaonan Mountain tremble with fear. Zhu Ming faced the blazing sun reflected in the mirror, feeling an intense heat she hadn't experienced since she began cultivating immortality. Sweat beaded on her slightly yellow skin, soaking her clothes. Has Master mastered the ultimate skill? End of this chapter. Chapter 468, 1 million spirit stones. Chapter 468, 1 million spirit stones. Chen Mobai slowly opened his eyes, feeling the almost overflowing liquid spiritual energy in his danshan, and couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. With the help of the chi-replenishing spiritual water from the immortal sect, plus the abundant spiritual energy from Xiaonan Mountain, he had already cultivated the pure Yang scroll to the 9th level of foundation establishment half a year ago. The reason he didn't emerge from seclusion was because he was cultivating the pure Yang scroll to form the core, the pure Yang Dharma body. Through the continuous supply of mid-grade spirit stones over the past 4 years, his pure Yang Dharma body has finally been cultivated to the level of the 6 Yang body. The moment he mastered the 6 Yang body, the 6 Yang divine fire mirror, which was already his natal magic weapon, shone with an unprecedentedly brilliant divine light. From then on, even before Chen Mobai had formed his core, he could unleash the full power of this 3rd-tier magic weapon. However, since the quality of his spiritual energy is still inferior to that of a core formation cultivator, he cannot maintain the full power of the 6 Yang divine fire mirror for long. Even so, Chen Mobai was still very excited. After demonstrating the power of the magical artifact, he took out a spirit testing device from his storage bag, infused it with his own spiritual power, and then glanced at the numbers displayed on the screen. Spiritual roots: metal 23, wood 46, water 17, fire 81, earth 14. When he saw the numerical value of the fire elemental root, an indescribable feeling welled up from the depths of his heart. He recalled that before he obtained the turtle treasure, even though he diligently cultivated after school every day, he still couldn't compare to those lazy geniuses with 2 spiritual roots in his class. Of the spiritual energy he tries his best to absorb, only 1 or 2 out of 10 will be converted into his own 5 elements spiritual power. The rest will dissipate out of his body. But now things are completely different. With each breath, he condenses over 80% of the spiritual energy into pure Yang spiritual power. This is the speed of a heavenly spiritual root. After his fire elemental root exceeded 80 points, Chen Mobai could finally rightfully call himself a genius. Even among the 4 major academies, his current spiritual root attribute is among the top tier. Chen Mobai is very clear about what the key is to his success. He glanced around the prayer mat and at the ground inside the wooden house, where there were dried mid-grade spirit stones, roughly 300 or 400 in total. Even with the help of these spirit stones, Chen Mobai still felt that his cultivation of the pure Yang Dharma body was a bit slow. According to his prediction, he should be able to cultivate the 6 Yang body at around the same time as the ninth level of the Pure Yang Scroll Foundation establishment. The actual progress was 6 months later than he had imagined. However, if other cultivators of the Pure Yang Scroll knew that his Pure Yang Dharma body was progressing so rapidly, they would probably feel unbalanced. After his spiritual route underwent a change, Chen Mobai instinctively wanted to go to the Divine Tree Secret Realm. However, when he had his consciousness leave his body earlier, he saw Zhu Ming at the foot of the mountain, so he temporarily called his second disciple up. "Greetings, Master." Zhu Ming was also delighted to see Chen Mobai and bowed to him. "How is Xuaner's seclusion going?" Chen Mobai stacked up the communication talismans outside the cloud formation and looked at them one by one, while asking Zhu Ming about his little apprentice's situation. After junior sister obtained the Foundation Establishment pill, she has been staying in the cultivation room in Shenmu City, and there has been no news of her yet. Although Chen Mobai had used the Wuxiang puppet to deduce that Luo Yixuan's probability of reaching the Foundation Establishment stage was over 50%, it was still a matter of whether she could achieve instant success. Even though Luo Yixuan was always confident in herself, she was still somewhat anxious and uncertain. 2 years had passed, and there was still no news. I don't know if he took the Foundation Establishment pill, or if he failed to establish his foundation and was too ashamed to come back. Never mind, let her be. Chen Mobai had already imparted his foundation-building insights and tricks, such as the spiritual energy vortex, to his 3 disciples in great detail. The process of taking the foundation-building pill and undergoing transformation was something he could only rely on himself, and there was nothing he could do to help. "Master, the 50 acres of jade spirit rice that we planted earlier have all matured, but because it is second-tier spirit rice, the harvesting puppets seem to have some difficulty harvesting it." Zhu Ming immediately began to tell him about her troubles. Chen Mobai had mastered the Pure Yang Scroll and the 6 Yang body, and was in a good mood, so he went down the mountain for a trip. The roots and stems of the jade spirit rice are thick and hard. The agricultural puppets that harvest the fire spirit rice will have their blades chipped after a few harvests. Even if Zhu Ming replaces them with new ones, they won't last long. It seems we need to make some improvements in the future. As Chen Mobai spoke, he reached out and opened the lid of the yellow gourd at his waist. Then, a stream of orange-red light, like a red thread, swept across the spiritual fields in front of him from left to right. As if cut by an invisible blade, all the jade spirit rice was neatly sliced off and fell to the ground. All that remained were densely packed rice roots, pieced together to form large square plots of spiritual fields. Zhu Ming was shocked when she saw Chen Mobai's almost miraculous sword aura. This is a level of swordsmanship she can never reach. Put away this jade spirit rice first, then put some of it on the shelves in the shop. You can also take some for yourselves. This stuff is very beneficial for your cultivation of the 9-ren body. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took a handful of rice, then shrunk off the husks and filled a large bag. While Zhu Ming was calling on the mortals within Xian Enshin to come and sort the Qingyu spirit rice, Chen Mobai also took the newly planted second-tier spirit rice to find Meng Hong. Without the support of this former sect leader, his azure jade spirit rice would not have been so easy to cultivate. Now that we've achieved results, we should naturally make him happy. Good, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Meng Hong, who was fishing, immediately put down his fishing rod after learning about this and personally fetched spring water to cook rice. The texture of the jade spirit rice is actually quite ordinary, a bit rough and dry, but the spiritual energy it contains truly reaches the second level. Meng Hong's eyes welled up with tears as he ate the food. He knew best what role second-tier spirit rice could play for a sect. It should be noted that even at the peak of the 5-element sect, most of the second-tier spirit rice consumed by Foundation Establishment cultivators came from large merchant guilds outside the eastern wilderness. It is precisely because they did not master the core technology of cultivating spirit rice that the high-grade spirit stones mined by the Divine Wood sect, and even the entire eastern wilderness, were basically plundered by the major merchant guilds outside the eastern wilderness. With this jade spirit rice, Meng Hong already imagined that the foundation establishment cultivators and even the qi refining disciples of the sect would find it easier to strengthen their blood and qi and break through their cultivation realms. Meng Hong ate a whole pot of ordinary-tasting jade spirit rice by himself. After finishing, he took Chen Mobai to the longevity tree to pay respects to ancestor Fu. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is a great achievement for the sect. Fu Zongju was able to see even more deeply from the azure jade spirit rice. He believed that it was the longevity sect's spiritual plant cultivation method that Chen Mobai obtained from the divine tree secret realm, and he was even hoping for a higher grade of spiritual rice. Only sects that can master third and fourth tier spirit rice can produce nascent soul cultivators generation after generation. Go and summon Chu Zuoshu. Fu Zongju imagined the future of Jumu Ridge being filled with high-grade spirit rice. Even with his core formation cultivator level, his face turned rosy and his expression became excited. He immediately summoned the 3 halls and 12 departments to start promoting the planting of Qingyu spirit rice throughout the entire sect. Yes. Upon hearing this, Meng Hong immediately went to the Divine Wood Hall to convey Fu Zongju's decree. Is there anything you want? The complete method for cultivating second-tier spirit rice. Even if I gave you 1,000,000 sect contribution points, I still wouldn't be able to express your enormous contribution to the sect. Fu Zongju held a handful of green jade spirit rice, looking at Chen Mobai with increasing satisfaction. He wondered if the tomb of the primordial ancestor was emitting auspicious smoke, for their lineage had received such an outstanding disciple. Then let's use 1,000,000 spirit stones. It would be best to exchange them all for high-grade spirit stones, so that there will be fewer stones and the disciples can carry them more easily. Chen Mobai immediately seized the opportunity and agreed to Fu Zongju's suggestion. He originally intended to use this jade spirit rice to improve the overall quality of the disciples of the Divine Wood sect. After all, once he forms his core, this will be his sect. The stronger his disciples are, the easier it will be to collect medicinal herbs and ores in the future. Moreover, contribution points are not as practical as spirit stones. If he had another 100 high-grade spirit stones, he would have all the resources needed to cultivate his pure Yang Dharma body to the 8th Yang realm. Moreover, Chen Mobai had heard Zhou Shenking say that the sect still owed this ancestor millions in contributions. You're not exactly polite at all. Upon hearing this, Fu Zongju couldn't help but give a wry smile. However, having already spoken, he could only reluctantly pour out 100 crystal-clear high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Thank you for your generous gift, ancestor. I will work even harder in the future and strive to cultivate third-grade spirit rice through hybridization. Did you make this second-tier spirit rice yourself? It's not from the longevity sect. Fu Zongju looked surprised after hearing Chen Mobai's words. Yes, from breeding and selection to hybridization, it was all done by my disciples and me. This jade spirit rice can be said to be the culmination of 10 years of hard work by our Zion ancient lineage. To be honest, Zhuo Ming had been his disciple for 10 years without him even realizing it. The little cultivator who knew nothing back then had now become the pillar of the spiritual plants of the Zion ancient lineage. You little brat. After listening, Fu Zongju was shocked. He thought Chen Mobai had directly obtained the longevity sect's spiritual plant cultivation method, but he never expected that Chen Mobai had cultivated it from scratch. This fact greatly shocked him, even though he was a core formation cultivator. In the eastern wilderness, there has never been such a pioneering spirit plant cultivator. No wonder this kid was chosen by the longevity sect and can enter and exit the divine tree secret realm. Only those with extraordinary talent and brilliance can pass the trial of immortality and become the holy son of this ancient sect. Although cultivating high-grade spirit rice is also important, your primary task now is to complete the foundation establishment stage and prepare for core formation. After his initial shock, Fu Zongju came to his senses and warned Chen Mobai in an even more serious tone. If such a genius weren't in his own sect, he would have risked his life and used the entire sect's resources to suppress him. Reporting to the ancestor, I have already reached the peak of Foundation establishment. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, then used the pure Yang scroll to simulate the spiritual energy fluctuations of the Crimson Flame Sword technique at the Foundation establishment stage. This scene left Fu Zhangju speechless, unable to close his mouth for a long time. If I remember correctly, you're only 33 years old this year. Fu Zhang, you began to recall what state of mind he was at when he was 33 years old. He seems to be at the 9th level of Qi refining, and is striving to become a true disciple within the Five Elements sect. The support from the sect is the reason why I have made such rapid progress. Chen Mobai said something nice, and Fu Zhangju sighed, returning from his distant memories, and revealed some bad news. The refining method of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill is different from that in the eastern wilderness. It is probably due to the ancient formula. Yan Shayan failed to refine it in the first batch. He is now collecting materials for the second batch. You may have to wait a few years. Chen Mobai came here today mainly to ask about this matter. After all, he has already reached the 9th level of both the wood and fire cultivation techniques, and his divine sense has also been raised to the 9th level with the help of Meng Huinger's heart sound mystic sound, which helped her break through from the 3rd to the 4th level of the foundation. After mastering the 6 yang body, all the conditions for forming the golden core are met. Only the crucial golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill are missing. Then we can only wait. Chen Mobai sighed, but he had expected this. Even the most skilled alchemist rarely succeeds on the first try when refining a pill from an unfamiliar system. Fortunately, it was in the Tian realm. Huishan Valley and Shenmu sect were major sects in the eastern wilderness, possessing the first and second largest medicinal fields, and there were also several merchant guilds outside the eastern wilderness as channels. Otherwise, even if Chen Mobai had another 20 years, he probably wouldn't have been able to collect enough medicinal materials for a batch of golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills. The two then talked about some things related to the azure jade spirit rice. How long does it take for this spiritual rice to mature? This round is the first time that a second-tier rice variety has been successfully cultivated. In order to ensure maturity, we were more careful and meticulous when fertilizing, which resulted in the rice taking 4.5 years to mature. However, according to my observation, as long as the Earth's energy, water vapor, and spiritual energy can keep up, the maturity time can be compressed to about 3.5 years. After all, this jade spirit rice is only a second-tier low-grade rice. Chen Mobai provided detailed answers to all of Fu Zhangju's questions. He explained that the jade spirit rice could reach the second-tier mid-grade if carefully cultivated, but he felt it was unnecessary. The most important thing was to cultivate it in large quantities first to ensure that the foundation establishment cultivators and true Qi refining disciples of the sect could eat it. If you want something high-end, there's also the 6-year-aged Phoenix tier bamboo spirit rice, which guarantees the production of mid-grade second-tier spirit rice. The jade bamboo spirit rice, which matures over 10 years, is still considered a second-grade superior quality. At this point, Chen Mobai had filled in the gaps in the Shenmu sect's second-tier spirit rice cultivation method. Fu Zhangju was very satisfied, feeling that the 1,000,000 spirit stones he had given away were well worth it. At this moment, Chu Zuoshu and Meng Hong flew over. Before long, all the leaders of the 3 palaces and 12 departments arrived in Shenmu City. Zai Yunshan and the others had been relaxed, but when they walked in and saw Fu Zhangju sitting in the head seat, they all perked up, straightened their appearance, and came over to greet him respectfully. This is the method for planting second-tier jade spirit rice. From now on, all the vacant second-tier spirit fields in the sect will be planted with this spirit rice. The spirit plant department will take the lead in this matter, and the other departments will cooperate to complete it. Upon hearing this, Shi Fengping, the head of the spirit plant department, was overjoyed. He never expected that such a wonderful job would fall into his lap. With Fu Zhangju's words, his spirit plant department could now stand above the other departments, and even had a legitimate reason to command and utilize the resources of other departments. This disciple will certainly not fail the trust of the ancestor. Shi Fengping stepped forward happily and said, but Jin Shamping, the deputy minister of the spirit plant department next to him, thought of something and saw Chen Mobai next to Fu Zongju, and his expression changed. By the way, the method for cultivating this jade spirit rice was completed by junior nephew Chen. Before your spirit plant department starts cultivating it, you should consult him more. After Fu Zongju finished speaking, he felt that his subordinates might outwardly comply but inwardly resist, so he emphasized one more sentence. His words are my meaning. Upon hearing this, Shi Fengping's face turned ashen, as if he had lost his parents. End of this chapter. Chapter 469, Holy Embryo. Chapter 469, Holy Embryo. When Chen Mobai first grew fire spirit rice, he wanted to sell it to the sect, but the spirit plant department pleaded with the sect to reject it due to insufficient budget. Although everyone had their reasons, they ultimately offended Chen Mobai. Later, the two sides had a dispute over this matter. If Chen Mobai were a little less petty, and given his great contribution to the destruction of the Hanshin Mountain and his current high regard from Elder Fu, it would be understandable if the spirit plant department wanted to retaliate. After the sect meeting ended, Shi Fengping and Jin Shamping walked together with worried expressions, discussing how to ease their relationship with Chen Mobai, who suggested that Yi Yun should step in. However, Yi Yun is currently stationed in Yunmeng's and Yun Kingdom for a long time and rarely returns to the sect. Putting aside whether he is willing or not, it is not very realistic to ask him to make a special trip back for this reason. Chen Mobai, however, did not pay attention to this trivial matter. He now considers the Divine Tree sect as his own, and he has almost forgotten about the previous disputes with the Spirit Plant Department. After leaving the Divine Tree Temple, he went directly to the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Amidst the hissing sound, the small, exquisite devouring serpent coiled around his arm. Over the years, he has come here from time to feed the devouring serpent some spirit stones, and now it has grown into a mid-grade first-tier demon beast. However, its appearance remains unchanged. It is still very small. You must grow up quickly. Chen Mobai is now full of motivation to feed the devouring serpent. Besides the sense of responsibility in his heart, he is also thinking about whether it can condense a drop of azure dragon blood. Hiss! The devouring serpent flicked its tongue and licked his earlobe, a cool sensation that made Chen Mobai shiver slightly. Eating hungry. Because Chen Mobai had made a contract with the devouring serpent, the two were able to communicate in a simple way after the latter grew up. Sensing the intent it conveyed, Chen Mobai immediately took out a low-grade spirit stone from his storage bag to feed it. After swallowing the spirit stone, the devouring serpent emitted a sense of satisfaction. Then it transformed into a black circle and hung on Chen Mobai's right ear, like a beautiful black earring, adding a mysterious and sinister aura to him. Reaching out to touch the devouring serpent hanging from his earlobe, Chen Mobai looked around and saw that most of the leaves in the territory he had marked out for it had already been eaten clean. Ordinary leaves from the Crimson Sun spirit tree are no longer of any use for its growth. Chen Mobai wondered if he should take it to a Qingyang spirit tree and give it a new home, but then he thought, how many leaves does a Qingyang spirit tree have? It would probably only be enough for it to eat for a month at most. It seems we can't let them roam freely like this anymore. Just then, a batch of azure jade spirit rice matured, which can be mixed with jade sprout spirit rice to feed it and help it continue to grow. Although the devouring serpent is something that can't be seen in the light of the immortal sects, it's perfectly normal in the eastern wilderness. If Chen Mobai doesn't have time himself, he can ask his disciples to help feed it. With that thought in mind, he put on the devouring serpent earring and walked toward his goal, the talent tree. Reaching out familiarly, Chen Mobai thought he would get a different spell, but unexpectedly everything went black and his consciousness seemed to be pulled into a mysterious crimson space. Where is this? As Chen Mobai was surprised and wondering, He was about to use the tortoise treasure to return to the city when different lights shone in front of him, which then transformed into mysterious phantoms with concrete forms. Pure spiritual energy, celestial grade. Heavenly fire, spiritual root, immortal grade. Exceptional spiritual insight, celestial grade. Overall assessment. Possessing exceptional talent, she is qualified to be taught one of the 5 great immortal scriptures of the longevity sect. Please make your choice, Holy Son. When Chen Mobai saw the lines of large characters appearing in this mysterious space, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He never expected that, after his spirit, energy, and vitality had all reached the immortal level, he would actually be able to receive the true inheritance of the longevity sect. I just don't know what these 5 immortal scriptures are, and how should I choose? As he pondered, Chen Mobai looked at the various concrete images that appeared in this mysterious space. The highest ranking light is the 5-colored radiance, and below it are 24 different phantoms, which transform into various shapes such as leaves, flames, and spears. These should be the 5 great immortal scriptures and 24 great techniques of the longevity sect. Chen Mobai recalled all the information he knew about the longevity cult and came to an accurate judgment. The problem is that he knew nothing about the lineage of the longevity cult. We can't just pick one randomly based on luck. Fortunately, the inheritance restrictions of this longevity cult should only have the most basic operating rules left. Since Chen Mobai did not make a choice, it did not urge him. As time passed, Chen Mobai had already read through the specific illusory images represented by the 5 great immortal scriptures and 24 great arts passed down by the longevity sect. The key element here is probably the color. The 5 great immortal scriptures should belong to the 5 elements, and the brilliance of the 24 great arts below also verifies Chen Mobai's conjecture. The green of the leaves, the crimson of the flames, and the golden gleam of the spears are all the radiance represented by the 5 elements. Of these 5 immortal scriptures, only the wood and fire elements are useful to Chen Mobai. Among these, Chen Mobai's Pure Yang Scroll is the most advanced fire attribute technique in the immortal sects, directly pointing to the nascent soul realm, so he no longer needs anything similar. Although wood attribute techniques are of little use to him, after he forms his core with the 2 phases technique, his longevity scripture will be transformed into resources for the Pure Yang Scroll. However, this immortal scripture with the wood attribute will definitely be of great use to the divine wood sect. Most importantly, this azure radiance, representing the wood element, is located at the very top of the 5 great immortal scriptures. Upon further consideration, given that the longevity cult reveres wood, this is undoubtedly the best option. After figuring it out, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated, stretched out his right hand, and grasped the cyan light that resembled a large tree. Then the cyan tree transformed into streams of light that dissipated from his palm. A green leaf symbol suddenly lit up on Chen Mobai's forehead. This was the mark he received after passing the longevity trial. After the mark appeared, the stream of light formed from the blue tree seemed to have a target and began to continuously penetrate into the blue leaf symbol on his forehead. Words, pictures, and heavenly sounds began to appear in Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness. The immense knowledge inheritance caused him a slight headache, and he was somewhat overwhelmed. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Chen Mobai had already emerged from the longevity sect's inheritance space. He opened his eyes and found himself back in front of the talent tree. Removing his hand from the large tree, Chen Mobai took out the 6 Yang Divine Fire mirror and looked at his face. Sure enough, the green leaf symbol on his forehead was clearly visible. Chen Mobai reached out and touched it, but didn't feel anything. However, he knew that this was a mark of his status as a successor of the longevity cult. A vast and complex book slowly imprinted itself in my mind. This was the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, one of the 5 great immortal scriptures of the longevity sect. The Shenmu sect's signature technique, the longevity scripture, originated from this. However, compared to the longevity scripture, which can only be cultivated to the nascent soul stage, the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture directly points to the divine transformation stage. However, the cultivation threshold for the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture is very high, requiring the heavenly wood spiritual root. Moreover, during cultivation, one needs to nurture a natal spiritual plant, using it to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and nourish oneself in order to master the art of immortality and achieve immortality. The grade of this natal spiritual plant is related to the future of the person cultivating this immortal scripture. If a spiritual plant can only grow to the third rank at most, then even a heavenly wood spiritual root can only reach the core formation stage in its lifetime. In the ancient longevity cult, the longevity wood is generally used as the natal spiritual plant, which can grow to the fifth rank. In other words, it can be perfectly combined with the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to directly lead to the nascent soul stage. But Chen Mobai thought of the green-tongue seedling he had nurtured in this divine tree secret realm, a spiritual plant that could be upgraded infinitely. However, in the environment of the immortal sect, the green-tongue seedling can only grow to a fourth-grade high-quality seedling at most. But its potential is undeniable. When Chen Mobai received this gift at the Crimson Cloud Academy, he had considered using the abundant spiritual energy of the heavenly river realm to cultivate this green sycamore seedling into a fourth-tier jade sycamore. Now that he has the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, his idea has become even stronger. But after careful consideration, he shook his head with a wry smile. His foundation in the pure Yang scripture was already established. The longevity spiritual power would be completely devoured by the pure Yang spiritual power when he formed his core. Even if he had the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture and the Azure Polonia seedling, they would be nothing more than a dream to him. Chen Mobai thought of Yin Qingmei, who was just right. However, whether it will work or not will only be known after Zhou Shenqing or Fu Zhangju have seen it. After all, the environment of the ancient heavenly river realm is quite different from that of the present. The immortal scriptures from ancient times may no longer be able to be cultivated in the present. Moreover, since the longevity scripture of the divine wood sect is derived from the longevity scripture of the Azure Emperor, it is obvious that either the primordial ancestor or the one Yuan true monarch had also entered the inheritance space of the talent tree. Since they adapted the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture into the longevity scripture, they obviously had considerations that Chen Mobai was unaware of. It is also unknown whether Zhou Shenqing and Fu Zhangju knew about this. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mobai looked up at the talent tree again, then activated his escape light and flew towards the great Dao tree. With his current cultivation level of foundation establishment level 9 in both divine sense and spiritual power, the longevity trial before the great Dao tree was merely a matter of slightly increasing his breathing speed. With the 13th step, the pressure on Chen Mobai's consciousness and body vanished without a trace. The vastness of the sea and the tranquility of the surroundings made him exhale a sigh of relief. But he waited and waited, but the great tree did not respond to his success. Chen Mobai was a little surprised. Just like when he was at the talent tree, he reached out and touched the rough bark of the great Dao tree in front of him, which was covered with marks. Finally, the familiar reaction appeared. 13 steps before the great Dao tree, one achieves immortal rank. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With his celestial grade rating, he had already obtained the Azure Emperor longevity scripture from the talent tree. He wondered what he could gain from the even more powerful great Dao tree. Just as he was about to make his choice, the great Dao tree imprinted a sentence in his mind that left him puzzled. It can become the sacred embryo of my longevity sect. Holy embryo, what does that mean? Is it a higher-ranking disciple title than Holy Son? Just as Chen Mobai was feeling bewildered, the great Dao tree seemed to sense his doubts and printed out a third sentence of explanation. The holy embryo is the vessel chosen by the celestial venerable for reincarnation. As a disciple of my sect, this is the highest honor. To hell with your glory. After hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression changed drastically. Although he grew up in the immortal sect, he had watched a lot of TV dramas since he was a child, so he naturally understood the meaning of tribulation and vessel. The Eternal Life cult treats its most talented disciples as tools for the upper echelons to possess their bodies. No wonder this cult was wiped out in ancient times. Should. Cursing under his breath, Chen Mobai turned to leave the area of the great Tao tree. But at this moment an incredibly powerful force surged forth, completely enveloping him. Then a dark crack appeared in the middle of the great tree, like a gateway to the abyss, about to pull him inside. The sacred embryo needs to be purified and refined before being infused with the celestial venerable's spiritual consciousness. Please proceed to undergo divine liquid purification and spiritual consciousness hearing the Tao. A sentence appeared again in his mind, and Chen Mobai finally understood the meaning of divine liquid cleansing the body and spiritual consciousness hearing the Tao. Fortunately, he was smart last time and did not choose these two. Otherwise, it would probably have been refined into a vessel of unconsciousness by now. Boom! A dazzling crimson light shone in his palm, and the 6-yang divine fire mirror erupted with its most powerful force in an instant. A pure yang fire, like a pillar of light illuminating the sky, poured into the dark crevice in the middle of the great Tao tree with a violent roar. However, a third-tier magic weapon is far too insignificant compared to a fourth-tier great Tao tree. Chen Mobai's all-out pure yang fire was instantly devoured, and then the Xuan Yang divine light shield shattered amidst constant distortion. Seeing that the brilliance of his natal magic weapon was becoming dimmer and dimmer, Chen Mobai finally took the purple lightning sword out of his storage bag. Take me away from the power of this demonic tree, and I'll give you as many spirit stones as you want. In order to survive, Chen Mobai couldn't care less about wasting money and immediately offered the purple lightning sword the highest price ever. The purple lightning sword, which had been languishing, suddenly burst forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling purple light after hearing these words. This demonic tree is on par with me in terms of power, but my elemental advantage is superior to its. The purple lightning sword conveyed this intention, and then suddenly dark clouds filled the sky. A thick bolt of purple lightning flashed out and was instantly drawn by the sword that shot into the sky, transforming into a giant purple sword that could cleave the sky and split the earth, which heavily slashed into the dark crevice that opened in the middle of the great Tao tree. Two of the most powerful forces Chen Mobai had ever encountered in his life pushed him far away. Back to the city. After breaking free from the great Tao tree's restraints, Chen Mobai used his last bit of strength to activate the turtle treasure. End of this chapter. Chapter 470, Master Yungsu. Chapter 470, Master Yungsu. Amidst the shimmering silver light, Chen Mobai returned to the immortal sect. He opened his eyes to familiar white walls. This was an apartment he had rented near the Bushan Dao Academy. With a wave of his hand, a gleaming purple sword flew out from his sleeve and circled around him. Thank you so much this time, Chen Mobai said softly to the purple lightning sword. When I teleport back, I will naturally remember to retrieve it. You are my master, that's only right. Well. The purple lightning sword transmitted a thought, and by the end it was already trying to hint at its meaning. You've worked hard too. How many spirit stones will you need for this? Chen Mobai smiled slightly and asked, following its lead. That demonic tree is quite powerful. It has greatly depleted my vital energy. I should at least get a whole spirit stone to replenish it. After receiving the message from the purple lightning sword, the wealthy and generous Chen Mobai immediately threw 2 high-grade spirit stones at it. Consider the extra $1 a reward for you. Thank you, master. The purple lightning sword flashed with a faint purple arc of light, and with a flick of its wrist, it took away 2 high-grade spirit stones. After finishing this task, Chen Mobai sat quietly and pondered for a while. He knew too little about the longevity sect, only that it was an ancient sect that had disappeared after several great calamities. The information was obtained through multiple attempts to probe the great Tao tree and the talent tree, including the 5 great immortal scriptures and the 24 great techniques. I wonder what kind of status this so-called celestial venerable holds within the longevity sect. By the way, this secret realm of the divine wood sect was inherited from the five elements sect, so the primordial ancestor should know something about it. Furthermore, according to the sect's records, in order to master the art of immortality, the One Yuan True Lord transplanted 3 immortal trees from a certain immortal realm, which are now the 3 divine trees of Giant Tree Ridge. This so-called immortal realm is very likely the divine tree realm that the divine tree sect is currently inheriting. Given the extraordinary talent that allowed the One Yuan True Lord to ascend, theoretically he should also be able to become a sacred embryo that serves as a vessel for the heavenly venerable. Furthermore, considering the legend that true Lord Yiyuan only began to distinguish himself after receiving the inheritance of ancient cultivators, and eventually ascended to heaven riding a dragon. So Chen Mobai had a bold conjecture. Is it possible that the One Yuan true monarch was parasitized by the so-called heavenly venerable of the longevity sect, which is why he was able to become the only ascended cultivator in the heavenly river realm in the last 10,000 years? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai's expression became serious. If that's really the case, then the five elements sect and even the eastern wilderness are more complex than he imagined. However, this is the worst possible outcome. It is also possible that due to the passage of time, the so-called celestial venerable of the longevity sect has already passed away and disappeared. Or perhaps it's the other way around. The celestial venerable's spiritual consciousness weakened due to the erosion of time, and was instead devoured by the One Yuan True Lord, becoming the resources for his ascension. In any case, he still communicated with the 2 patriarchs of the divine wood sect. From the fact that the longevity scripture was derived from the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, it can be seen that the 5 elements sect lineage had at least entered the talent tree and obtained the 5 great immortal scriptures like him. However, it would take some time for Gui Bao to be teleported. Chen Mobai checked the time and realized that there was a class at the Bushan Dao Academy, so he prepared to go to class after a long time. On the way, he even checked Yan Bingshuan's class and found that the 2 of them had just finished class together. He was just about to ask her out for dinner when Fu Borong suddenly called. Chen Mobai, hello teacher Fu. Fu Borong, are you at school? Chen Mobai, yes. Fu Borong, the Wuxiang puppet at the Taoist Academy had a problem during yesterday's divination. We need your help to fix it. Are you free? Chen Mobai, sure, I'll come over after class. Fu Borong, come over as soon as possible, the principal is waiting. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression changed. The principals of the 4 major academies are all nascent soul cultivators, and the principal of the Heaven Mending Academy is the most famous, Yuangsu, who is said to be the one whose thinking is closest to that of a divine transformation cultivator. How could someone as powerful as Master Yuangsu care about such a trivial matter as the formless puppet? Chen Mobai was shocked but didn't dare to delay. Since he hadn't gone to class yet, he simply took out his Wuxiang puppet to class as before, while he went to Fu Borong's office. When Fu Borong saw him, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, not daring to waste any time, he took him directly to the laboratory where the Wuxiang doll was kept. Teacher Fu, has the principal just come out of seclusion? On the way, Chen Mobai asked indirectly. You should know about foundation building treasure, right? Unexpectedly, Fu Borong did not answer directly, but asked a question that surprised Chen Mobai. The latter nodded. He had used his foundation building treasure usage quota to obtain a lot of resources from Shen Huangxiu, a wealthy senior. His entry-level knowledge of talismans, including talisman brushes and ink, all came from this one stroke. The foundation building treasure is actually an imperfect product. This project was originally called the Realm Treasure, and theoretically it should be usable at every major realm breakthrough or even minor realm breakthrough. However, because the immortal sect's resources are limited, and because this realm treasure requires the computing power of the 5th-order heavenly calculation bead of Ancestor Kaingsing, we can only make the foundation establishment treasure first. Only after we have this achievement can the principal continue to use resources from all sides to research the realm treasure. The source of this realm treasure is the formless puppet that you are very familiar with. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was shocked. He hadn't expected that Master Yuangsu had been researching this project all these years. If it can really be accomplished, it will undoubtedly be another huge boost for the immortal sects. Currently, within the immortal sects, the foundation establishment stage has been thoroughly understood. If the subsequent stages of core formation, nascent soul formation, and even deity transformation can be predicted in detail, then given the foundation of the immortal sects cultivators, it might lead to a massive explosion of breakthroughs among high-level cultivators. However, upon further reflection, Chen Mobai realized that even so, due to the scarcity of resources on Earth Star, it would likely remain unchanged, with only slight improvements at most. Even with the foundation building treasure, you'll still fail if you're destined to fail. Previously, he failed because he was confused and didn't understand, but at least he had a glimmer of hope when he broke through. Now, he knows he will fail before he even reaches the foundation establishment stage, which makes him even more heartbroken. But upon closer reflection, if this realm treasure were truly successfully researched, it would definitely be more beneficial than harmful to all cultivators in the immortal sect. After all, many cultivators whose chances of reaching foundation establishment were originally only 50% could use this opportunity to identify their shortcomings and flaws in their breakthrough, thus changing their fate against all odds. However, for cultivators who have absolutely no chance of breaking through, this is a useless thing. However, this treasure was never intended for these people. At least the foundation establishment treasures currently used by the immortal sects mainly serve the students of the 4 great academies and 10 great palaces. If any outstanding students from the 120 prefectures below them are missed, the principals or similar figures will help them apply for their use. Those who are truly hopeless will not be given the opportunity to use their cultivation treasures by the immortal sects. After all, resources are extremely precious on Earth. But after Chen Mobai learned about this, his heart started pounding. He has just reached the 9th level of the Pure Yang Foundation establishment stage. Could he use this realm treasure to deduce his success rate in forming his core? With this in mind, he looked forward to his upcoming meeting with Master Yuangsu even more. Arrive. Soon, Fu Borong led Chen Mobai to an underground laboratory. He opened the door to a sealed space, and a rich spiritual energy rushed out. According to Chen Mobai's estimation, this is at least 4th order spiritual energy. Only a project overseen by a nascent soul master could have such a grand scale. He followed Fu Borong and changed into a white lab coat for research purposes. They passed through a glass-covered passage, opened another small door, and entered a huge oval-shaped space. There are 5 people inside, and in the middle of them is a faceless doll. After Chen Mobai entered, the 4 people next to the Wuxiang puppet looked over. Chen Mobai even recognized 2 of them, Ding Chunjai and Chen Chun. The only person who didn't turn around was a bald, middle-aged man. Fu Borong walked up to him and respectfully greeted him as principal. It turns out he was Master Yuangsu. Chen Mobai immediately bowed his head and greeted him. Come and take a look at this. It seems to have a lot of problems and is on strike. Master Yuangsu turned around. He was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a pair of flat-framed glasses, a stubble beard, and an unkempt appearance. But what attracted the most attention was his bald head in the middle of his hair. Judging from his appearance alone, you would never guess that he is the #1 researcher in the immortal sect. After Chen Mobai nodded, he immediately walked to his side and began to examine the formless puppet. This should be a replica made by the Bushan Dao Academy based on the blueprints. However, the person who made it was obviously a master, as they used some other materials as substitutes, and the function is still working perfectly. When Chen Mobai was halfway through the examination, he discovered that most of the parts inside the shapeless doll seemed to have been burned by high temperatures and had begun to liquefy. Some of the fragile bionic materials had even turned black and withered. This is probably beyond repair. It's completely beyond repair. Given Chen Mobai's level of knowledge, even if he wanted to repair it, he would probably have to replace 80–90% of the parts of the formless doll, which would be equivalent to making a new one. It seems that simulating and deducing the process of nascent soul formation is still not possible. After hearing Chen Mobai's assessment, Yuangsu Shangren shook his head with some regret. The former's lips twitched slightly as he finally understood why the formless puppet had become like this. Although the formless puppet is a peak third-order puppet, the process of forming a nascent soul involves evolving from the third to the fourth order. Even if this process could be simulated, the puppet's materials would definitely not be able to withstand it. Chen Mobai said that he had secretly thought before whether he could use the formless puppet to simulate and deduce his own core formation process. After all, the formless puppet can reach the third-tier power when there is enough spiritual energy, but due to a lack of theory and relevant operational experience, this is just an idea. Unexpectedly, Master Yuangsu has already taken action, and with remarkable results. The immortal sect won't approve the fourth-tier materials. It seems we can only present the results of the simulation of core formation with the realm treasure, and see if we can persuade teacher Kaingsing to put some pressure on us. Master Yuangsu didn't seem to care that Chen Mobai was present and spoke very directly. Fu Borong, who was standing to the side, felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. How long will it take to repair this one? At this moment, Master Yuangsu pointed to a corner of the wall, and a glass door rose up, revealing a similarly damaged formless puppet. However, only a dozen or so parts of this body were burned. With Chen Mobai's hard work, he could probably fix it in about a day and a night. This broke during the simulation of core formation. Ding Chunjai walked over and explained to Chen Mobai that Master Yuangsu had taken out another intact Wuxiang puppet and led the others to try simulating core formation again. How come you fortune tellers have gotten involved in this project? Chen Mobai was quite surprised to see Ding Chunjai and Chen Chun here. After all, scientific research is a very serious and materialistic thing, which is completely different from the idealistic ones like them. Borrowing the deductive techniques of the formless puppet, combined with the ingenious calculations of the ancient Taoist lineage, and integrating the square-inch book of the Heaven-Mending Tao Academy, these constitute the three major theoretical foundations of the realm treasure. Ding Chunjai spoke up, pointing to Chen Chun, implying that she was the one who mainly contributed. This girl, she was so hesitant when I asked her to do my fortune-telling before, saying she only does 3 fortune-tellings a day, and she wouldn't do it if we weren't meant to be. Chen Mobai couldn't help but complain. If this cultivation treasure really succeeds, wouldn't the divine calculation palace have to calculate the core formation for all the cultivators in the immortal sect who have reached the foundation establishment stage? Master Yuangsu personally invited her over, so she had no choice but to come. You, the head of the Dance Weapon Academy, also came to study, didn't you? I'm different, I wanted to come here. Chen Mobai first stated that he had accepted the invitation voluntarily, but when he got to this point, he finally understood why Fu Borong, with his status, would come to the Dance Weapon Academy to invite him to study. This is probably also related to Master Yuangsu's intentions. It's possible that when he was crafting the formless doll and ordering the Tier 3 chip, it was already part of this project's plan. If he didn't accept the invitation, he'd probably face even more tricks up his sleeve. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have stayed longer. Maybe I could have gotten more benefits that way. Chen Mobai was really eyeing the pure yang energy, left behind by the Yuanyang ancestor. Didn't you say she was a disciple of the star-piercing ancestor? Theoretically, shouldn't she be the junior sister of Venerable Yuangsu? Did she come here because she couldn't refuse out of politeness? At this moment, while disassembling the Wuxiang puppet, Chen Mobai pointed at Chen Chun, who looked exhausted, and asked Ding Chunjai. They are different. Master Yuangsu is the disciple who inherited the mantle of Ancestor Kaingsing and may become the next nascent soul ancestor. Uncle Master Chen Chun, on the other hand, is the disciple who inherited the karma of the divine mechanism mansion. Their paths will diverge in the future, and they will definitely have to separate. Ding Chunjai said in a low voice, which is why his master, Master Plum Blossom, refused to admit that he was a successor of the divine mechanism mansion. Therefore, after Master Yungsu said so, Chen Chun could only come and assist him in developing this realm treasure. At this moment, Chen Mobai was glad that he came from the Dance Weapon Academy and had a nascent soul ancestor above him. No matter how powerful the Heaven Mending Academy was, they could only be lenient with him. End of this chapter. Chapter 471, The New Dojo. Chapter 471, The New Dojo. Chen Mobai found that Ding Chunjai was a bit of a chatterbox, so he chatted with him for a while longer. As we chatted, I discovered that this person was already close to mastering the basics of the Fangkun book. Considering his almost stagnant progress, Chen Mobai couldn't help but lament why the immortal sects didn't have any cultivation methods to improve comprehension. However, he was also very calm. While directing Ding Chunjai to move parts and repair the Wuxiang puppet, he also asked about the Jingjibao. Do you also want to try your hand at it? Since you helped repair the Wuxiang puppet this time, Master Yungsu will definitely reward you handsomely. You can provide your personal template to write an application form, import it in, and then you can wait in line. Are we still waiting? Each simulated core formation requires 1 high-grade spirit stone. Master Yungsu can only use about 100 spirit stones a year, so each simulated core formation experiment needs to be conducted with utmost care. There are still foundation establishment perfection cultivators from the Bushan Dao Academy, such as Lu Feng Cheng, ahead of us in line. I'm here to help with divination, and I have only managed to try it twice. Ding Chunjai recounted his experience, and Chen Mobai, quite curious, asked him about the simulated core formation process. The latter shook his head with a sigh. The realm treasure is not yet perfect. It cannot add external aids for core formation such as golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. Therefore, during the simulation, it can only rely on its own original probability of core formation. I failed twice. Hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a chill. Ding Chunjai had been at the foundation establishment stage for many years, and, as the face of the Star-Gazing Academy, could be considered a prodigy of the immortal sects. Unexpectedly, even for him, forming the golden core was so difficult. If you had the golden elixir of immortality, do you think you could succeed? It's pretty close, but I'm not entirely confident. I hope to simulate a successful core formation at least once within the realm treasure. If that happens, I'll be almost certain to succeed in forming my core by taking the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. Chen Mobai felt that this made a lot of sense. However, due to various reasons, his spiritual root attribute was excessively strong compared to ordinary cultivators in the immortal sects, so he dared not show it to Master Yungsu. But he really wants to try out the realm treasure. How should he do that? Why not try to forge a normal personal template, or do it yourself and be self-sufficient? Just as Chen Mobai was pondering, Fu Borong walked over. You've worked hard repairing the formless puppet. The principal asked if you wanted to try simulating core formation with the realm treasure. He's going to give you this opportunity to do so. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai dared not hesitate and could only nod in agreement. Ding Chunjai, standing to the side, listened with envy. Fu Borong took Chen Mobai to import a personal template. After thinking about it, the latter decided to create a template with the 5 elements attributes of a heavenly fire spiritual root after cultivating the pure Yang Dharma body. Even so, the fact that he had mastered the 6 Yang body in his 30s still astonished everyone present. Even Master Yungsu raised an eyebrow slightly. Has the golden core realm been established? The foundation has only been laid for 9 floors this year, and no application has been submitted yet. Chen Mobai answered immediately, and Master Yungsu nodded after hearing it, then said something. I hope you can succeed in establishing your foundation. After saying this, Master Yungsu lowered his head and fiddled with the formless puppet in his hand, and Chen Mobai did not dare to ask. Soon, Chen Mobai's personal template was imported, and then a high-grade spirit stone was placed inside. The left eye of the modified Wuxiang puppet began to flash with strands of golden threads. This was a sign that the Fangkun book was operating. Only then did Chen Mobai realize that the artificial eyes of all the Wuxiang dolls here had been modified. Finally, Chen Chun, who was standing to the side, covered his right eye with his hand. Then the right eye of the faceless puppet turned silver, seemingly connecting to Chen Chun's vision. Let's begin. As Master Yuangsu uttered these words, the modified formless puppet began to glow with crimson light, a sign that the pure Yang scroll had formed its core. Chen Mobai's self-created personal template was already considered top tier in the immortal sect, so the process of forming his core lasted a long time. However, without the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, he ultimately failed. It's already quite good. At least it has formed a solid core, but in the end the divine sense couldn't grasp it, so it all fell short. Ding Chunjai, who was standing nearby, comforted him, saying that his first simulation attempt only resulted in the formation of a nascent core, which failed due to insufficient spiritual power. On his second attempt, the nascent core materialized, but like Chen Mobai's attempt this time, his divine sense did not complete the transformation, and he was unable to grasp the spiritual power required for the core formation stage, resulting in another failure. There are no obvious signs of physical collapse, and it can withstand the process of forming the core. Although the spiritual power is somewhat weak, it will become pure and profound in 10 or 20 years because it has just broken through to the 9th level of the foundation establishment. The main problem is still the spiritual sense. At this time, Master Yuangsu also reviewed all the codes for the failed core formation of the formless puppet, and then printed out a report for Chen Mobai. Cultivators in the immortal sects grow up eating spirit rice from childhood. If they also have the spiritual medicine for forming a core, their blood and physical strength are generally not a problem. Although Chen Mobai had replenished his lifespan, this did not hinder his core formation, so there were no problems when the formless puppet was performing its calculations. Needless to say, spiritual power is also a key factor. The pure Yang scroll is a cultivation technique for transforming into a deity in the immortal sects, and the chi-replenishing spiritual water of the immortal technique is free of poison. As long as Chen Mobai spends time, he can definitely refine his foundation establishment level spiritual power to the purest and most perfect state. The key is still divine consciousness. This is also the biggest obstacle that prevents many people from breaking through. Even if one's spiritual consciousness can transform upon reaching the core, if a demonic influence strikes, one could very well fail due to a single misstep. However, there are methods to deal with inner demons in the immortal sects. Whether by taking elixirs or using magical artifacts, one can avoid this during the formation of the elixir. Chen Mobai even specially commissioned Master Chengshuan to forge his natal magic weapon, the Morning Bell. However, the formless puppet can only deduce the formation of the golden core from the most essential point, and it cannot add pills or magical artifacts for the time being. Therefore, Chen Mobai's simulation of the formation of the golden core ultimately failed at the hurdle of spiritual consciousness. These were similar to what Chen Chun had said before, but what was said could not compare to actual feelings and experiences. After this practice with Master Yuangsu, Chen Mobai basically had a clear understanding of the obstacles to his core formation. With the help of the second phase technique, the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, and the morning bell, and if he were to break through to the core formation level of spiritual consciousness with Meng Huanger's assistance, then achieving core formation would be practically a certainty. With this understanding, Chen Mobai was no longer so afraid of core formation. I might need your help to fix it later. Before leaving, Master Yuangsu said something, and Chen Mobai nodded to indicate that there was no problem. I've already spent 2 days in this laboratory without even realizing it. After Chen Mobai came out, he had a late-night snack with Yan Bingxuan, and then used the turtle treasure to teleport to Giant Wood Ridge. Upon returning to the Shenmu sect, he naturally contacted Fu Zongju first. I'm afraid we'll need to consult with my senior brother about this matter. Chen Mobai recounted how, after achieving the Foundation establishment stage, he was teleported to the Divine Tree secret realm and obtained the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. After listening, Fu Zhangju's expression turned solemn. He then led Chen Mobai to a tree of immortality and lit a talisman. About an incense stick's time later, Zhou Shenking's figure floated down, his expression more serious than ever before. Did you really obtain the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture? Chen Mobai nodded, then activated the green leaf symbol on his forehead and handed the book he had memorized to Zhou Shenking. After reading it, the latter was excited and his hands trembled. I never imagined that what Master said back then was actually true. Oh, even the primordial ancestor knows about the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. After Master Hunyuan received the inheritance of true monarch Yiyuan, he found the Divine Tree secret realm through the map left by True Monarch. True Monarch said that he had already taken the supreme Tao fruit of the longevity sect in the secret realm, but the remaining 5 immortal scriptures and 24 techniques could also be obtained from it. However, no matter how outstanding the younger disciples were, even if they had a heavenly spiritual root, they could not obtain them. I thought it was True Monarch's nonsense, but I did not expect that it was just that the previous disciples were too mediocre. Upon hearing Zhou Shenking's words, Chen Mobai instinctively thought of the heavenly venerable's spiritual consciousness. Could this be the supreme Tao fruit of the longevity sect that the One Yuan True Monarch spoke of? If it has already been taken, then being pulled in by the great tree is no big deal. However, this is just wishful thinking. In any case, Chen Mobai will not go to the great tree again. He could achieve great things simply by following the proper path of cultivation and utilizing the resources of both realms. There was no need for him to take such a risky step. This Azure Emperor longevity scripture is a supreme divine skill that directly leads to the nascent soul stage. You brought it to me, which can be considered a great favor of imparting the Tao. I don't know how to repay you. At this moment, Zhou Shenking said something very harsh, and Chen Mobai immediately waved his hand to decline. The entire sect relies on your success in forming your nascent soul, ancestor. If this Azure Emperor longevity scripture can help you break through your current realm, then I will have fulfilled my duty as a disciple of the Divine Wood sect. Chen Mobai had a strong desire to transform the eastern wilderness, but without a nascent soul cultivator to oversee it, it would remain just a pipe dream. Therefore, he sincerely hoped that Zhou Shenking could achieve nascent soul formation. Among all the treasures in the sect, these 3 longevity trees are the most valuable. Junior brother Fu and I have one. How about we give you this one as your place of cultivation? Zhou Shenking thought for a moment and still felt that the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, which was at the nascent soul level, was too precious. He felt a little guilty if he took it for free, so he pointed to a divine tree standing in the center of Giant Tree Ridge and said. Fu Zhangju, who was standing to the side, was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, but he did not object. In the heavenly river realm, the most precious thing is inheritance. The kindness of imparting knowledge and skills is greater than heaven. A single tree of immortality is still too light compared to the nascent soul cultivation technique, but it is already the best thing the Divine Tree sect has to offer. Isn't this too precious? Chen Mobai was somewhat flattered, as the location of the longevity tree was the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Giant Tree Ridge, which was a 4th-grade high-level spiritual vein. It has always been a place that only core formation cultivators can occupy. It was only when Meng Hong reached the core formation stage that he was allowed to come in and be used for a period of time. This is the Divine Wood token, which allows you to freely enter and exit any part of Giant Wood Ridge. It is also one of the core elements of the Myriad Wood Array. With this token in hand, you can pass through the restrictions surrounding the everlasting wood. Zhou Shenking took out a cyan token and handed it to Chen Mobai, then took the Azure Emperor longevity scripture and went back to seclusion. If he only had a 50% chance of forming a nascent soul before, now he has at least a 20% chance. After Zhou Shenking left, Fu Zhangju also left. Although neither of them possessed the heavenly wood spiritual root and could not switch to cultivating the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, many of the essences of the longevity scripture were common to them. After reading the complete immortal scripture, they felt that their previous understanding of the cultivation method was somewhat superficial, and now their minds were full of new insights. After seeing the two leave, Chen Mobai took the divine wood token and went to the longevity tree that had not yet been occupied by a core formation cultivator. This is a fourth-tier spirit tree. There are only a handful of them in the entire immortal sect. Moreover, this was left behind by the true monarch of 1 Yuan in his cultivation of the longevity technique, and it may even contain traces of Tao left by ascended cultivators. Unfortunately, what he could think of was also what his predecessors could think of. These 3 longevity trees had already been searched by the primordial ancestor, and everything related to the 1 Yuan true monarch had been collected and was in the 5 elements sect. Chen Mobai didn't succeed, but he wasn't discouraged. At least he now possesses his first cultivation ground with a 4th-order spiritual vein, and it's even a high-grade 4th-order one. Just as he was preparing to return to Xian'anchen to pack his luggage and move his dojo here, Luo Yixuan called. "Master, I have successfully established my foundation." The joyful voice of his young apprentice rang in his ears, causing Chen Mobai to pause slightly before his face also broke into a smile. Xian'anchen. It was a rare occasion for the 4 members of the group to gather together. "Wenbai, I hope to hear you tell me that you have successfully established your foundation next." Chen Mobai said to his eldest disciple. Among the 3 disciples, Liu Wenbai has the worst talent in foundation. "Yes, master, I will definitely not let you down. After junior sister achieves foundation establishment this year, I will carry the banner of the Xian'anchen lineage in the sect competition." Liu Wenbai spoke with a determined expression, explaining that because Zheng Wu was already refining a new foundation establishment pill, the sect competition at the end of this year would be exceptionally fierce. Although Liu Wenbai had been consistently ranked in the middle of the true disciple level for a long time, that was because he had the 2nd-tier magic weapon, the Azure Scale Arm Guard. For the sake of next year's foundation establishment pill, the remaining Qi refining 9th-level cultivators of the Divine Wood sect would definitely fight desperately, and most of them had gained a lot in the war that destroyed the summit of Mount Han, so 2nd-tier magic weapons were no longer rare. This year's sect competition will definitely be the most difficult one in the last 10 years or so. "Master, I will also try my best not to embarrass you." On the other side, Zhuo Ming clenched her little fist and said that Chen Mobai had a lot of confidence in her. After 4 or 5 years of feeding her with 2nd-tier spirit rice and various mountain delicacies, his 2nd disciple finally mastered the 1st level of the 9-ren body this year. However, because she usually sparred with wild cats and pheasants, she was completely unaware of how strong she was. Only a 2nd-tier magic weapon can break through her defenses. "You go a little easier on your fellow disciples." Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but still gave a hint, which made Zhuo Ming scratch his head in confusion. "Master, this fish is cooked, please have some." At this moment, Luo Yixuan, who originally thought she should be the center of attention, pouted and handed a mandarin fish to Chen Mobai, then looked up, wanting to be praised. "Xuaner, if you successfully establish your foundation, I happen to have a task I'd like you to help me with." Chen Mobai recalled the Guiyuan secret technique that his little apprentice had offered him. Previously, she was only at the Qi refining stage, which made it difficult to send her out. Now, her foundation establishment stage is almost complete. End of this chapter. Chapter 472, Third Order Spiritual Field. Chapter 472, Third Order Spiritual Field. The Returning to Origin Secret Technique is a spell that conceals one's cultivation level. There are 3 layers in total. The first 2 layers are fine, but the 3rd layer is a small void that hides spiritual energy in the world outside the body. This is already similar to the golden core realm of the immortal sect, except that the Returning Origin Secret Technique involves carrying a spiritual energy pool with you, which has a relatively narrow range of uses. However, this returning to origin secret technique is definitely helpful for the golden core realm. So Chen Mobai plans to send his little apprentice to find the source of this secret technique and find the specific cultivation method for the third level. In order to reach the golden core realm, Chen Mobai also tried to comprehend the mysteries of the void using the vacuum body, but this technique is extremely obscure and difficult to understand. If one relies on one's limited understanding to cultivate, it is easy to make mistakes. Chen Mobai had been stationed in Yan Kingdom for 2 years and had inquired about the vacuum body technique from the local cultivation families. Unfortunately, even in the heart of the Shaking Mountain, there were very few people who could cultivate this body forging method, let alone outsiders. If any members of the Jai family are still alive, they might be able to find some ancient texts and annotations. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had no interest in the cultivation techniques of the heavenly river realm. He would cultivate the vacuum body if he could comprehend it, and leave it aside if he couldn't. He also consulted Fu Zhangju, and following the latter's advice, he placed the chapters on the vacuum body qi refining realm that could be cultivated in the sect's library. In case a disciple with exceptional talent succeeded in cultivating it in the future, the subsequent cultivation methods would be passed on. Master, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter well for you. After hearing this, Luo Yixuan said with a confident expression. She has now successfully established her foundation and is in the most inflated period of her life, believing that there is no place in the world that she cannot go. Well, wait until this year's sect competition is over before you go out. Your master will also prepare some life-saving items for you. Chen Mobai felt that the eastern wilderness was full of dangers, and his foundation establishment cultivation was barely enough to be considered presentable. Fortunately, after the sect war, he had condensed all of the Azure Wood Fiend into Azure Flame Sword Fiend, and he could discard one of them to refine an Azure Flame Sword Talisman for Luo Yixuan. With this, as long as she doesn't encounter a core formation cultivator, Luo Yixuan can basically roam freely in the eastern wilderness. Besides the sect competition, newly established sect disciples who have successfully completed their foundation building can seek opportunities in the Divine Tree secret realm. Although Li Yixian also successfully established his foundation, only Luo Yixuan was qualified because she had previously taken the foundation establishment pill. Luo Yixuan was very much looking forward to it and kept asking Chen Mobai for all sorts of details. There's been some trouble with this secret realm lately. Chen Mobai couldn't say that he had used the purple lightning sword to slay the great Dao tree, but Luo Yixuan's words reminded him that this divine tree secret realm was of paramount importance to both the Divine Wood sect and himself, and they couldn't just give up like that. If the tortoise is used to teleport in, only his true form can enter, which is too dangerous. However, the Shenmu sect possesses the key to open the secret realm. If Fu Zhangju intervenes, the transmission department can open the secret realm, and then Chen Mobai can place his Wuxiang puppet inside to investigate the current situation within the secret realm. If there's no danger, at least Luo Yixuan can go into the magic treasure tree and talent tree to obtain her own opportunities. Just then, Chen Mobai planned to cultivate the longevity Dao body, which required a lot of longevity tree sap. His little disciple had a water attribute spiritual root, and according to the rules of the magic treasure tree, he might be able to open a gourd of it. After hearing this, Luo Yixuan was also very surprised that the divine tree secret realm, which was the foundation of the sect, could have such an accident. But since it was Chen Mobai who said it, she obediently nodded and decided not to think about it for the time being. Junior sister, congratulations on your foundation establishment. At this moment, Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming also came over to congratulate Luo Yixuan. The latter smiled reservedly, but still raised her glass very ladylike next to Chen Mobai. The eldest brother and the second sister will definitely succeed as well. Luo Yixuan knew that her current success was entirely due to her becoming a disciple of Chen Mobai, so she still valued the Xiaonanchan lineage very much. Chen Mobai was also very happy to drink a cup, while watching the loving and harmonious scene of his 3 disciples. The 4 of them celebrated for one night. Early the next morning, Chen Mobai led the 3 of them to observe 2 acres of land at the foot of the mountain, where the soil was a much darker color than that of ordinary spiritual fields. These 2 acres of spiritual field have finally absorbed all the buried life-giving stones. In the past, Chen Mobai killed Ai Chu at the top of the mountain and obtained 2 third-tier life stones from his storage bag. After returning to the sect, he carefully selected 2 acres of second-tier high-grade spirit fields to bury them. Then he asked the experts of the spirit vein department to set up a dissipation and upgrade restriction. Zhuo Ming would come to check on them from time to time. It was by sheer chance that Zhuo Ming was able to begin cultivating the 9-ren body technique. It was during the upgrade of these 2 acres of spiritual fields that he sensed the burgeoning vitality of the spiritual land, which entered his mind. He then sat quietly by these 2 acres of spiritual fields for 3 days and 3 nights, completing the transformation of his physical body and mastering the body tempering technique. However, Zhuo Ming's 9-ren body was able to easily enter the first level because there was no shortage of spiritual rice in Xiao Nanshan. Especially in the last 5 or 6 years, she had been eating first and second level spiritual rice every day, along with meat such as spiritual fish and spiritual chicken, which nourished her body and made her blood and energy vigorous. If it were another cultivator, they might fail during the breakthrough process due to insufficient essence in their physical body. My Earth Mother technique has already sensed the transformation of these 2 acres of spiritual fields, but they still need the nourishment of the Little South Mountain spiritual vein. Otherwise, these third-grade spiritual fields may fall in grade during cultivation. Over the years, Zhuo Ming has honed his skills to the point that he can be considered a semi-master of spirit fields. The Earth Mother technique was so perfectly suited to her. Many times, her cultivation progressed on the spiritual fields and ley lines. It was as if the earth was pushing her forward and the plants and trees vied to bloom for her. However, she herself was quite confused about this and thought it was because the sect's earth veins had abundant spiritual energy, which was why she was able to easily make breakthroughs each time. Disperse all the spiritual veins of this Little South Mountain and use them to cultivate spiritual fields. Chen Mobai gave instructions to Zhuo Ming. The 60 acres of spirit fields on Xiaonanshan Mountain were originally experimental fields used by the 5-element sect to cultivate third-grade spirit rice. Theoretically, they could all be upgraded to third-grade spirit fields. However, because Chen Mobai needed to use the spiritual energy at the mountaintop to cultivate, and they did not have any third-grade spiritual rice to cultivate, they only cultivated a portion that was second grade. Master, your cultivation is the most important thing. How can you delay your use of spiritual energy because of this? Zhuo Ming, who was usually obedient, shook her head at this moment. She had only intended to borrow a little bit of third-order spiritual energy to maintain the 2 acres of newly upgraded third-order spiritual fields. After hearing this, Liu Wenbai and Luo Yixuan also offered the same advice, since in the eastern wilderness, one's own cultivation level is the most important thing. The 2 ancestors bestowed the longevity tree upon me as a place for cultivation. I no longer need the spiritual veins of Little South Mountain. Chen Mobai's casual remark shocked his 3 disciples. That was a 4th-grade high-level spiritual vein that only core formation ancestors could occupy, but unexpectedly it was bestowed upon their master, a foundation establishment cultivator. Even the naive Zhuo Ming understood what this meant. Master, are you about to form your golden core? It's all right, but it still needs some polishing. Chen Mobai didn't say it outright, lest his 3 disciples get too excited. However, the fact that he possessed the longevity wood as a training ground still made Liu Wenbai and the other 2 very happy. Knowing that Chen Mobai was no longer cultivating at Xiaonan Mountain, Zhuo Ming could confidently upgrade all the spiritual fields at the foot of Xiaonan Mountain to second-tier superior grade. There are 2 ways to upgrade a spirit field to the 3rd level. One is to nurture it with the spiritual energy of the earth veins over many years, and the other is to use earth-type spiritual objects such as life-giving stones. Later, I will post a task at Lingbao Pavilion to purchase life-giving stones. Chen Mobai naturally preferred the life-giving stone, hoping to upgrade his spiritual field to the third tier as soon as possible so he could cultivate the third-tier spiritual rice more quickly. The price of this life-giving stone is around 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. If we want to upgrade all the remaining 58 acres of spirit fields to the third tier, it will cost about 200,000 spirit stones. For Chen Mobai, this was an acceptable cost. He took his 3 disciples to Shenmu City, found the elder in charge of Lingbao Pavilion, and learned that there were 5 life-giving stones in the sect's treasury, which could be exchanged for 3,500 contribution points. Chen Mobai naturally exchanged them all, and then used the same contribution points or spirit stones to buy up the life-giving stones over the long term. It turns out that there are indeed some good people among the disciples of the Shenmu sect. The task had just been posted when 2 Qi refining disciples accepted it. Unfortunately, after Zhuo Ming's appraisal, he found that only one piece was usable. The other piece had lost too much of its spiritual energy, and he didn't know why. If he used it to upgrade the spiritual field, it might not be successful. At first I thought it was a special spirit stone, and since I cultivate the earth element technique, I absorbed some of the earth's spiritual energy from the ore. Later, after someone appraised it, I realized it was a precious life-giving stone, so I stopped. The Shenmu sect disciple who came to exchange the ore looked dejected. He had also participated in the battle that destroyed the summit of Hanshin Mountain and had unexpectedly obtained the ore from a storage bag, but due to his limited knowledge, he had mishandled it. Because it contains gentle earth vein spiritual energy, the life-giving stone can also be absorbed as a spirit stone, but the spiritual energy contained in this one spirit stone is only equivalent to 5 or 6 mid-grade spirit stones. Direct absorption is a huge waste compared to the selling price. It's about 50% intact, but the gap has been opened. Although it's been sealed off, the spiritual energy of the earth veins is still slowly leaking out. If you want to sell it, I can buy it for 800 spirit stones. Zhuo Ming's ears suddenly twitched as she received a telepathic message from Chen Mobai, and then she spoke. The Shenmu sect disciple wanted to sell for more, but Zhuo Ming was a poor rogue cultivator, so how could he let him make a profit? The two bargained for a while and finally settled on a price of 835 spirit stones. After the transaction was completed, the Shenmu sect disciple who received the spirit stones hurriedly left, while Zhuo Ming took 2 life-giving stones upstairs, where Chen Mobai and Luo Yixuan were. Master, the spiritual energy of this life-giving stone is insufficient. If it is buried in the spirit field, it may not be able to complete the upgrade process. Zhuo Ming was somewhat confused, but Chen Mobai smiled slightly, took the used life stone in his palm, examined it for a while, and then gave it to Zhuo Ming. I have a guess. We shouldn't use this life-giving stone to upgrade the spirit field. You can use the Earth Mother technique to absorb it. Master, isn't this too wasteful? Zhuo Ming felt a pang of heartache, but under Chen Mobai's orders, she could only nod in agreement helplessly. However, the spiritual energy contained in this life-giving stone was a bit too much for her, a Qi refining cultivator, and it might take her a whole month to absorb it all. You can absorb the power while you're fighting during the sect competition. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he first had Zhuo Ming transfer a stream of spiritual energy to him to record her current spiritual root attributes. Take this sacred wood shield. Finally, to ensure there would be no unexpected events during the Zhuoming sect competition, Chen Mobai gave her a second-tier high-grade defensive magic weapon, so that even if she faced a second-tier magic weapon, she would have the ability to protect herself. Thank you, Master. Zhuo Ming happily accepted it. Chen Mobai also lent Liu Wenbai the golden jade axe, but with his cultivation level, he could probably only unleash a single axe strike at most. He was still trying to practice with the magic weapon. You take care of them, and I'll go explore the Divine Tree secret realm for you first. After arranging for his 2 apprentices, Chen Mobai gave instructions to Luo Yixuan, who naturally stood tall and proud, indicating that she would definitely take good care of her senior brother and sister. As the foundation of the Divine Tree sect, the Divine Tree secret realm would cause great distress to the two patriarchs if something were to happen to it. So when Chen Mobai mentioned it, Fu Zhanju came over in person. Lu Yi, the head of the transmission department, dared not appear weak in front of the ancestor. With a ruddy complexion, he activated the wooden sword and opened the portal to the Divine Tree secret realm. Let's use the two of us to go in and scout ahead. After Fu Zhanju finished speaking, he used a very ordinary Qingyang puppet to step into the secret realm first. Then Chen Mobai also used his newly created first-tier puppet to follow him in. The formless puppet was too advanced. He was afraid that Fu Zhanju, a puppet master, would see through its disguise. After entering the Divine Tree secret realm, the two found that nothing had changed. Chen Mobai led Fu Zhanju toward the magic tree to avoid being discovered by him of the traces of raising snakes and cutting down trees here. The magic item tree and talent tree are the same as usual. So the two flew toward the last great tree. The mark left by the purple lightning sword was clearly visible from a distance. The once majestic and towering evergreen tree had been cut with a thick and long sword mark, which made it easy to imagine how huge the wound must have been. But now the wound had completely healed. This terrifying regenerative power deeply shocked Chen Mobai, who had witnessed the giant purple sword being pierced through the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 473, Zhuo Ming's Fame. Chapter 473, Zhuo Ming's Fame. Fu Zhang, you tried to enter the range of the great Dao tree using his puppet body. Upon discovering that the longevity trial still existed, the Qingyang puppet began to stiffen after only a few steps, and even its outer shell began to crack. Chen Mobai, who was outside, immediately used the rope he had prepared to pull him out. From now on, disciples of my sect will be prohibited from coming to this area of the great Dao tree. In any case, over the years, only you and Hong have benefited. After trying it out, Fu Zhanju felt that the great Dao tree posed more danger than opportunity for the disciples of the Divine Wood sect, so he simply suggested giving up. Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. Although he had attained two major realms of swordsmanship within the great Dao tree, namely the perfected Third Order Yi Wood Divine Thunder, establishing his invincible reputation among his peers, he still agreed with Fu Zhanju's idea compared to the potential dangers. For the many disciples of the Divine Wood sect, being able to obtain opportunities from the magic treasure tree and the talent tree is already considered very fortunate. For them, the longevity trial where the great Dao tree was located was truly just a trial. After agreeing on the terms, Fu Zhanju brought in one of his third-tier puppet bodies from outside, along with a set of array flags. Without needing Chen Mobai's help, Fu Zhanju pointed his finger, and under the all plants are soldiers, technique. One after another Crimson Sun spirit trees transformed into tree people, setting up the array flags and array plates according to his will. Once the formation is activated, it will ensure that Shenmu sect disciples will not accidentally wander into this place out of curiosity. After a busy day, the two left the sacred tree's secret realm. At the signal from the true form of Ancestor Fu beside him, Lu Yi, who was waiting outside, reopened the secret realm portal. Opening it repeatedly in such a short time had nearly killed him, and he only recovered after Meng Hong helped him out. Senior brother Lu, after the sect competition, my disciple will be entering the secret realm. I will need your help again then. After Fu Zhanju left after resolving the matter, Chen Mobai smiled and said to Lu Yi, who was pale-faced and waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he was old and needed to rest for a year or two before he could start again with full energy. Senior brother Lu has worked hard for the sect. Take these second-grade spirit rice to replenish your vital energy. Since everyone present was an acquaintance, Chen Mobai didn't stand on ceremony and handed him the 20 caddies of King Yu spirit rice that he had prepared in advance. Lu Yi's eyes lit up immediately, and after glancing at Meng Hong, he accepted it with a smile. You're young, but you act just like us old guys. "Leave this to me. Just call me after the sect competition." After resolving the matter of the divine tree secret realm, Chen Mobai felt relieved. When he returned to Shenmue City, he witnessed Zhu Ming displaying his prowess on the arena. She and Tan Kaienchi, the true disciple of the body tempering department, neither dodged nor avoided, exchanging punches one after another. After 12 consecutive punches, Tan Kaienchi could no longer withstand the power of mountains and rivers contained in Zhu Ming's fists. He spat out blood, his proud earth spirit body was broken, his ribcage was fractured, and he was sent flying off the stage. If the Foundation establishment elder who was presiding over the sect competition hadn't caught him, his injuries would probably have been even more severe after he landed. The winner is Zhu Ming. When Elder Kai Tong saw Tan Kaienchi's miserable state, he frowned but still announced the result. He also knew Zhu Ming's background. Now, in the entire Shenmue sect, apart from the two patriarchs, there is only the Xiaonanchan lineage. Kai Tong first stabilized Tan Kaienchi's injuries and then released him. After all, he was not his disciple, and Tan Kaienchi would have to heal his injuries on his own. However, this is the most crucial battle for the true transmission of knowledge. After Zhu Ming won, he replaced Tan Kaienchi and became one of the 24 true disciples of the Shenmue sect. Tan Kaienchi stood up with a pale face, looking at the girl in the khaki long robe who was standing on the arena, whom he had never paid any attention to before, still with disbelief on his face. Nine-Ren body, you actually mastered the Nine-Ren body. As a disciple of the body tempering department, Tan Kaienchi naturally knew about this top-tier body tempering method with the Eastern Wilderness Earth attribute. The threshold for this technique was extremely high, and even in the summit of Mount Han, only a handful of people had mastered it. The last one to master it, Jai Daeyuan, was known as one of the 5-colored immortal seeds. He used it to run rampant in the Eastern Wilderness. Among those of the same chi refining level, even the true disciples of Golden Light Cliff were helpless against him. After Jai Daeyuan was killed by Chen Mobai, this technique was actually mastered by Chen Mobai's disciple. Before stepping onto the stage, Tan Kaienchi didn't even know who Zhu Ming was. Although he had heard from his junior brothers about his opponent's background, among the Xiaonanchan lineage, apart from the #1 swordsman of the Shenmue sect, only Luo Yixuan was someone he feared. Although Liu Wenbai had also been a disciple of the true lineage over the years, Tan Kaienchi felt that as long as he was serious, he could easily defeat Liu Wenbai. Luo Yixuan has consistently ranked among the top 3 disciples in recent years, not only because of her outstanding appearance, but also because of her genuine skills. In fact, after the battle that destroyed the summit of Hanshin Mountain, the glory of disciples following their master has become the face of this generation of disciples of Shenmue sect. Its fame has spread throughout half of the Eastern Wilderness. Whether they are disciples of major sects or independent cultivators, everyone knows that the Shenmue sect has a Nanshan fairy with an ethereal beauty and outstanding cultivation. Who is Zhu Ming? Is there such a person in the Xiaonanchan lineage? It turned out that they had relied on the Divine Wood Shield, a second-tier magic artifact, to get through. After seeing Zhu Ming nervously take out the Divine Wood Shield, Tan Kaienchi calmly took out a second-tier spirit talisman and briefly sealed the opponent's magic artifact. Then, with a confident expression, he threw a punch, which landed heavily on Zhu Ming's shoulder. With a dull thud, it sounded like something hitting a rock. He's also a body-tempering cultivator. Tan Kaienchi, seeing an opportunity, was overjoyed and began exchanging punches with Zhu Ming. Soon after, half of his body was nearly crushed by Zhu Ming's fists. After the crushing defeat, Tan Kaienchi had already figured out Zhu Ming's body-tempering technique, and he was shocked. As soon as he spoke, the Shenmue sect disciples watching the battle all turned solemn, especially those who had made it to the final rounds of the true instruction at the 9th level. After the Nine-Ren body technique reached its first level, they could only break through its defenses by using second-tier magical artifacts or spells, but Zhu Ming also possessed the Divine Wood Shield. Even if Li Yixian, the former #1 disciple and a second-tier puppeteer, were to make a move, he would probably be extremely troubled and not know how to proceed. You need to take care of yourself, otherwise your muscles and bones will not recover well, which may affect your future path. Just then, Zhuo Ming came down. She also realized that her punch seemed a bit heavy. The main reason was that when her previous opponents saw her take out the second-tier Divine Wood Shield, they all forfeited with pale faces. Tan Kaienchi was the first to confront her head-on. Seeing that her opponent was seriously injured, Zhuo Ming took out a regeneration talisman from her storage bag and slapped it on him. Over the years, she had been well protected by Chen Mobai and farmed every day, so she was kind-hearted. "Thank you, Sister Zhuo." Tan Kaienchi felt that he could move around with difficulty, so he took out a bottle of healing medicine and swallowed it. Before leaving, he thanked Zhuo Ming with a slightly embarrassed expression. "I started learning later than you, so you can just call me Junior Sister." Zhuo Ming called out to Tan Kaienchi's retreating figure, but the latter walked away without turning his head. "You are better than him, so it's right for him to call you Senior Sister." Zai Jinghuo walked over at some point. As the chief of the sword training department, he had defeated his opponent and become a true disciple. Because he often came to Zion Enshin, he had a good relationship with Zhuo Ming. "That won't do." Master said that within the Zion Enshin sect, seniority is not determined by cultivation level. Zhuo Ming shook her head, indicating that Zai Jinghuo was wrong. "I originally thought that after Luo Yixuan and Li Yixian established their foundations, the position of the #1 disciple was a sure thing. I didn't expect that there would still be a sleeping tiger like you." Zai Jinghu clicked his tongue. As a second-generation immortal of the Divine Wood sect, he had abundant resources and received personal guidance from Zai Yisheng, the deputy head of the sword training department. He had also visited Jinguang Cliff many times to exchange and learn, and had already reached the peak of sword chi. Last year, Li Yixian's Qingyang puppet almost couldn't suppress his flying sword. Without the two of them this year, Zai Jinghuo, whose sword energy had become more refined and mature, originally felt very lonely. But seeing Zhuo Ming and Tan Kaienchi clash 12 punches in succession, completely shattering the physique that this true disciple of the body tempering department was most proud of, Kenshin began to boil with a long-lost passion. "I'm probably no match for you. I'll just need to get the position of true disciple with senior brother Liu." Although Zhuo Ming felt that she was somewhat powerful, she did not think she could compete for the top spot among the true disciples. She felt that she might not even be able to beat Liu Wenbai, let alone Zai Jinghuo, a genius sword cultivator. "Among this generation, no one but you can catch my flying sword." Zai Jinghu left those words behind and departed from the arena. After learning that Zhuo Ming had mastered the 9-ren body technique, everyone agreed with Zai Jinghuo's judgment. In an instant, Zhuo Ming became the most popular name among the chi-refining disciples of the Divine Wood sect. The second senior sister of Zionan Mountain is devoted to farming and cultivating spiritual plants. She is not good at fighting, but she has exceptional talent, no less than Jai Daeyuan of the mountain-shaking peak. If Luo Yixuan hadn't successfully established her foundation, and Zion Enshin hadn't needed another disciple to represent the Qi refining sect, plus the foundation establishment pill was about to be completed, Zhuo Ming might not have been willing to show his talent. As expected of Chen Mobai's disciple, his personality is just like his. He could have become famous through his cultivation, but he prefers farming. "Master, am I really that powerful?" Zhuo Ming had heard everyone's comments and admiration for her along the way, and when he returned, he was still a little incredulous. He murmured to Chen Mobai, "I can't believe it. In the entire eastern wilderness, apart from your master, you need not fear anyone of the same cultivation level." Chen Mobai knew that Zhuo Ming lacked confidence. Apart from himself, who had cheated and could activate the sword rainbow, no one in the chi refining realm could kill her. "So you're saying I won't embarrass you, master?" After Zhuo Ming understood, Zhao Yuan looked relieved, but her first reaction was this: "Not only will you not lose face, but you will also make your master look good." Liu Wenbai, standing to the side, was filled with envy. When he saw Luo Yixuan, who had already successfully established her foundation and was standing next to Chen Mobai, he, as the senior brother, felt ashamed. With both of his junior sisters being so capable, he, as the senior brother, is under a lot of pressure. Next, you don't need to hold back anymore. Go and help Xiao Nanshan get another first place in the true teachings. After Zhuo Ming roughly understood her own strength, upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, she felt a surge of immense motivation welling up inside her. She clenched her fists and nodded heavily. Master, I will not let you down. Master, I will also try my best. Liu Wenbai also spoke up, puffing out his chest, feeling that he couldn't let his junior sister steal the spotlight. In the round of 24-12, he encountered Niu Longyuan, a true disciple of the Spirit Beast Department. The latter had borrowed a second-tier old yellow ox, whose strength in beast taming was no less than that of Li Yixian, who possessed a second-tier puppet. The battle between the two was absolutely spectacular, with both fighting to their last breath. In the end, Liu Wenbai relied on the defense of the Azure Scale Arm Guard to hold out until his opponent's spiritual power was exhausted. He then took out the golden jade axe and defeated the old ox with one blow, cutting off one of its horns. But after entering the top 12, Liu Wenbai felt that he had reached his limit. Sure enough, in the next round, he encountered Guan Xiaolong from the Formation Department. The latter used softness to overcome hardness and did not give him a chance to use the golden jade axe. He was sent out of the arena by a maze formation. Although it was a pity to stop at the top 12, at least we were guaranteed a foundation establishment pill. After feeling frustrated for a while, Liu Wenbai quickly adjusted his mindset and started cheering Zhu Ming on. Having cultivated the 9-ren body and possessed the divine wood shield, Zhuo Ming remained cautious and defensive throughout, allowing her opponents to attack. As long as they couldn't break through her defenses, she would win once her opponent's spiritual energy was exhausted. Of course, some opponents might try to stall, but Zhuo Ming also possesses the purple fire sword talisman bestowed upon her by Chen Mobai. If she were to take the initiative to use this talisman, unless they possessed her level of defense and a second-tier magic weapon, any true disciple would suffer a crushing defeat. Zhuo Ming fought her way through the competition, defeating Jiang Xingheng of the Transmission Department in the top 12, and helping Liu Wenbai avenge himself by using the purple fire sword talisman to break Guan Xiaolong's formation. In the battle for the top 3, she faced off against an acquaintance of Chen Mobai, Ding Ying, a true disciple of the talisman-making department. After failing to establish her foundation, Ding Ying has recovered over the years and is now even stronger. The beautiful and confident Ding Ying was once Zhuo Ming's role model. When Zhuo Ming first left Xinye Hall, her only dream was to join the talisman-making department, learn 1 or 2 talisman-making techniques, and live a peaceful life in the Divine Wood sect. Unfortunately, her applications went unanswered several times. Having exhausted all other options, she wanted to participate in the sect's grand competition to showcase herself, but unexpectedly, she encountered Chen Mobai, which led to a defeat that would change her destiny. Senior sister Ding, please give me your guidance. Zhuo Ming saw Ding Ying, who was facing her with a solemn expression and had activated the heavenly wood talisman and expanded her domain, suddenly smile and take out a colorful umbrella from her storage bag. She opened the umbrella, but did not use the defensive power of this magical artifact. Instead, she let Ding Ying scatter the leaves and petals that flew everywhere, pricking her body from all over. Amidst a series of crisp clanging sounds, Zhuo Ming approached Ding Ying, who was standing beneath the tree seed, and raised her fist. Thud, thud, thud. After 13 consecutive punches, Ding Ying coughed up blood and was thrown off the stage, her face pale. 10 years ago, she lost to Chen Mobai. 10 years later, she lost to Chen Mobai's disciple. At this moment, Ding Ying looked at Zhuo Ming, who was holding a flower umbrella on the stage, confident and proud, and felt a sense of shame. End of this chapter. Chapter 474, Longevity Due. Chapter 474, Longevity Due. After defeating Ding Ying, Zhu Ming felt that his energy and spirit had undergone some inexplicable changes. It's like reaching a mountain peak that seemed impossible to climb as a child. After mastering the skills and easily stepping onto it, looking down at the scenery below, with the beautiful landscape spread out before your eyes, the joy of fulfilling a wish arises spontaneously, bringing a great sense of satisfaction. After defeating Ding Ying, Zhu Ming only had one opponent left. It was Zai Jinghuo. As the head of the sword training department, he was regarded as the only hope to break through the nine-ren body. However, sword cultivators are known for their power increasing in the mid to late stages. Facing a body cultivator in the early to mid stages, even though Zai Jinghuo had already unleashed 50–60% of the power of his second-tier divine wood sword, and even vaguely touched upon the realm of sword energy like a rainbow during his final strike, he was still knocked off the stage before Zhu Ming, who had undergone a spiritual transformation, could withstand even the ninth punch. Zai Jinghuo's defensive capabilities were even inferior to Ding Ying and Tan Qianshi, but his swordsmanship had undoubtedly reached a basic level. Finally, the sword strike that took the ninth punch landed on Zhu Ming's cheek, leaving a bloody mark and shattering the myth of the nine-ren body. Senior brother Zai has a worthy successor. Chen Mobai naturally came to watch the disciples' final battle to reach the summit, and coincidentally, Zai Yisheng also came. The two of them witnessed the battle between Zai Jinghuo and Zhu Ming from the second-floor window. Junior brother Chen, the entire sect has misjudged you. We never expected that besides junior nephew Luo, you would also have such an amazing talent as junior nephew Zhu. When Zai Yisheng saw Zhu Ming wipe the wound on her cheek and the sword mark disappear, he knew that the latter's nine-ren body technique was not something she barely mastered by relying on resources, but rather something she had truly grasped. The sword energy of the Crimson Flame sword technique contains powerful fire energy, which cannot be erased so easily by ordinary means. If a rogue cultivator or a chi-refining cultivator who is unaware of the reason is hit by the sword energy, he may even be left with scars and burn marks for the rest of his life. However, Zhu Ming easily erased it without using any talismans or taking any pills. I did mention it to senior brother Yi and senior brother Yuan before, but they didn't seem to believe it. In the past, Chen Mobai had commented on the disciples who entered the sect from Yun Kingdom in his own small circle. Only Yu Lion, Luo Yixuan, and Zhu Ming were worthy of his approval. Besides these three, there is Luo Yixiu. Although he has decent talent, he has always had problems with his mindset. In recent years, the Luo family even wanted to give up on him and invest all their resources in Luo Yixuan. However, with Chen Mobai as her backer, Luo Yixuan no longer cared about the resources that the Luo family could provide. If it weren't for her mother still being in the Luo family, she wouldn't even want to associate with anyone from the Luo family. Junior brother Chen, come to my temple for tea when you have time. Zai Yisheng readily accepted Zai Jinghuo's failure, and after seeing Zhu Ming become the top disciple, he smiled and took his leave. Must. After watching him leave, Chen Mobai turned to look out the window. On the arena, Zhu Ming, who had become the #1 disciple of the Divine Wood sect, felt a sense of elation as he faced the admiring and respectful gazes from all directions. Is this the pinnacle of all chi cultivation in the Divine Wood sect? So it turns out it's so easy to set foot here. Zhu Ming suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, as if she were standing in midair, feeling unsteady. She looked around and felt a pair of gratified eyes. Looking over, she saw Chen Mobai standing at the window, smiling and nodding at her. When the master and apprentice met eyes, Zhu Ming suddenly felt all the vanity in her heart disappear, and she returned to her previous state of mind. For her, the true teachings were paramount, but nothing was more important than her master's approval. Master, from now on I can proudly say that I am your disciple. Zhu Ming, who had always felt that she was holding back the Xiaonanchan lineage, felt deeply grateful to her master Chen Mobai at this moment. Zhu Ming always believed that her spiritual root aptitude was only average, and that she was able to achieve what she had today entirely because she had become Chen Mobai's disciple. the oral and practical instruction in farming and talisman making, the annual year-end lectures and guidance, the availability of spirit rice at every meal, and the cultivation techniques and secret manuals she had never dared to dream of before. She felt that any qi refining cultivator with these conditions could basically achieve something. Before leaving the Snow Palace, Zhu Ting confided in Zhuo Ming that she envied the atmosphere of Xiao Nanshan and wished she could stay there forever. Zhuo Ming felt that the suffering she endured as a child was all for the sake of becoming Chen Mobai's disciple. Not bad, worthy of being my disciple. After the master and apprentice met, Chen Mobai said something that made Zhuo Ming happy from head to toe. This is the greatest recognition for her. Even the most profound teachings cannot compare to the slightest bit of this saying. Congratulations, junior sister. Congratulations, senior sister. Liu Wenbai and Luo Yixuan also congratulated Zhuo Ming. To be honest, apart from Chen Mobai, even they who spent every day with Zhuo Ming did not know that Zhuo Ming possessed such great potential and strength. However, the Xiaonanshan lineage has a very good atmosphere, and both of them were mostly happy to see Zhuo Ming become the #1 disciple. Although Liu Wenbai was somewhat frustrated by the fact that he, the eldest brother, was actually the weakest of the three, he was more motivated to work hard in his cultivation. He felt that he had neglected his cultivation in recent years because he was engrossed in business. He decided to go into seclusion after obtaining the Foundation Establishment pill, hoping to surpass Zhuo Ming in the Foundation Establishment realm and regain some of his dignity as the senior disciple. After thinking it over, Liu Wenbai took the initiative to tell Chen Mobai about it. Very well, nothing is more important than one's own cultivation. It just so happens that Xuaner has successfully established her foundation and is about to leave the mountain to help her with something. Let's leave this Xiaonanshan shop to her. Chen Mobai is a proponent of the realm school. Even if Liu Wenbai hadn't said anything, he planned to do the same. He even wanted Zhuo Ming to prepare for foundation establishment first. Master, I feel that the first level of my 9-ren body is still somewhat insufficient, and it will be springtime soon to plant new azure jade spirit rice seeds. I will wait until my senior brother successfully establishes his foundation before I go into seclusion. Zhuo Ming sensibly shook her head and refused, mainly because, although she had become the #1 disciple, she still lacked confidence in her foundation establishment. She believed that her status as the top disciple was purely due to the divine wood shield and the 9-ren body formed by relying on the spiritual rice resources of Xiaonan Mountain. In reality, her spiritual root talent was still inferior to that of Zai Jinghuo and Ding Ying. Alright then, when it comes to foundation establishment, the probability of success is higher if you feel that you're ready. Chen Mobai did not force Zhuo Ming. He always taught his disciples without discrimination and allowed them to develop according to their nature. Master, the golden jade axe is returned. After saying that, Liu Wenbai took out the golden jade axe that Chen Mobai had lent him from his storage bag, and Zhuo Ming immediately handed over the divine wood shield as well. Xuaner, you can't go out without a magical artifact. Besides, you have successfully established your foundation, and I haven't given you a congratulatory gift yet. This divine wood shield and your divine wood sword are a set, and they are very powerful in defense, so I'll give them to you. After taking the wooden shield, Chen Mobai released the divine consciousness he had cultivated within it and handed it to Luo Yixuan, who was standing to the side. Master, this is too precious. Luo Yixuan was pleasantly surprised, but over the years she had come to know Chen Mobai's personality. She raised her hands and excitedly accepted the divine wood shield. Take it, I will tell you the refining technique. Listen carefully. As Chen Mobai spoke, Luo Yixuan gripped the divine wood shield tightly with both hands, listening attentively with a look of deep happiness welling up inside her. Her second-tier magical artifacts, the divine wood sword and the divine wood shield, were both gifts from Chen Mobai. Even biological fathers and daughters don't receive such treatment. You won't find another teacher as good as him in the entire eastern wilderness. When Chen Mobai handed the divine wood shield to Luo Yixuan, he also saw the envious looks from Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming. He couldn't help but smile slightly and pulled the flying sparrow hairpin off his hair. Wenbai, as my eldest disciple, you shall inherit this flying sword that has helped me carve out a formidable reputation in the eastern wilderness. Master, I am truly terrified that I have not yet established my foundation. Upon hearing this, Liu Wenbai immediately knelt down before Chen Mobai, waving his hands repeatedly, indicating that he, being only at the qi refining stage, was not yet capable of bearing the inheritance of the flying sparrow hairpin. You child, you are too gentle. I will take it if I give it to you. Besides, this thing is of no use to me. You have the azure scale arm guard for protection, and this flying sparrow hairpin is a perfect match for you in terms of offense and defense. Hearing Chen Mobai say this, Liu Wenbai trembled as he took the small and exquisite flying sparrow hairpin into his palm. It can be said that Chen Mobai's reputation as the #1 swordsman of the Shenmu sect was largely earned by this flying sword. After obtaining this flying sword, Liu Wenbai felt an even greater responsibility as the senior brother. He absolutely cannot let his master down again. With this determination, Liu Wenbai told himself that he must succeed in establishing his foundation. Minger, you have a 9-ren body, which provides strong defense, but you lack offensive capabilities. This golden jade axe is a top-tier, second-tier magic weapon, which is very suitable for you. Now that the treasures had been divided, Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't miss out on his most valued second disciple. He handed the golden jade axe returned by Liu Wenbai to Zhuo Ming. Thank you, master. Seeing that her senior brother and junior sister had accepted the gifts, Zhuo Ming did not refuse. After thanking them, she took the golden jade axe, then swung it with one hand, liking it more and more as she looked at it. The method to activate this golden jade axe is also very simple. All you need to do is infuse it with spiritual energy. After the 3 disciples memorized the incantation for the ritual, they bowed to Chen Mobai again to express their gratitude. If Wenbai wants to prepare for foundation establishment, he should find a place in my longevity wood dojo to cultivate in seclusion. Xuaner, don't forget to go to the Divine Tree Secret Realm tomorrow. Remember, you only need to go to the Magic Treasure Tree and the Talent Tree. Chen Mobai entrusted Zion Enchen, along with the 7 surrounding spiritual mountains and 1,000 acres of spiritual fields, to Zhuo Ming for management. From now on, he will basically cultivate in the 4th grade high-quality spiritual vein of the longevity wood, carefully refining his essence, energy, and spirit in preparation for forming his core. Zhuo Ming nodded. She was confident that among the sect members, she was only inferior to her master when it came to farming. Since Zheng Woyu's foundation establishment pills were refined batch by batch, they were released at different times. Zhuo Ming, as the top disciple, could have been the first to redeem them, but she gave this opportunity to Liu Wenbai. Liu Wenbai declined briefly, then sincerely thanked Zhuo Ming. With Chen Mobai's help, he became the first to exchange for a foundation establishment pill and begin his seclusion. The evergreen tree towered into the clouds, and Chen Mobai casually found a thick branch and built a wooden house on it. Liu Wenbai built a shed at the base of the tree, which would slightly increase his chances of establishing his foundation on this 4th grade high-quality spiritual vein. After settling his eldest disciple in, Chen Mobai took Luo Yixuan to find Lu Yi. Opening the Divine Tree Secret Realm was already second nature to Lu Yi, but now that the longevity trial of the Great Dao Tree was gone, he still needed to open the portal upon his return, making it even more troublesome. However, Chen Mobai prepared 2 jars of fine wine, and Meng Hong also came to keep him company. The 3 of them cooked some spirit rice and grilled a few spirit fish, waiting for Luo Yixuan. About a day later, Luo Yixuan emerged from the secret realm with a joyful expression. After bidding farewell to Meng Hong and Lu Yi, Chen Mobai took her back to his longevity wood dojo. Master, I have not failed you. This is the sap of the tree of immortality. Luo Yixuan has a water elemental root, and as expected, she produced a large bag of longevity tree sap on the magic treasure tree. Chen Mobai counted it with his divine sense, It was a full 100 drops. In addition to this, Luo Yixuan also obtained a recipe for refining longevity dew from the talent tree, which is used for the second level of longevity body cultivation. The raw material is the sap of the longevity tree, combined with 99 other medicinal herbs and spiritual substances. After being mixed and refined, it can be consumed to strengthen one's physical body and blood energy, and even increase one's lifespan. Luo Yixuan didn't hide anything, and told Chen Mobai everything. Both the sap of the immortal tree and the dew of immortality are of great use to me. Xuaner, you are truly my lucky star. Chen Mobai had been trying to extract the recipe for the longevity dew from the talent tree for so long, but he hadn't managed to get it. Now that he had obtained it from Luo Yixuan, he suddenly felt a different kind of satisfaction from teaching his disciples. As long as it can be useful to master, that's fine. I'm worried that because it's an ancient pill formula, it might not be able to be made now. Luo Yixuan was even happier after gaining Chen Mobai's approval. The value of the formula lies mainly in its core proportions. The other ingredients can be substituted. Chen Mobai, thinking from the perspective of the immortal sect, took out 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and gave them to Luo Yixuan as he spoke. "Master, what are you doing?" This was the first time Luo Yixuan had ever seen so many spirit stones. Converted to low-grade spirit stones, it was a full 100,000. She couldn't help but feel a little breathless, and her pretty face turned slightly red. In the past, senior brother Yuan sold a bag of longevity tree sap to King Zhou for 100,000 spirit stones. As your disciple, I cannot take your opportunity for nothing. This is for you. Master, you have taught me for so many years, provided me with an endless supply of spiritual rice resources, supported my foundation building, and even gave me magic weapons. Yet I have not given you any tribute. Now that I have obtained what you need from the secret realm, how can I accept your spirit stones again? To everyone's surprise, Luo Yixuan shook her head firmly and refused when faced with 100,000 spirit stones. I taught you because you are my disciple. Take it, I don't lack spirit stones. Chen Mobai, however, refused to take advantage of his little apprentice. He now earns tens of thousands of spirit stones every year and has also received 1,000,000 spirit stones from Fu Zhangju. Taking out these mere 100,000 spirit stones is of no concern to him. Moreover, if he takes Luo Yixuan's opportunity but doesn't give her spirit stones, wouldn't that be the same as the master-disciple relationship he hates in the eastern wilderness? Even if it's just for the sake of his own Tao heart, he has to make Luo Yixuan accept it. Master, how about I take some first and keep the rest with you? I don't need that many spirit stones right now anyway. Luo Yixuan made a suggestion, and Chen Mobai, seeing that she really couldn't accept it all, shook his head and agreed. Master, I'll take 100 mid-grade spirit stones first. Please also deduct the 10,000 contribution points I exchanged for foundation establishment pills from my contribution points. Chen Mobai finally gave Luo Yixuan a note indicating that she had deposited 800 mid-grade spirit stones with him. After taking it, the latter looked at him with an unprecedented longing in her eyes. Chen Mobai, what's wrong? Luo Yixuan, you are the best master in the whole world. End of this chapter. Chapter 475, 2 years. Chapter 475, 2 years. After Luo Yixuan left Giant Tree Ridge, Chen Mobai accompanied Zhuo Ming to plant the jade spirit rice and tried new hybridization experiments on the 2 acres of third-tier spirit fields. He hopes to cultivate third-order spirit rice that is suitable for growing in the environment of Giant Wood Ridge. However, this was destined to be a long-term experiment. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had already trained Zhuo Ming. After giving her some instructions, he returned to the new dojo to begin his secluded cultivation of the longevity body. This is the best body forging technique of the Divine Wood sect. The method of cultivation is very simple. Just refine the sap of the longevity tree. If there is no sap from the tree of immortality, one can absorb spiritual energy of the water and wood elements and integrate it into the body. But the efficiency of the 2 methods is vastly different. Zhou Wangshan possessed enough sap from the tree of immortality, and it took him nearly 10 years to finally cultivate the first level of the immortal body Tao. If one relies solely on absorbing spiritual energy to improve, it would take approximately 10 times longer. Even for a core formation cultivator, spending 100 years merely cultivating a body-strengthening technique that prolongs life, enhances physique, and provides powerful recovery is a very poor trade-off. But if there were the sap of the tree of immortality, it would be a completely different story. Even a chi-refining cultivator could afford to invest 10 years. Moreover, Chen Mobai also possesses the treasure fire body forging technique, obtained from the talent tree. This secret technique can use the azure yang fire to quickly refine and evaporate the powerful vitality contained in the sap of the longevity tree, permeating the entire body and making the cultivation of the longevity body even faster. For Chen Mobai, the only problem in cultivating this body tempering technique was that he didn't have enough sap from the longevity tree. The first level of the longevity body requires refining all 206 bones of the human body into a drop of longevity tree sap to create an indestructible skeleton. Then, through the bone network, a powerful life force is emanated from the inside out, permeating the 5 internal organs, muscles, skin, meridians, acupoints, and so on. Chen Mobai had already refined 30 drops, and with the 100 drops offered by Luo Yixuan, he was still 76 drops short. However, this was not a difficult task for him. At worst, I can just cultivate a few more water attribute techniques, and then go and plunder the magic treasure tree. In any case, he can easily afford to invest this amount of time. However, it would be best if Liu Wenbai successfully established his foundation. This eldest disciple cultivated both the water and wood cultivation techniques. If he went to the magic treasure tree, he might be able to obtain the longevity tree sap, just like Luo Yixuan. Even if Liu Wenbai failed to open it, the Shenmu sect still has many true disciples who cultivate water attribute techniques. Because he had someone to back him up, Chen Mobai didn't wait any longer. After finishing his work, he began to refine the sap of the longevity tree drop by drop. In Chen Mobai's hands, the azure yang fire had long been perfected and refined. Using it as fuel, a drop of the longevity tree sap, full of vitality, was completely refined and fused by one of Chen Mobai's bones in just 7 or 8 days. Chen Mobai also tried to refine the sap of the longevity tree without using the treasure fire body tempering technique. The efficiency difference is twice as much. The latter takes half a month to refine and fuse even a single drop. With each drop of the longevity tree sap he refined, Chen Mobai clearly felt his physical body grow stronger. This feeling of constant change and improvement made him completely absorbed in it. Moreover, as his physical body grew stronger, Chen Mobai also felt that his control over spiritual power and divine sense was becoming more and more precise, and he could even perform subtle operations that he couldn't do before. This subtle improvement surprised him even more. Because the final stage of core formation is a test of control, Chen Chun once said that if he failed to form his core, it would probably be because he couldn't control the surge of power at the last moment. I never expected that practicing body tempering techniques would yield such results. After realizing this, Chen Mobai became even more fascinated with cultivating the longevity body. A year passed quickly, and half of Luo Yixuan's large bag of longevity tree sap had already been refined by Chen Mobai. He was cultivating that day when he suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy beneath the longevity tree. Chen Mobai was jolted awake from his meditation. He activated his void insight and looked down, quickly spotting his eldest disciple, who was attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. After a long pause, Chen Mobai's face showed regret. Ultimately, this eldest disciple lacked the necessary foundation and could not succeed on his first attempt. Wenbai, there's no need to force the transformation, lest it cause irreversible damage. If it fails, just let nature take its course. His spiritual eyes saw that the liquid spiritual energy condensed in Liu Wenbai's danshan was beginning to dissipate, But Liu Wenbai wanted to forcibly stop this process and continue to build his foundation, so he couldn't help but speak to remind him. Chen Mobai's 3 disciples revered their master as a god, so when Liu Wenbai heard his words, he struggled for a moment before dejectedly releasing his control over spiritual power. The powerful spiritual energy that had gathered around him began to slowly dissipate. About 15 minutes later, Liu Wenbai opened his eyes, his face pale. He saw Chen Mobai standing not far away, his face dejected and his expression desperate. This disciple is incompetent and has failed to establish his foundation. For most people, failure is the norm in life, and success is just a fluke. What you need to do is succeed after repeated failures. Over the years, Chen Mobai had developed feelings for his kind and honest eldest disciple, though he didn't place the same high hopes on him as Zhou Ming. Seeing his pale face and the despair in his eyes, as if he had reached the end of his life, he couldn't help but offer words of comfort. "Master, I will take good care of Zion and Shempu from now on, and I hope to stay by your side for a long time." Liu Wenbai grew up in the eastern wilderness. Although he was simple and honest by nature, he had seen many disciples who had no potential to break through to the next realm being sent away by their masters, and gradually their friendships would fade away and they would never see each other again. His 10 years in Xian'an were arguably the most carefree time of his life. Now that he has failed to establish his foundation, he is afraid that his master-disciple relationship with Chen Mobai will fade away as a result, so he is somewhat apprehensive. "You're not even 40 yet, and you haven't lost any of your lifespan this time. You still have at least 2 more chances, so why be so discouraged? Just rest and recuperate until the next batch of jade marrow golden fungus matures." Chen Mobai actually still had a foundation establishment pill. He had bought 2 foundation establishment pills from the Bayas market of the southern Xuan sect, originally for Chen Xinglin. Unfortunately, after his father failed to establish his foundation again, he gave up on them. The remaining pill was originally intended for my cousin if she failed to achieve foundation establishment. But after thinking about it, I realized it was better to avoid leaving any traces with the immortal sect, so I kept it on my hand. Chen Mobai had thought that if any of his 3 disciples failed to establish their foundation, he could give them this pill. However, after observing Liu Wenbai's state of mind, he felt that even if he gave him 10 more foundation-establishing pills, he would probably fail again. Therefore, he planned to hone his eldest disciple first. "Yes, master." After hearing this, Liu Wenbai's expression softened slightly. Chen Mobai had him extend his hand to take his pulse. After confirming that the failure to establish his foundation had not left any future problems, he nodded with relief and returned to the wooden house in the tree. About 3 days later, Liu Wenbai regained his mobility and sent a message to Chen Mobai, expressing his intention to leave. "Although your failure to establish your foundation did not damage your lifespan, it did harm your essence. Go back and rest for 2 years. If you are really bored, go help Zhou Ming with farming. You must not fight with others or overwork yourself during these years." Chen Mobai came down to see his eldest disciple off, personally giving him a few words of advice. Liu Wenbai nodded and left the Longevity Wood Dojo with a guilty expression. Chen Mobai was also saddened by this matter for 2 days. However, he is different now than before when he was troubled by Meng Huanger's failure to establish her foundation after Chan Si left. He is now more mature and can accept the facts with a sense of sadness. Disappointments are a constant throughout a person's life. Only by extending one's life can one find those precious moments of success amidst many failures. Therefore, Chen Mobai's motivation to cultivate the longevity body was even stronger. During this time, he returned to Bushan Dao Academy because his studies there had basically come to an end, and he had graduated with full marks in the courses on governance and warfare that he had mainly studied. He still hadn't mastered the basics of the book, but he didn't care. As for the Bushan Dao Academy, according to Master Yungsu's idea, it would be better for Chen Mobai to stay, since he was needed to help repair the Wuxiang puppet. For this reason, Fu Borong had a special talk with Chen Mobai, saying that he could arrange for him to become a formal employee of the three major halls of the immortal sect, and that once he had enough seniority, he would be guaranteed to receive the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, as long as he was willing to continue staying at the heaven-mending Tao Academy. However, Chen Mobai couldn't wait that many years, and he had too many secrets. He was afraid that if he showed too much face in front of Yuangsu Shangren, this being with a brain that was half a nascent soul level would discover his secrets. So he politely declined, explaining that during his 5 years of study at the Heaven Mending Academy, his horizons had broadened considerably, and he had already begun to grasp the inspiration for core formation. That is why he doesn't even have the energy to comprehend the nascent soul technique, Fangkun book. Now, he only wants to return to his hometown to cultivate in seclusion and try to touch the path of core formation in the softest, purest place in his heart. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, not only Fu Borong, but even Master Yuangsu was taken aback. Fearing that he might actually hinder the cultivation of the immortal sect's potential for nascent soul, he immediately approved the graduation certificate. Originally, if you had stayed, the venerable master had planned to personally open a dimensional gate for you. On the day he received his graduation certificate, Fu Borong said with a regretful expression. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised after hearing this. The opening of a golden core realm within an immortal sect requires the assistance of the supreme treasure, the realm gate. To utilize this supreme treasure, one must at least be a nascent soul cultivator. After Chen Mobai reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, he applied to open a golden core realm on the official website of the immortal sect. However, since the 2 new golden core cultivators in recent years had already successfully established their foundation during the foundation establishment stage, no nascent soul cultivators bothered to expend their energy on such a trivial matter, which is why he has been in the queue all this time. Unexpectedly, Master Yuangsu was willing to take action for him. Even so, Chen Mobai's determination to leave the Heaven-Mending Tao Academy remained unwavering. He possesses resources from both realms. As long as he can successfully form his core, his future will be bright no matter where he is. The Golden Core realm is quite good, but compared to the core formation realm, it can be put aside. Moreover, even if one fails to establish a foundation during the initial stage, there is still a chance after reaching the core formation stage. Therefore, after completing his studies, Chen Mobai decisively chose to graduate. The only thing he regretted was having to part ways with Yan Bingxuan. Although she had already grasped the basics of the Yuan Qi system, she still needed to learn more and conduct numerous experiments to synthesize the ice soul divine light that best suited her. The Heaven Mending Academy has the best experimental conditions in this area, so staying here is the best choice for her. I can apply for graduation next year too. On the night Chen Mobai left the Bushan Dao Academy, he and Yan Bingxuan were walking on the road in Zixuan Cave when the latter suddenly spoke up. What do you plan to do after graduation? The Crimson Cloud Academy has the backing of the Natural Academy. I will go there to become a teacher. After I have enough years of service, I will exchange them for a water element golden core. I hope I can successfully form the core. When Yan Bingxuan said this, she looked straight at Chen Mobai and she didn't say the rest of her sentence. She wanted to keep up with him as much as possible and walk alongside him. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but offer some advice. After I go back, I may go into seclusion for 10 or 20 years. There's no need for you to come back with me. You should take advantage of this rare opportunity to enrich and improve yourself at the Heaven Mending Academy. Yan Bingxuan frowned slightly after hearing this. She wanted to express her true feelings, but she also felt that Chen Mobai's words made a lot of sense. If he really goes back and secludes himself for many years, then it really won't be very interesting for her to be alone in Dangxia City. Then remember to call me when you get through customs. In the end, Yan Bingxuan followed Chen Mobai's advice and stayed in the Patching Heaven Academy to synthesize the Ice Soul Divine Light first. Yes, you'll be the first person I call after I reach the core formation stage. Chen Mobai spoke with great confidence. If anyone else had said this, Yan Bingxuan would have just thought he was bragging, but this guy's words made her feel proud and confident. After you reach the core formation stage, I hope you can wait for me and not progress so quickly. Before parting, Yan Bingxuan suddenly said this. Chen Mobai, however, did not understand her meaning. He shook his head, indicating that as a supporter of the realm school, he would never stop pursuing a higher realm at the fastest speed. Yan Bingxuan saw him off at the airport with a speechless expression. After returning to Dangxia City, Chen Mobai nominally rented a third-tier spiritual energy cultivation room at Danju Academy, leaving behind a puppet as a sign that he would cultivate there. In reality, his true form returned to the heavenly river realm, and with the help of the fourth-grade superior spiritual vein of the longevity wood, began to continue cultivating the longevity Tao body. Time flies, and another year has passed quickly. That day, Chen Mobai finished refining the last drop of the longevity tree sap and planned to go out to chat with Meng Hong for a while, wanting to know if any newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators in the sect had opened the divine tree secret realm. It would be impolite to go empty-handed, so Chen Mobai planned to go back to Xiaonanshan first to get 2 jars of Xiuming wine. When he flew over Xiaonanshan, his expression suddenly turned to surprise and doubt. Opening his void eyes and looking down at the thousands of acres of spiritual fields, he discovered that the vast land seemed to come alive in that instant, with a continuous stream of spiritual energy flowing towards a certain spot at the foot of Xiaonan Mountain. What's going on? End of this chapter. Chapter 476, Zhuo Ming's Foundation Building. Chapter 476, Zhuo Ming's Foundation Building. Chen Mobai was initially puzzled, then seemed to realize something and was suddenly overjoyed. He was afraid that his energy would disturb the unified spiritual energy of the earth veins below, so he carefully stopped and used his penetrating spiritual eyes to observe the core of the anomaly from afar in the sky. That was the edge of the 2 acres of third-grade spirit fields on Xiaonan Mountain. Previously, Chen Mobai had exchanged 5 life-giving stones from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, plus 1 he had acquired from a sect disciple, and buried them all in the second-grade high-quality spirit fields, hoping to upgrade them all to third-grade spirit fields. And the one who will take care of these spirit fields is Zhuo Ming, because only she understands the intricacies involved. Within the vision of the void-piercing spirit eye, Chen Mobai saw that the earth energy centered on the third-order spiritual vein of Xiaonan Mountain seemed to have awakened from a long slumber. Strands of extremely pure life-giving energy surged from the vast land of thousands of acres, rushing towards the ground beneath Zhuo Ming's feet, who was sitting on the edge of the third-order spiritual field. Then it emerged from the ground, transforming into wisps of earthy yellow light, as if forming a cocoon that enveloped Zhuo Ming. This cocoon is like an embryo nurturing life on Earth, sealing all the life force within it, and even continuously drawing spiritual energy from the thousands of acres of spiritual fields around Xiaonanshan Mountain, continuously injecting it into Zhuo Ming's body. Is this the scene of the Earth Mother's foundation building? Chen Mobai saw this scene with his insightful eye and couldn't help but marvel at it. However, he then realized that Zhuo Ming hadn't exchanged for the foundation establishment pill yet. That means she is currently in the process of establishing her foundation through the attainment of enlightenment. Only under such conditions can such a magnificent foundation establishment phenomenon occur. If it were any other true disciple of the Divine Wood sect who cultivated the Earth Mother technique, even if they successfully consumed the foundation establishment pill, they would probably only be able to extract a few strands of Earth Mother Qi at most. Unlike Zhuo Ming, whose entire spiritual field within the Xiaonanshan territory eagerly offered its own life force to help her achieve enlightenment. Chen Mobai saw a small grass sprouting from the soil at Zhuo Ming's feet, growing and sprouting. He also saw colorful flowers blooming, and even a few ears of green jade spirit rice and fire spirit rice. As time went by, a sea of flowers and green plants soon appeared at the foot of Xiaonan Mountain. This means that Zhuo Ming's body is already full of life force, and she can no longer absorb even a little bit. So all the excess energy that surged over was absorbed by the spiritual fields beneath her feet. The flowers, grasses, and spiritual rice seeds hidden within them received this life force, and thinking that their growing season had arrived, began to bloom in their most beautiful form. Chen Mobai saw his eldest disciple Liu Wenbai rushing toward Zion Enchen with a surprised expression not far away. In order to avoid him affecting Zhuo Ming, he pulled him to his side. "Greetings, master, this is." Liu Wenbai was recuperating on his own Yishan mountain, but while meditating today, he sensed an unusual movement in the earth's spiritual energy. Thinking something had happened, his sense of responsibility made him immediately stop practicing and rush towards Zion Enchen Mountain. Ming'er is currently building her foundation, and the earth veins near Zionan Mountain are helping her condense the mother chi of all things. Chen Mobai gave a brief explanation. At first, Liu Wenbai was just pleasantly surprised and happy for Zhuo Ming, but he quickly realized what was going on and couldn't help but show a look of horror. "Junior sister, this is foundation establishment." "Well, although I knew that among the three of you, Ming'er had the deepest foundation and the highest probability of reaching the foundation establishment stage, I never expected that she would actually achieve such a feat." Chen Mobai looked on with a sigh. It should be noted that even he, after establishing his foundation with the longevity scripture, relied on the spiritual artifact cultivation technique and used the 6-yang divine fire mirror to establish his foundation. The entire process was full of craftsmanship. Compared to his second disciple, whose natural talent was aided by the mountains and rivers, Chen Mobai suddenly felt somewhat ashamed. "Junior sister Zhuo is really..." Liu Wenbai was at a loss for words to praise him. Although he had prepared himself to accept that he, the senior disciple, was the weakest in Zion Enchen after failing to establish his foundation, Zhuo Ming's achievement of establishing his foundation still deeply shocked him. In the eastern wilderness, only those with celestial spiritual roots and immortal beings like his master could achieve this. As a disciple who joined Chen Mobai's school at the same time as Zhuo Ming, Liu Wenbai suddenly felt that he was the one who was superfluous and just an extra. "Don't be discouraged, just do your best." Chen Mobai knew that his eldest disciple's state of mind had been fluctuating since his failure to establish his foundation. Seeing his gloomy face, he couldn't help but offer his comfort. At that very moment, the cocoon of Mother Earth that was enveloping Zhuo Ming began to crack open. With a cracking sound, an incredibly rich aura of life force spread through the air. This was accumulated within the cocoon and slowly returned to the world after Zhuo Ming broke through the barrier. A pair of hands, as white as topaz, emerged from the cocoon and split open to the left and right, tearing open the 2-meter-tall mother cocoon to reveal a woman in a plain yellow long robe with a bewildered expression. Zhuo Ming's appearance was merely average, but after this transformation to foundation establishment, she possessed a pure and budding charm. Her sweet, round face was filled with joy and trepidation, and her eyes revealed a natural and unadorned freshness. She was like a peony blooming in early spring, infinitely beautiful. "Ha, as expected of my disciples, Ming'er, you are most like me." Chen Mobai laughed and led Liu Wenbai down from the sky. Zhuo Ming, who was immersed in the transformation of her body after the foundation establishment, immediately bowed to him. "Master, I achieved foundation establishment without taking the foundation establishment pill. Will this cause any problems for my future cultivation progress?" Zhuo Ming was a rogue cultivator who had spent more than 10 years in Zionan Mountain, where he was devoted to farming and drawing talismans. He really didn't know that there was such a thing as attaining the Tao and establishing a foundation. This foundation-building success was achieved in a rather days. While tending to the 6 acres of spiritual fields where the life-giving stone was buried, she also took the opportunity to absorb the life-giving stone that Chen Mobai had given her. Today, she had just refined all the earth vein spiritual energy within it. Then, for some reason, the Earth Mother technique's spiritual power in her Danshan and Sea of Qi suddenly began to operate automatically, driving her to absorb the vitality of the earth beneath her feet. During this process, Zhuo Ming's mind once again merged with the spiritual energy of the earth, entering the process of hearing the Tao, feeling the pulse of the 1,000 acres of spiritual fields centered on Zio Nanshan, and the breath of all things rooted in the earth. She didn't know how much time had passed, but Zhu Ming woke up naturally as if she had taken a nap. She saw herself as if she were inside a ball of mud and couldn't help but reach out her hands to break the shell, but she didn't expect that her cultivation had already broken through, and she tore it open in an instant. Although she was quite bewildered, Zhu Ming was still very happy that the Earth Mother technique had broken through to the 10th level, which is the foundation establishment stage. However, after her initial joy, she also felt uneasy about her inexplicable foundation building process, fearing that she might have strayed onto a heretical path. Upon seeing Chen Mobai appear, she greeted him and couldn't help but speak. This is the highest level of foundation establishment. In the past, when I was traveling through mountains and rivers, I also had the opportunity to comprehend foundation establishment. Chen Mobai laughed heartily as he explained the foundation establishment to Zhu Ming, not forgetting to embellish his image in front of his disciple. After all, his reputation as an unparalleled genius was undeniable. I see, Master. Then I won't need that foundation establishment pill. I can give it to senior brother. After listening, Zhu Ming said something that moved Liu Wenbai to tears. Junior sister Zhuo, this. Liu Wenbai's eyes were red and his voice was stammering. Finally, he looked at Chen Mobai with pleading eyes. Even if Zhu Ming was willing, Chen Mobai, as her teacher, still needed to give his approval. That foundation establishment pill belongs to Minger. Since she's willing to give it to you, her senior brother, it shows she respects and loves you. Just accept it. Chen Mobai originally planned to train Liu Wenbai for a few years before giving him the foundation establishment pill he had. Now that Zhu Mingwen had achieved foundation establishment and had already spoken up, he, as the teacher, naturally wouldn't disrupt the harmonious atmosphere among his disciples. Thank you, Master. Thank you, junior sister Zhuo. Liu Wenbai felt as if he had seen a ray of light in the darkness. He had thought that after failing to establish his foundation for the first time, he would be banished to the edge of the world. Unexpectedly, not only did Chen Mobai comfort him, but Zhu Ming also gave him a foundation establishment pill. Such a relationship between master and disciple and fellow disciples was simply unimaginable in the eastern wilderness. If I hadn't followed you, my senior brother, to become your disciple back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. Perhaps the cause back then is the result of today. After Zhu Ming established his foundation, his awareness and mental state were completely renewed, and he said something that surprised even Chen Mobai. Wenbai, go to the wine cellar and get 2 jars of wine. Minger, come with me to pay our respects to the sect leader later. We can also retrieve the cultivation manual for the Earth Mother technique after it has reached the foundation establishment stage. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Liu Wenbai immediately went to the nearby wine cellar with renewed vigor. Taking this opportunity, Chen Mobai had Zhu Ming transfer a wisp of spiritual energy to him. Metal 3, Wood 20, Water 21, Fire 9, Earth 50. Looking at the spiritual root value of Zhu Ming displayed on the screen of the palm-sized spiritual tester, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod slightly. Compared to before refining the life-giving stone, Zhu Ming's earth spiritual root increased by 3 points, from only 47 points before. This means that the life-giving stone, a precious mineral, is a treasure that can enhance one's spiritual roots. It's just unclear whether it's because a piece can only increase earth elemental root by 3 points, or because the piece that Zhu Ming absorbed had already been partially absorbed by qi refining disciples of the divine wood sect, resulting in a reduction in its effectiveness. Proof was easy to obtain. Chen Mobai had acquired a life-giving stone through the Lingbao Pavilion in the past 2 years, and he took it out of his storage bag and handed it to Zhu Ming. Since you have used this to build your foundation, it is clear that you are destined to have this life-giving stone. Absorb another one, and then transfer another stream of spiritual energy to your master. Although Zhu Ming didn't know the reason for doing this, she never refused Chen Mobai's orders. After accepting the life stone, she nodded vigorously. At this moment, Liu Wenbai also arrived with 2 jars of King Yu spirit wine. Chen Mobai asked him to stay and handle the matters after Zhuo Ming established his foundation, while he took Zhuo Ming to Shenmu City. First, they went to the sect leader, Chu Zuoshu. When the latter heard that Zhuo Ming had actually reached the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't help but marvel and carefully examine this junior disciple whom he had never paid any attention to before. Junior brother, you not only have outstanding talent in cultivation, but you are also top-notch in teaching disciples. If I were born 100 years later, I would definitely want to become your disciple. Chen Mobai simply smiled at Chu Zuoshu's words. After leading Zhuo Ming to change the sect's nameplate, she was considered a foundation establishment elder of the Divine Wood sect. After completing the identity change, Chen Mobai took her to various departments to collect the courtyard, shops, and spiritual vein cave. He had also stepped in before, and Luo Yixuan got the best spot very easily. Zhuo Ming did not choose one of the vacant third-tier spiritual vein cave dwellings, but instead chose a second-tier spiritual vein cave dwelling called Jushan near Xianshan. She was used to Tingshan as her cave dwelling, and after Chen Mobai acquired the Longevity Wood Taoist Temple, the third-tier spiritual vein of Xianshan also belonged to her, so she would not lack spiritual energy for cultivation after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Although this orange mountain only has a second-tier spiritual vein, it is covered with a kind of spiritual orange tree. The oranges are very bitter, but the orange peel is a spiritual medicine that is purchased by the alchemy department and even disciples from other departments all year round. Zhuo Ming chose it because he wanted to incorporate the 100 acres of wasteland along with Jushan into the Xianshan system and expand the scale of farming again. Her Earth Mother technique was developed through years of farming, and she felt that if she wanted to make further progress, she should stick to her old profession. Chen Mobai respected her choice, but still helped her choose a spirit-gathering array from the array department, so that she could at least enjoy the third-grade low-level spiritual energy on her own mountain. By the time Chen Mobai took Zhuo Ming away from Shenmu City to go drink with Meng Hong, almost half of the Shenmu sect knew about his second disciple's foundation establishment. You mean Zhuo Ming, who applied to join my talisman-making department but was rejected. The head of the talisman-making department was named Cao Lion. After hearing what Inspector Wang Zhang said, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Junior brother Chen and I are both inspectors of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence. This matter was mentioned casually when he knew I was an inspector of the talisman-making department, and we went with the sect leader to fight at the top of Thunder Kingdom. After Wang Zhang finished speaking, Cao Lion immediately summoned Ding Ying and asked her to find the application forms of the new disciples who joined the sect more than 10 years ago. Ding Ying was puzzled, but the reason she was able to become a true disciple of the talisman-making department was not only because of her own cultivation, but also because of her outstanding professional skills. Although it was old information, she still managed to find it in the sect's library within half an hour. Cao Lion flipped through it and indeed found Zhuo Ming's copy, which was ultimately rejected by Ding Ying, who was considered the true successor. These were trivial matters that the foundation establishment cultivators couldn't be bothered with, so they left them to the department's capable disciples. Why did you refuse Zhuo Ming's application to join the department? Upon hearing Cao Lion's expressionless question, Ding Ying's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She had been worried about this matter since Zhuo Ming became the #1 disciple. However, at that time, it wasn't considered a violation of the rules, because Zhuo Ming, who had just left Xinye Hall, had low talisman-making skills and ordinary talent. Among the disciples who applied to join the sect in the same batch, she couldn't compete with others, so she was eliminated. Did you know that she has already successfully established her foundation? After listening, Cao Lion's finger stopped on the comment ordinary talent, and she said coldly, "That's impossible. Her foundation establishment pills were replaced by Liu Wenbai's, and will have to wait for the next batch." Ding Ying couldn't believe that Zheng Wu's refining of the Foundation establishment pill was being watched by the entire Divine Wood sect. Could it be that Chen Mobai obtained it from outside? She has attained the Foundation establishment stage of the Tao. Upon hearing Cao Lion's words, Ding Ying froze on the spot. End of this chapter.